Hearing Ling Feilong attempt to fawn over him and his respectful attitude while doing so, Shifeng couldn't help but sigh. The shoe was on the other foot now. Fate truly knew how to toy with people. Judging from Ling Feilong's tone, Shifeng could discern that Ling Feilong intended to ride on his coattails. If you wish to recruit me, tell me what sort of benefits you plan to offer first, Shifeng calmly asked. Brother expert, I guarantee that you'll be satisfied. As long as you join Shadow, you'll immediately become an elder of the guild. Moreover, our guild has a large backing behind us, and we have plenty of funding, so we can temporarily set your annual salary at 1 million credits. In addition, we'll give you 10% of Shadow's shares. I think you should know the value of guild shares, right? As long as Shadow rises to glory in the future, this 10% will far exceed tens of millions of credits. No other guild can offer you this kind of treatment, Ling Feilong explained, very satisfied with himself. His words even moved his own heart. That was 10% of the guild's shares. Right now all of the guilds out there only offered high annual salaries when recruiting an expert. None of them would willingly hand over a portion of the guild's shares. Along with a guild's growth, the value of its shares would continuously rise. In addition to God's domain's growth potential, if Shadow properly developed as time went on, this 10% could represent billions of credits or more. Hence, all the large guilds would not simply offer their shares, and instead, choose the wise decision of offering a static salary. Who's making this promise? Shifeng was slightly bewildered. He did not think that Shadow would be so decisive in their actions. In Shifeng's previous life, although he was the guild leader of Shadow, he did not possess any shares of the guild. However, Shifeng had only recently become the guild leader at that time, so he did put too much thought into the matter. In the end, the guild kicked him out. One could say that the shares of a guild were the true proof of one's authority. If Shifeng had 10% of the guild's shares at that time, Lan Hailong would not have dared to casually expel him from the guild and sever all connections with him. Our guild leader made this promise. Of course, with your strength, the position of guild leader will doubtlessly be yours in the future. Ling Feilong unwaveringly started flattering Shifeng. Oh? Very well. Shifeng calmly laughed. He then, with a tone as cold as ice, arrogantly said, Return and tell your guild leader this. If you want me to join Shadow, then I want 60% of the guild's shares and the position of guild leader. Otherwise, there's no deal. Finished speaking, Shifeng disconnected the call. Of course, he only said those words as a joke to toy with Ling Feilong. Even if Shadow were willing to hand over 100% of its shares, Shifeng would still reject the offer without hesitation. He swore that would never again wear the hateful name of Shadow. He simply said those words because he knew that Ling Feilong, Zhang Luowei, and Lan Hailong could never truly agree to such a request. After all, with 60% of the guild's shares, Shifeng would become the head honcho of Shadow. His word would be final. Whether it was Zhang Luowei or Lan Hailong, neither could endure being a subordinate of someone else. Such a domineering tone. No wonder he could force Martial Union, who is even stronger than Shadow, to take a huge loss. Unfortunately, he isn't a broad-minded person. If he had accepted the offer, based on the strength he possessed, he could have easily become the Shadow's true boss in the future if he wanted to. Although Ling Feilong admired Shifeng, he sneered disdainfully as he determined Shifeng to be a boorish fellow. Yet, without a backer to rely on, it was impossible for Ling Feilong to climb further up the ranks of Shadow. Zhang Luowei trusted Zhou Yuhu much more than Ling Feilong. Ling Feilong was simply an elite member of the guild in Zhang Luowei's eyes. So, it was imperative that Ling Feilong looked for a reliable backer. Meanwhile, a boor like Shifeng couldn't be a better backer. Although 60% of the total shares seemed a little high, if Ling Feilong expended a lot of effort, it was not an impossible number to accomplish. It seems that I'll have to rearrange his words before reporting back to Brother Zhang and Brother Lan. At this moment, Shifeng would have never imagined that his casual remark meant to anger Lan Hailong and Zhang Luowei would become Ling Feilong's new goal. Inside the Flame God's cave, Shifeng took out one of the Flaming Sun scriptures from his bag. He then opened the book, reading the incantations inside. All of a sudden, the Flaming Sun scripture ignited, emitting dazzling golden flames. As if the fire-type mana within the flame god's cave had transformed into soldiers, it all charged towards the golden flame, submitting to it. The golden flame was like an emperor among flames. In reality, it wasn't just the fire-type mana that was affected. Even Shurfeng's ice-blue devil flame felt restless, giving off the notion of submission. Just what kind of flame is it? Shurfeng looked at the bundle of golden flame, his heart filled with curiosity. To cause even the Tier 2 ice-blue devil flame to submit, if this flame had a rank, I wonder what tier it belonged to. It should be at least Tier 3, possibly Tier 4. If Shurfeng could absorb this bundle of golden flame, his strength might rise to a whole new level. Unfortunately, this flame was not a mysterious flame, so Shurfeng had no way of absorbing it. After a minute passed, the golden flame sank into Shurfeng's body after it absorbed a sufficient amount of fire-type mana. Instantly, a new status effect appeared on Shurfeng's status bar. Flaming Sun's Blessing increases fire resistance by 100 points and reduces damage from fire-type attacks by 90%. All fire-type damage received has a 20% chance to recover an equivalent amount of HP. Damage dealt towards fire-type monsters increased by 100%. Duration of 2 hours. Effective only within the Flame God's Cave. In reality, the Flaming Sun Scripture's original purpose was simply for the convenience of players when grinding in a hot environment. However, when used inside the Flame God's Cave, where the density of fire-type mana was extremely high, its effects increased by manyfold. Hence why the Ranger in Shurfeng's previous life was able to solo the elite monsters and chieftain rank bosses here. To begin with, Shurfeng already had 20 points of fire resistance. Now that he gained an additional 100 points, normal fire attacks would only be an itch to him. Not to mention, there was also the 90% damage reduction to fire-type attacks. This increase was just too awesome. With the Flaming Sun's Blessing, Shurfeng boldly advanced deeper into the Flame God's Cave. There were multiple pathways in the Flame God's Cave, and it was extremely spacious. Players could easily get lost in the cave. This, however, was not a problem for Shurfeng. The Flame God's Cave was like his own backyard, and very quickly, he located a lone level 25 lava hound lying on solidified, blackened lava. Lava Hound, common monster, level 25, HP 5, 400/5, 400. The Lava Hound was several sizes larger compared to a normal lion. Its entire body emitted red flames. Its skin was a dark yellow, and it had a pair of large crimson eyes. Detecting Shurfeng's presence, the Lava Hound abruptly stood. Its blood-red eyes glared at Shurfeng as it let out a low, angry growl. The Lava Hound's sharp claws easily shattered a chunk of charred rock. Just as Shurfeng unsheathed the abyssal blade and silver lake, the Lava Hound spat a mouthful of flames at Shurfeng. Without holding anything back, Shurfeng activated the ice-blue devil flame, covering his entire body with a deep blue flame. He then charged at the ball of flames head-on. The Lava Hound's attack could originally devour close to half of the HP of an MT of the same level. However, when struck Shurfeng, the attack merely caused around -10 points of damage. The damage the Lava Hound's attack dealt was even less than the attacks of a level 10 common monster. As expected, with 120 points of fire resistance, my resistance has reached extraordinary levels. Finished experimenting with his durability, Shurfeng arrived in front of the Lava Hound and sent a chop slashing at its nape, drawing a pool of piping hot blood. A damage of -345 points appeared above the Lava Hound's head. The damage was barely within Shurfeng's acceptable range. Moreover, due to the Lava Hound being 11 levels higher than himself, Shurfeng's skill proficiency also soared with lightning speed. Every usage netted him 3 proficiency points. Although the Lava Hound was powerful, Shurfeng only needed to take note of its AoE skills like the Flame Breath and Flame Explosion. Without the threat of these powerful skills, Shurfeng only needed to deal with the Lava Hound's sharp claws. With Shurfeng's extraordinary evasive techniques, in addition to his very high agility, he could easily dodge the attacks from the Lava Hound's sharp claws. Before even a minute had passed, Shurfeng had killed the level 25 Lava Hound, the monster leaving behind a flame crystal and several copper coins after it died. System: Level 25 Lava Hound killed. Level difference of 11. EXP obtained increased by 1,100%. Obtained 16,500 EXP. Within the brightly lit Flame God's cave, Feng advanced further into the cave relentlessly. The Lava Hound he previously killed had raised his skill proficiencies by quite a bit. However, that was it. In contrast, the EXP the level 25 Lava Hound gave was much less. However, this was not strange. After all, the monsters within the Flame God's cave had both high attack power and HP but gave out very little EXP. Under normal circumstances, average players would not grind here at all. However, it was a different story once players had the Flaming Sun scripture. With it, they could easily deal with the monsters in the Flame God's cave. Moreover, the monsters here dropped flame crystals. Flame crystals were the main materials used for crafting basic fire resistance potions. By the time the majority of players reached levels between 20 to 30, they would discover that most party and team dungeons required a high fire resistance. Otherwise, they would have no way of raiding these dungeons. The level 25 large-scale team dungeon, the Flame Nest, for example, without basic fire resistance potions, players would have absolutely no way of conquering it. Yet, this team dungeon had loads of good equipment and items in it. Moreover, out of all the level 25 dungeons, the Flame Nest gave out the most guild reputation. Most importantly, there was a very small chance for players to obtain a Guild Mine certificate and Guild Medicine Garden certificate from the dungeon. These were both items that could allow a guild to develop itself further. Normally, only guilds with their own guild residents would be considered true guilds. Meanwhile, players could establish certain constructs within the guild residents to further aid in the guild's development. Among these facilities, two of the most important constructs were the Medicine Garden and Mine. These two constructs could provide the guild with a fixed amount of herbs and ore on a daily basis, and it could greatly reduce the guild's burden. It could also allow potion makers and forgers to have sufficient resources to increase their lifestyle skill proficiencies. Hence, as long as it was a guild that possessed their own guild residents, they would unhesitatingly raid the Flame Nest regardless of the price they had to pay to obtain these two certificates. As such, plenty of guilds had tried to raid the Flame Nest when their players reached between 20 and 30 levels, causing the basic fire resistance potion to become a high-demand product. Even until now, Feng had remembered that the basic fire resistance potions at that time had sold for 50 silver coins per bottle. Meanwhile, a single flame crystal sold for 15 silver coins. Thus, even at the cost of 3 to 4 gold coins, players would willingly purchase the Flaming Sun scripture. After all, they could easily obtain 25 to 30 flame crystals by grinding the Flame God's cave for 2 hours. In the Flame God's cave, a common ranked lava hound had a 3% chance of dropping a flame crystal, 3 times higher than the drop rate of fire-type monsters outside. Meanwhile, the level 25 elite monsters in the Flame God's cave had a 100% chance to drop 1 flame crystal and a 10% chance to drop 2 flame crystals. Of course, these monsters would also drop equipment. As for level 25 special elites, they had a 100% chance of dropping 2 flame crystals, a 20% chance to drop 4 flame crystals, and a 10% chance to drop 5 to 7 flame crystals. Level 25 chieftain bosses were even more rewarding. They had a 100% chance to drop 10 flame crystals, a 30% chance to drop 13 pieces of flame crystals, and 20% chance to drop 20 to 25 flame crystals. Players could easily earn up to 2 gold coins by killing a single chieftain boss. Not to mention, these bosses also dropped equipment and tools. Feng continuously killed lone level 25 lava hounds as he advanced further into the depths of the Flame God's cave. Even when he met 2 lava hounds at the same time, he still easily dealt with them. Only more time was necessary. The flame breath of the lava hounds could be easily dodged. Players only needed to take note of the lava hound's throat. When its throat glowed and gave off the color of fire, it was about to spit out flames. However, the damage of this move was only a small matter to Feng. It dealt about only -100 damage in total to Feng. As for the lava hound's other skill, Flame Explosion, it could cause extremely high flame damage to all enemies within an 8-yard radius. Without 120 points in fire resistance and 90% damage reduction to fire-type attacks, MTs of the same level would instantly lose 3/4 of their HP to this single attack. However, the lava hound's actions were obvious before it would cast this skill. It would raise its claws high, then slam them on the ground, creating an explosion of flames. However, the skill's effective range was wide, making it extremely hard to avoid. It was practically a sure-hit skill. Fortunately, Shurfeng's fire resistance was extremely high, and he would, at most, receive around -100 damage from the lava hound's flame explosion. Shurfeng had over 1,800 HP, so this damage was not significant. Another hour or so passed by, and Shurfeng finally arrived at the core area of the Flame God's Cave. On his way here, Shurfeng had killed many lava hounds, and due to the luck +3 provided by the Shadow's blessing he wore, he obtained a bountiful number of flame crystals. He could get 1 flame crystal for every half a dozen or so lava hounds he killed. Throughout his journey, Shurfeng had killed over 40 lava hounds and obtained a total of 8 flame crystals. His experience had also risen to 37% of level 14. His leveling speed could already be described as flying. His skills, Chop, Thundering Flash, and Thunder Flame Explosion, also rose to level 7, level 5, and level 3 respectively. If including the upgrade provided by the Abyssal Blade, these skills would be level 10, level 8, and level 6 respectively. These improvements had pushed Shurfeng's damage output to a whole new level once more. Unfortunately, the lava hounds Shurfeng killed did not drop any equipment. The same went for the forging designs that Shurfeng most desired. The core area Shurfeng had reached was a large, empty lava field. Molten lava flowed throughout the surroundings. At the highest point of the empty field sat plenty of bright crystals reflecting the glow of the lava into the surroundings, illuminating the spacious and empty field. The cooled accumulation of lava formed the land here. This place was more like a swamp than a durable stone road, and players would find it very hard to transverse across this lava field. A single misstep would instantly lead to players fall into a pit of molten lava. If players did not possess a definite control over their own bodies, they would find themselves at a serious disadvantage when battling here. Meanwhile, on the empty land a short distance away, Shurfeng discovered plenty of level 25 elite flame Naga silently guarding. Occasionally, he could also spot a few level 25 special elite flame Naga warriors. Compared to the lava hound, these monsters possessed much more intelligence. Aside from attacking with flames, they could also deal a substantial amount of physical damage. These monsters also had exceptionally fast reactions, especially the Flame Naga warriors. These warriors wore armor and wielded a shield in one of their hands. They were practically shield warriors, and players would find them extremely difficult to deal with. Flame Naga, Elite Rank, Level 25, HP 20, 000/20, 000, Flame Naga Warrior, Special Elite, Level 25, HP 50, 000/50, 000. Soon after, Shurfeng lifted his head and shifted his gaze towards the distant central region of this lava field. Due to the long distance, Shurfeng had to squint and focus his eyes for quite some time. Only after activating his extraordinary vision could he discover a beautiful figure laying atop a stone altar. That was a Lamia. Unlike her Naga brethren, who possessed the heads and faces of a snake, although the lower half of this Lamia body was a snake's tail, her upper body was that of a human's. This Lamia possessed beauty that even women would envy. Her eyes were like red gemstones, giving off a dazzling glow. Her lustrous and seductive black hair was tied into twin ponytails. Exposed to the light of the flames, her delicate white skin shone like supple white jade. The most attractive parts of this Lamia were her elegant temperament and her exotic beauty. The bright silken blouse she wore was especially eye-catching, as it served to accentuate her delicate body and ample breasts further. Just a glance at this Lamia would easily captivate any intruder. It was truly hard to imagine that this delicate and beautiful Lamia was the scorching Lamia Sela, the level 25 High Lord ranked boss of the Flame God's Cave. Sure enough, the benefits of pioneering a new land are plentiful. I have already found a High Lord rank on this first trip. In Shurfeng's previous life, most of the bosses Shurfeng had met were chieftain rank, and only rarely could he meet a Lord-ranked boss. Only with superb luck could one find a Lord-ranked boss. Feng's eyes shone as he gazed at scorching Lamia Sayla's attractive appearance. His breathing became slightly hurried. He also grew excited, a never-before-seen resplendent smile appearing on his calm face. Of course, Feng wasn't captivated by Sayla's beauty, but the bountiful wealth that a High Lord-ranked boss represented. Not to mention, Sayla was the High Lord of the Flame God's Cave. If he could kill her, he wondered just how much EXP and high-level items and equipment he could obtain. If Blackie and the others knew Feng's current thoughts and appearance, they would definitely curse Feng for being inhuman. Not sparing even a weak and delicate Lamia, Feng was practically a beast. Molten lava slowly flowed across the vast, empty field. Meanwhile, the scorching Lamia Sayla paid no particular attention to the intruder, Feng. She simply swished her tail, slithering to a pool of lava. With a splash, Sayla dove straight into the scorching pool, frolicking with a content expression. If a normal player copied Sayla's actions and jumped into the lava pool, they could lose their lives in a given minute. Even if they activated the Flaming Sun's blessing and received an additional 100 points to their fire resistance, they would still lose 300 HP every second they submerged in the lava pool. Taking a good, long look, Feng finally decided upon a plan. Scorching Lamia Sayla, High Lord rank, level 25, HP 500, 000/500, 000. A Lord-ranked boss was not as easy to deal with as a Chieftain-ranked boss. If it were a level 25 Lord-ranked boss, not to mention a 20-man elite team, even a 100-man elite team would still die at the boss's hands. A Lord-ranked boss was simply too powerful. The only way to kill these bosses was to gather thousands of players and use the advantage of numbers to exhaust these bosses to death slowly. Other than that, there was no other way around it. Meanwhile, the scorching Lamia, who bathed in the lava pool, was even more intimidating than a normal Lord-ranked boss. Without the Flaming Sun scripture, even thousands of players would have zero chances of defeating Sayla. On the other hand, Feng had a method of dealing with the scorching Lamia. However, he first needed to clear out the surrounding elite and special elite monsters. Otherwise, he would be similarly helpless against the scorching Lamia. Let's first lure them slowly and clear them, bit by bit. Feng then randomly looked for a solitary flame naga, boldly walking over to it. He did not intend to use any special means to lure these monsters. As Feng was only level 14 right now, when faced with level 25 elites, these elites would all charge at him in a craze as long as he came within 40 yards. Hence, he still needed to apply some techniques to lure only one flame naga. Be it a snake-type monster or a naga, both were innately born with exceptional hearing. Hence, players needed to be light on their feet when approaching these naga. If players made even the tiniest disturbance, they would find only their own deaths. Feng walked with a strong and steady pace atop the soft and unstable ground, and with relative ease, he attracted the attention of a flame naga. Immediately, Feng watched as the flame naga charged at him like a madman. Come, come. Seeing that the naga had taken the bait, Feng faintly smiled as he spun around and ran towards a distant rock cliff. The flame naga was well versed in close combat. Meanwhile, its only ranged attack was the Raging Flame Roar, and it belonged to the category of channeling spells. The skill had an effective area of 40 by 4 yards, and it needed 3 seconds to channel the skill fully. However, this skill did not pose any threat to Feng. On the contrary, melee combat with the Flame Naga was much more difficult. As the chase continued, although the Flame Naga was fast, Feng was not any slower than it either. The moment Feng arrived in front the rock cliff, with no further paths of retreat remaining, Feng started climbing up the extremely steep cliff with great ease. When he arrived at the top of the cliff, he stuck out his tongue at the creature as he silently looked down at the Flame Naga. The Flame Naga was further incensed by Feng's blatant provocation, and it, too, started frantically climbing the cliff. Although Feng was not a ranged class and he could not kite the Flame Naga, melee battle the Flame Naga was simply too dangerous. If Feng was slightly careless, the Flame Naga could kill him with just 2 moves. Hence, Feng intended to fight from a range. Seeing that the Flame Naga was about to climb the cliff, Feng took out a basic frost grenade from his bag. He then threw it at the flame naga. Pong! Ice fragments scattered, and cold air spread out to the surroundings. The flame naga instantly froze. Due to the flame naga's fear of the cold, the basic frost grenade managed to deal -300 damage to it. However, the flame naga possessed 20,000 HP, so this small amount of damage barely made a scratch. Frozen halfway through its climb up the rock cliff, the flame naga's immobile body fell. Two stones, protruding from the rock wall, halted the serpentine beast's fall, sandwiching the flame naga's body between the rocks as it hung halfway up the cliff. Be it attacking or dodging, the flame naga would find it extremely challenging to do either from its current position. It could not even carry out the simple action of turning its own body right now. Feng smiled at this sight. He jumped down from his elevated position, landing on one of the stones trapping his opponent. He then started attacking the flame naga from behind. It was extremely easy to kill a flame naga that had zero means of retaliating. Feng sent a level 10 chop slashing at the flame naga's back, earning him a scream of pain coupled with a damage of -168 above the monster's head. Feng couldn't help but admit that a level 25 elite was truly amazing. With the level suppression, in addition to the flame naga's superior defense, his attack could not even deal -200 damage even with the damage multiplier from the Flaming Sun scripture. Immediately after, Feng followed up with Thundering Flash, Earth Splitter, Double Chop, and Thunder Flame Explosion. A series of damages appeared above the flame naga's head. However, even with the damage amplification effect inflicted by Thundering Flash, the highest damage Feng had dealt with a single attack was barely over -200 points. Though there was the occasional critical hit of over -400 damage, the flame naga had a total of 20,000 HP. Aside from Feng's skills being capable of causing more than -100 damage to the flame naga, his normal attacks could not deal over -50 damage. Moreover, Feng had activated the Ice Blue Devil Flames effect before his attacks. Seeing as the freezing effect was about to end, Feng threw another basic frost grenade at the flame naga, freezing his target once more. He then resumed his barrage of attacks. Although the flame naga had relatively fast regeneration, neither was the damage Feng was causing to it a small amount. 2 minutes later, the flame naga's HP finally fell to 20%. Simultaneously, the flame naga released a fierce roar. Flames covered its entire body, and shortly after, its body started trembling. Feng had long since been prepared for it. Immediately, he hid behind the corner of a rock. Boom! Countless flying flame blades shot out from the flame naga's body. These flame blades were the beast's scales, and their appearance signaled its ultimate move, flame bullets. The damage these flame bullets dealt was a combination of physical and fire-type damage. With Feng's current HP that was slightly over 1,800 points, these bullets could instantly send him into a critical condition. However, with the iron-like rock blocking these blades for him, Feng received no damage at all. After the waves of flame bullets ended, Feng threw out another frost grenade before resuming his attack. In the end, Feng killed the level 25 flame naga with relative ease. The instant the flame naga died, Feng's experience bar increased by a small portion. Feng was already level 14, and he needed an extremely large amount of EXP to reach level 15. His experience bar rising by a noticeable chunk showed just how bountiful the EXP the flame naga provided was. The flame naga also dropped 2 flame crystals, 1 bronze ornament, and tens of copper coins. Ornaments were the rarest of all equipment. Compared to jewelry such as rings and necklaces, ornaments were far more valuable. In God's domain, every player could equip 3 ornaments at most. As of this moment, however, Feng's ornament window was still a big, empty space. He truly did not imagine that he would inadvertently obtain a bronze ornament. His luck was simply too good. Scorching Heart, ornament, bronze rank, equipment requirement, strength 80, strength plus 10, agility plus 10, endurance plus 10, fire resistance plus 3, can be activated to cast a tier 2 flame shield that can absorb a maximum of 1,000 flame damage. Although this ornament did not offer a large increase to his attributes, ornaments that could increase one's resistances were extremely rare. Every such ornament was valued at 6 gold coins or more. This is too great. I'm now level 14, and I have 114 points in strength and 131 points in agility. If I equip the Scorching Heart, it will increase both my strength and agility by 10 points, just enough for me to meet the requirements of 120 points in strength and 140 points in agility for the Blazing Meteor. Shi Feng was ecstatic as he held the flame-red-colored Scorching Heart. Shi Feng did not think that he could equip the pseudo-extraordinary weapon within such a short period after obtaining it. If he could equip the Blazing Meteor right now, his strength would definitely receive an explosive increase. He might even reach the standards of an official Tier 1 swordsman. If he could increase his strength to the standards of a Tier 1 swordsman, he could easily deal with the High Lord-ranked Scorching Lamia. The Scorching Lamia had 500,000 HP. Possessing the superior battle recovery of a High Lord-ranked boss, the Scorching Lamia could recover 10,000 HP every 5 seconds. If players did not possess a DPS of 2,000, Sayla was essentially invincible. This was one of the reasons even an elite team of hundreds of players could not exhaust a High Lord to death. Not to mention, the Scorching Lamia possessed frightening attacks and overly powerful skills. If players wanted to raid Sayla head-on, it would be no different than seeking their own deaths even with a team of thousands of players. However, it would be a different story if they possessed the Flaming Sun scripture. Previously, before Shi Feng obtained the Scorching Heart, he had close to no confidence of successfully soloing the Scorching Lamia. He merely thought of giving it a try. In any case, he would not incur a huge loss. However, he now had some confidence in actually killing Sayla. Although Shi Feng had never experienced the might of a pseudo-extraordinary weapon, according to Shi Feng's estimates, it should grant him the strength of an official Tier 1 swordsman. Immediately, Shi Feng retrieved the pseudo-extraordinary weapon, the Blazing Meteor, from his bag, equipping it on himself. Blazing Meteor, throwing weapon, dark gold rank, equipment requirement, strength 120, agility 140. Attack power value is set at player's strength *2, strength plus 50, agility plus 65, endurance plus 10, attack speed plus 5, maximum throwing distance, 45 yards, ignore levels plus 8, attack speed increased by 15%, when attacking, 35% chance to ignore target's defense, 30% chance to activate quadruple phantom effect, each phantom causing 50% flame damage, 10% chance to activate knockback effect, 5% chance to activate burning flames effect, dealing 200 flame damage to the target every second for 10 seconds. Stacks up to 5 times. Additional skill, Flame God's Fury. Deals physical and flame damage to enemies within a 40 by 3 yard area. Deals 900% damage to the initial target, and damage reduces by 10% with each consecutive enemy hit to a minimum of 500% damage. Cooldown 3 minutes. The Blazing Meteor was forged by the Grandmaster Forger Celiora. Due to the limit of its materials, it is only a pseudo-extraordinary item possessing strength at the very limit of mortal men. The Blazing Meteor can be reforged into an epic-ranked item after gathering epic-ranked fire-type materials. User restriction, Yifeng, unable to be dropped, unable to be traded. After equipping it, Shi Feng's attributes instantly soared. His strength reached 174 points, while agility reached 206 points. He was only a few attribute points away from being able to equip the fragmented legendary ranked item, the Heavenly Dragon's Breath, which required 200 points in strength and 120 points in intelligence. With the improvements provided by the pseudo-extraordinary weapon, Shi Feng's attack power with throwing weapons increased to 696 points, while his melee attack power with his right and left hand were 444 and 426 respectively. The base damage for his ranged attacks far surpassed his melee attacks. In addition, due to the Blazing Meteor ignoring +8 levels, Shi Feng would no longer face any level suppressions, which would greatly reduce his damage when dealing with level 25 monsters. As Shi Feng's agility attribute reached 200 points, he once again activated one of the hidden passive skills, Basic Disappearance. The passive skill increased Shifeng's movement speed and attack speed by 20% and greatly decreased his stamina consumption during a battle. When he tread water, he could travel a distance of 10 yards with a single leap. His evasion also increased by 10%. With such a boost, Shifeng's confidence increased once more. I can start clearing the place now. Shifeng shifted his gaze towards the distant elites and special elites. Since his ranged attacks were more impressive than his melee attacks now, he would naturally avoid using his previous inefficient battle techniques. He could simply copy the ranger in his previous life, using the basic kiting method to kill these Naga. That way, not only would the battle be swift, but he could also guarantee his own safety. At a spot 43 yards away, 2 level 25 elite flame Naga and 1 special elite flame Naga warrior currently conversed with each other in soft tones. None of them had noticed Shifeng's presence. In contrast, Shifeng, currently covered in deep blue flames, retrieved the flame-red, thin, needle-like blazing meteor from his waist. He aimed the blazing meteor at the flame Naga warrior standing between the other 2 flame Naga, initiating his attack. Show! The blazing meteor shot through the air, transforming into a meteor and instantly piercing the flame Naga warrior's forehead. Simultaneously, the ignore target's defense effect and quadruple phantom effect both triggered upon impact. Before that flame Naga warrior could even manage a scream, -1526, -758, -758, -758, -758 appeared above its head. Even Shifeng dared not believe his own eyes right now. Although he had the support of the Flaming Sun scripture, the might of this single attack was still too powerful. A single, normal attack had destroyed over 4,500 HP from the Flame Naga warrior, which was close to 1/10 of the special elite monster's total HP. Shifeng only needed to repeat this attack 11 more times to kill a level 25 special elite. In the entire God's domain, aside from Shifeng, there might not be a second person capable of carrying out such a feat. Replying to Shifeng's brutal attack, the 3 Naga released angry roars. They revealed sinister expressions as they charged towards Shifeng, gradually splitting from the main force of the Naga. When the distance between the 3 Naga and Shifeng had shortened 20 yards, Shifeng threw a basic frost grenade at them. The 3 Naga immediately froze in place, damages of -300 appearing above their heads. Holding nothing back, Shifeng threw the blazing meteor at the 3 Naga relentlessly. The blazing meteor's effects constantly triggered, each attack dealing over -1,000 damage, while the occasional critical hit dealt over -2,000 damage. The 3 Naga were helpless. They could only attack Shifeng using fire-type spells. However, Shifeng always managed to predict the location of their attacks, so he could dodge the attacks beforehand, never letting any of the spells land on him. Before even 2 minutes had passed, the 2 elite and 1 special elite monster died. They contributed a large amount of EXP and multiple flame crystals to Shifeng. Possibly due to the Shadow's Blessings effect, the special elite Naga even dropped a level 22 mysterious iron ranked plate armor. Afterwards, Shifeng repeated this process of luring and killing the elite and special elite Naga. Although the process was mind-bogglingly boring, the fatigue on his spirit lessened greatly when Shifeng thought about the flame crystals and the various level 20 to level 25 equipment he could obtain. Unknowingly, more than 4 hours had passed. Shifeng had cleared out practically all of the Naga present in this lava field. Shifeng had also risen to level 15, and he was only a tad bit away from level 16. While Shifeng rested, he opened the ranking list for White River City. Right now, the first place on the ranking list was occupied by a level 13 player. Shifeng could not help his shock at this sight. How could there be someone leveling so quickly? Not much time had passed since players outside of Shifeng's team had entered White River City. Logically, it would already be amazing for players to reach level 11. Yet, there was actually someone that had reached level 13? Was this person hunting monsters of a higher level as well? Shifeng's mouth twitched when he saw the name of this first-ranked player, Lone Tyrant. Who was this person? How come I've never heard this name before? Meanwhile, the snow goddess, Gentle Snow, occupied the second place on the ranking list. She was level 12 right now. Following closely, another level 12 player possessed the third rank, and level 12 players occupied the remaining top 10 ranks. This situation confounded Shifeng. This leveling speed far surpassed his expectations. Could this be due to the butterfly effect? Shifeng wondered. Although players' leveling speed would indeed increase after entering White River City, it shouldn't increase to such a degree. Meanwhile, the 11th to 50th ranked players on the ranking list were all level 11. Reaching this level was still reasonable. If these players were all level 12 or 13, Shifeng would truly be speechless. Although the first-ranked player had already reached level 13, that player could not even reach Shifeng's shadow. If other players discovered this fact, they would definitely be shocked. After Shifeng reached level 15, he had placed all his free attribute points into intelligence. He had done so to meet the requirements of the Heavenly Dragon's Breath as soon as possible. However, the points he added were only a drop in the bucket. It should be about time to deal with you now. After recovering to perfect condition, Shifeng abruptly stood. He looked at the scorching Lamia still lounging in the pool of lava, a faint smile appearing on his face. Just when Shifeng contemplated raiding the delicate and weak-looking scorching Lamia, the entire White River City region flew into an uproar. The cause was no other than the White River City region's ranking list. A level 13 player actually held the first place. What is this? I've only managed to reach level 10 and enter White River City after much difficulty. Yet, there is already a level 13 player? What did this bastard eat growing up? I know, right? That lone tyrant fellow previously ranked in the 10s, but he had suddenly shot up to first place, surpassing even the Snow Goddess. Lone Tyrant is from a guild called Dark Star. Isn't that a third-rate guild? How could they be so strong as to surpass the Snow Goddess? The official forums were already in a fiery uproar over this matter, and the previous issue relating to Shifeng had become forgotten history. Inside the level 10 10-man team dungeon, the Dark Crow Cave, a black-feathered crow with a 6-meter-tall body lay motionless on the ground, a pile of items sitting by its side. Among these items, there were pieces of level 10 mysterious iron set equipment. There were even 2 secret silver ranked items and a large number of rare materials. Meanwhile, standing beside this black-feathered crow was a fairy. This fairy possessed skin as white as snow and an appearance that could charm any mortal man. Her body was the very definition of absolute perfection. However, this fairy's eyes possessed a penetrating gaze with a boundless and intimidating chill. This woman who seemed to transcend mortal men was none other than Gentle Snow. System: Ouroboros has cleared the hard mode of Black Crow Cave, rewarding 300 guild reputation. Snow, someone's reached level 13 already. They're a lot faster than we are. Why don't we stop dungeon diving and resume leveling up? Possessing a similarly devilish body, Zhao Yueru pouted as she spoke, displeased. After going to a level 12 monster area while they were only level 9, they quickly discovered that they could constantly improve their battle prowess. Although it was extremely difficult to kill those monsters, in the beginning, they rose swiftly after experiencing many near-death situations and long periods of research and self-reflection. With their battle techniques having greatly improved, they felt that killing monsters 3 levels higher was no longer just a pipe dream. They also felt that they could achieve the feats Shifeng had displayed in the past, similarly obtaining an effortless victory over a great number of players. After arriving at White River City, they immediately picked up the daily reputation quests. They then looked for an extremely good leveling spot, grinding there for a period. However, due to their equipment being slightly outdated, they decided to raid a dungeon to upgrade their equipment, making preparations to obtain the first clear of one of the level 10 large-scale team dungeons. Otherwise, a player from a measly third-rate guild wouldn't have surpassed them. Ignore him. Compared to levels, the first clear of a large-scale team dungeon is far more important. Moreover, after exceeding level 15, it won't matter, even if we manage to clear the hell mode of a level 10 large-scale team dungeon. Our equipment should be close to ready now, so let's start with obtaining the first clear of a level 10 party dungeon. When Gentle Snow noticed Lone Tyrant's name occupying the first position on the ranking list, a calm smile appeared on her pure and untainted complexion. Gentle Snow's team members revealed excited smiles when faced with Gentle Snow's decision. They could finally display their prowess for all to see. After all, they had all been experts in the past virtual reality games. Throughout this period, they had constantly strived and battled against high-level monsters. During their breaks, they would research the videos of experts, especially Shurfeng's battle footage. Although the video was short, it held great significance. The more they studied Shurfeng's battle, the more shocked they became. Unknowingly, their own battle techniques also began to improve madly. To put it another way, they had started to familiarize themselves with the realistic battle methods of God's domain. Simultaneously, they had also grasped a hold of their body's true strength. The hard mode of a team dungeon could not fully sate their thirst for growth. It was especially true after they familiarized themselves with their extraordinary condition. Right now, only Hell mode could truly excite them. Just like when they were in the Hell mode of Dark Moon Graveyard, they wished to experience the feeling of having every single cell within their bodies tremble. In the past, they believed that their trembling represented fear. In reality, however, that trembling resulted from the excitement that grew in their hearts. Meanwhile, the other large guilds were similarly shocked by the sudden appearance of Lone Tyrant, but quickly dismissed this matter from their minds. The average players, however, were astonished. This incident had allowed the apex third-rate guild, Dark Star, to firmly establish a foothold in White River City. Even the second-rate guild, the Assassin's Alliance, was a step behind them. None of the top 10 players on the ranking list belonged to the Assassin's Alliance. Contrary to expectations, the Assassin's Alliance had 3 members ranked within the top 30. One of them was the guild leader ranking 18th. The second person was Stabbing Heart, who ranked 26th. Finally, the Assassin's Alliance's top elementalist ranked at 29th. Yet, to the majority of the players within the White River City region, having such a rank was no different than having no rank at all. The fame of having such a rank was worlds apart from that of being in first place. Flame God's Cave. At this moment, Shurfeng had lured the level 25 High Lord ranked Scorching Lamia to a corner absent of any lava. Half of the Sayla's amazing prowess relied on the presence of lava. Hence, by luring her away from the lava, the raid difficulty of the Scorching Lamia instantly reduced by half. However, even with such a reduction, Sayla was still a High Lord-ranked boss. She was not something average players could afford to provoke. "Kneel before me and receive your punishment of flames." The Scorching Lamia's finger trembled, and suddenly, a whip of flames appeared from her finger. She then abruptly cracked her whip towards Shurfeng's skull. The flame whip transformed into a streak of flowing light as it swung towards Shurfeng's cranium. Queen's Whip. This was the melee skill that the Scorching Lamia often used. If an MT of the same level did not possess the Flaming Sun's blessing, this single whip could instantly kill him. In addition, this skill was a wide-range AoE skill, and it had a maximum attack range of 25 yards. If players wished to use the advantage of numbers to deal with the Scorching Lamia, they would quickly find themselves cremated by her whip. After all, even an MT could not block this attack, let alone the other fragile classes. Faced with the incoming flame whip, Shurfeng sprung himself into the air and threw himself to the ground. Although he easily avoided the flame whip, the whip's flaming trail still singed Shurfeng, dealing slightly over -70 damage. However, Shurfeng took this chance to pull quite a distance away from the Sayla. He then jumped and twisted his body in the air, throwing the blazing meteor at the Scorching Lamia. A red glow shot forth, accurately piercing the left arm that the Scorching Lamia was about to lift. The attack activated the rarely seen burning flames effect, immediately causing -754 damage and inflicting a negative status effect that caused -400 flame damage per second for 10 seconds. Simultaneously, the attack also interrupted the rhythm of the Scorching Lamia's next attack. "Despicable human! I will capture you and make you my pet!" Rage surfaced on the Sayla's beautiful face. Immediately, she swung her tail with all her might. Her speed abruptly soared, instantly shortening the distance between Shurfeng and herself. Almost. Shurfeng took a look at the surrounding environment, abruptly halting his steps. He then turned to face the Scorching Lamia, throwing a basic frost grenade at her. Hard, iron-like rocks surrounded their current location. Not a single drop of lava was visible. This terrain would greatly limit the scorching Lamia's most powerful skill, Queen's Rage. This skill allowed her to command the surrounding lava, transforming it into a wave that engulfed everything in its path. Even if Shifeng had 123 points of fire resistance, he still couldn't endure this fierce move. The Queen's Rage was the scorching Lamia's ultimate team wipe skill. Aside from the Queen's Rage, Shifeng also needed to be careful of the arrows from the scorching Snake Lady's bow, as this attack caused a combination of physical and flame damage. The Flaming Sun's blessing did not provide any physical damage reduction. Hence, Shifeng could, at most, take 2 hits from her arrows before saying goodbye to his life. Hence, he needed to treat them with care. Due to the frost grenade's effects, a layer of snow covered the black, charred land. Meanwhile, the scorching Lamia's tail had frozen to the ground. Her motions halted as a result. A hint of fury surfaced on her beautiful countenance. She raised her right hand, pointing a finger at Shifeng. Immediately, a large gathering of violent fire-type mana collected at her tender, jade-like finger. This was one of Sayla's skills, Flame Burst. Flame Burst had a 2-second cast time, and it was a continuous attack skill that caused extremely high fire-type damage to the target. Could practically instant-kill a top-tier MT with full HP, and even if that MT possessed the Flaming Sun's blessing, he would still receive a ton of damage. Watching the flames gathering at the scorching Lamia's fingertip grow more violent, Shifeng immediately activated Defensive Blade. His eyes focused on the ferocious flames, and the instant she launched her attack, Shifeng simultaneously attacked with the blazing meteor. He intended to interrupt, or at least delay, the scorching Lamia's assault. In God's domain, players could dodge spell attacks. However, they needed an accurate grasp on the timing of the attack. Otherwise, whether dodging a second too late or too early, the attack might land on its target. As casting spells would provide the caster with a lagging advantage, the caster could gain a clear grasp of their target's movements before launching their attacks. If players dodged before the spell released, they would become an easier target. Hence, the best time to dodge a spell was the moment the spell was released. However, once a spell discharged, it would travel to its target with blinding speed, making it extremely challenging to dodge. Of course, if players had very fast movement speeds, they could utilize that speed to their advantage, preventing the enemy caster from getting a firm lock on them. When faced with the High Lord-ranked Scorching Lamia, however, it was beneficial to have such thoughts. Shifeng sent attack after attack with the blazing meteor, causing a series of damages of -743, -1502, -751, and -749. Although the damages looked awesome at first glance to Sayla's 500,000 HP, they were just a drop in the bucket. The Scorching Lamia also had a frightening battle recovery, so in reality, Shifeng did not cause any significant damage to her at all. However, as he had triggered the knockback effect of the blazing meteor, Shifeng managed to interrupt the casting time of the Scorching Lamia's flame burst. "I will burn your soul with the flames of God." The Scorching Lamia's smile was imposing. At this moment, the tip of her jade-like finger suddenly shone with a dazzling light, illuminating the entire cave. The temperature within the cave also increased by several folds. The light on Sayla's finger was like a miniature sun. Suddenly, streak after streak of searing, white flames shot out from the Scorching Lamia's fingertip. One streak after another, the flames bombarded Shifeng like a heavy machine gun. The instant Sayla launched her flames, Shifeng used his evasive maneuvers. However, he was still a step too late. In the blink of an eye, one of the flames struck him, robbing the defensive blade of one of its limited charges. Although the first streak hit its target, Shifeng dodged both the second and third. The flames scraped past Shifeng's clothes, striking the rock wall behind him. Boom! Boom! The wall, which was normally as hard as steel, was as soft as water when struck by the white flames. Not to mention easily piercing through the rock wall, the flames even formed a 1-meter wide and 10-meter deep tunnel into the rock wall. What was even more shocking was that the tunnel seemed polished. The walls of the tunnel were smooth and sparkling, giving it a metallic sheen. This was the result of those molten white flames. If Shifeng had not used the defensive blade to block that attack, he would have evaporated out of existence. Although this was not the first time Shifeng had encountered this attack, he would still feel his heart skip a beat each time he witnessed this frightening power. This was the strength of a High Lord. A battle with a High Lord-ranked boss was no ordinary battle. Instead, it was a superhuman battle that could cause the destruction and reformation of the surrounding terrain. When the bombardment ended, Shifeng had exhausted the remaining charges on the defensive blade. However, the scorching Lamia had halted her steps for quite a while now. Due to Shifeng constantly throwing frost grenades at her, Sayla could only take out her bow and attacked with her fire arrows. Compared to the flame burst, these fire arrows were much easier to dodge. Shifeng managed to attack with the blazing meteor while simultaneously dodging the fire arrows, steadily depleting the scorching Lamia's HP. However, Sayla was no fool. She too knew how to dodge. Only, due to her frozen body, very rarely did she manage to dodge or block against an attack. 98%, 95%, 93%, 91%, over an hour had passed and Shifeng didn't even know how many times he had thrown the blazing meteor. In the meantime, the scorching Lamia's HP gradually decreased, finally reaching 80%. During this time, the scorching Lamia had cast up to 9 flame bursts and Queen's whips, but Shifeng defended against all of them with either defensive blade or parry. At one point, a flame burst nearly killed Shifeng. Fortunately, he quickly used an intermediate recovery potion, replenishing much of his missing HP. Although constantly attacking and dodging made the battle seem tedious, it would still be extremely worthwhile if such a tedious task allowed Shifeng to kill a High Lord-ranked boss. A High Lord-ranked boss's drops were normally bountiful, and at the very minimum it would drop a fine gold-ranked item. There was even the possibility of dropping several dark gold-ranked items. Fine gold rank or dark gold rank. Players at this stage of the game could only dream of possessing either. Not to mention, before Shifeng had even reached level 25, he already had a reliable source for level 25 equipment. After landing attack after attack on the scorching Lamia, the burning flames effect had stacked up to 5 times, causing Sayla to lose 2000 HP per second. The damage was just right to combat the scorching Lamia's battle recovery. Suddenly, the scorching Lamia's HP started rapidly decreasing. After another 2 hours, the scorching Lamia's HP fell to 23%. If Shifeng continued with this pace, the battle would conclude in, at most, 1 hour. At that thought, Shifeng's hands moved faster as he further increased his attack rate. At this moment, Shifeng's system communication suddenly rang. The caller was stabbing heart of the Assassin's Alliance. By now, Shifeng had already gotten used to dodging Sayla's attacks after repeating the process so many times. Since he had nothing better to do, he accepted the call. "Brother Yifeng, I wonder if I can request your help on a matter?" Stabbing Heart spoke without adding any unnecessary flattery, getting right to the point. However, he immediately felt surprised by his own actions in suddenly seeking Shifeng's help. After all, an expert's time was extremely valuable. Not to mention, the competition in White River City right now was far more intense than the competition in Red Leaf City in the past. After all, when all was said and done, Red Leaf Town only had a player base 20,000 to 30,000 in the past. Meanwhile, White River City had over 1 million players right now. Adding to the fact that plenty of experts had gathered at White River City, the intensity of the competition there had increased by several times. "Help? I wonder what Brother Stabbing Heart needs me to do," Shifeng asked. "It's like this. I wish to invite you to raid a team dungeon with us. If we have the help of an expert like Brother Yifeng, we will have a very high possibility of clearing the dungeon." Stabbing Heart was clearly embarrassed for asking. "Which team dungeon is it? Don't tell me that you're looking at one of the 3 level 10 large-scale dungeons." Shifeng was slightly astonished. He did not think that Stabbing Heart would look to him for help with a dungeon. Regarding the 3 large-scale dungeons, Shifeng had no intentions of involving himself with them. After all, it would have a huge impact on the course of history. His first clear of Dark Moon Graveyard had already affected the progression of history. If he helped the Assassin's Alliance obtain the first clear of a large-scale team dungeon, God knew if something out of his control would happen in the future. Large-scale team dungeons were worlds apart from normal team dungeons. Their difficulty was directly increased by 2 to 3 levels. Even if Sherfong gave his help with the current state of the Assassin's Alliance, they could not even clear the normal mode of the dungeon. Sherfong did not want this timeline to develop out of his control. If Stabbing Heart really wanted to raid one of the 3 great dungeons, he could only sternly refuse. Stabbing Heart shook his head, faintly exclaiming, "It isn't one of the 3 great dungeons. It is just one of the 20-man team dungeons, the Beastman Munition Factory. That is a level 10 to level 13 team dungeon, and the equipment dropped there would be of great help to us when we raid the 3 large-scale dungeons. Although we've already cleared the normal mode of that dungeon, the hard mode is simply too difficult. We have been stuck at the first boss all this time, so we wish to seek your aid." Sherfang's heart was slightly moved when he heard of the words, Beastman Munition Factory. That dungeon did indeed possess a lot of valuable items, especially the basic fire resistance potion recipe and the level 10 swordsman set equipment, wind extinguisher. It would not be a bad idea to make a trip there for these items. "Fine, but I have a demand," Sherfong said. "Brother Yifeng, there is no need to hold back." Stabbing Heart released a sigh of relief after hearing Sherfang's agreement. He was deeply afraid that Sherfang would refuse. "I want all the recipes and forging designs we obtain from the dungeon. In addition, I want priority over all swordsman equipment. If you can agree to these conditions, I will have no problem offering my assistance." Sherfang listed his demands. Stabbing Heart carefully considered Sherfang's words. If he were the one leading the team this time, he wouldn't hesitate to agree to Sherfang's demands. However, the leader of the team this time was the guild leader of the Assassin's Alliance, Cruel Sword. So, Stabbing Heart had no authority to make this decision. "Brother Yifeng, I have to consult with the guild leader about this matter. Can I give you a reply sometime later?" Stabbing Heart said with less confidence. "Sure." In any case, Sherfong was not in a hurry. There was still some time before he could kill the scorching lamia. After Stabbing Heart disconnected the call, he immediately went up to the guild leader, Cruel Sword. Cruel Sword was currently a short distance away, clearing the monsters in the dungeon. Based on appearance alone, Cruel Sword looked very young, and his tall and robust body seemed full of energy. In actuality, he was already 39 years old. Normally, he wore a stern expression, and he would always look at others with an intimidating and penetrating gaze. His ferocious appearance was just like that of a warrior about to enter a battlefield. In fact, Cruel Sword was a mercenary in reality. However, he had long since retired from his squad. After his retirement, he joined the then-weak Assassin's Alliance, and after enduring over 10 years of hardships, he finally managed to turn the Assassin's Alliance into an apex second-rate guild, gaining plenty of support and sponsors from large corporations. "How did your negotiations with him go?" Cruel Sword turned his head and glanced at Stabbing Heart, asking sternly. Previously, the Assassin's Alliance had been stuck at the first boss of the hard-mode Beastman Munition Factory. Hence, Stabbing Heart suggested recruiting a god-ranked expert to help them. However, Cruel Sword felt that it was beneath him to do such a thing. What god-ranked expert? Everyone's just blindly overestimating him. If it weren't for the fact that Stabbing Heart had performed extremely well in recent days and been promoted to an elder of the guild, Cruel Sword would not have let Stabbing Heart contact Sherfong at all. He agrees to come, but he has a demand. He wants all of the swordsman equipment and the forging designs and recipes that drop. Stabbing Heart carefully said, "However, I feel that Yifeng is worth this price. After all, even the snow goddess greatly valued his performance." After listening to these words, Cruel Sword's coarse eyebrows furrowed. He clearly felt dissatisfied about Sherfang's demands. "Boss Cruel Sword, Yifeng is truly powerful. Without Sherfang, the snow goddess, Gentle Snow, might not have even obtained the first clear of the Dark Moon Graveyard." Stabbing Heart hurriedly said, "Gentle Snow, is it?" Cruel Sword's resolve slightly wavered after hearing this name. Just half an hour ago, Gentle Snow had shocked all players throughout the entire White River City region, Cruel Blade included. Gentle Snow had taken down the first clear of 4 level 10 party dungeons and 2 level 10 small-scale team dungeons. Moreover, it wasn't the first clear of hard mode, but the first clear of hell mode. Simultaneously, her achievements signified the gap between her and the other guilds growing even larger. Moreover, Cruel Sword received information that Gentle Snow had already begun raiding the hell mode of a 20-man team dungeon. If Gentle Snow really succeeded, she would no longer occupy the same playing field as the other guilds within the White River City region. It seems that Yi Feng indeed has some capabilities. Since that is the case, agree to his demands. Cruel Sword was very curious about Shifeng now. He wondered if Shifeng was truly as strong as Stabbing Heart described him. In truth, Cruel Sword did not want any outsiders participating in the guild's expedition. However, the Assassin's Alliance's position in White River City was becoming more insignificant as time passed. Ignoring the first-rate guild Ouroboros, even the third-rate guild Darkstar would soon surpass them. The severity of this matter further increased due to the sudden appearance of that lone tyrant, who occupied the first position on the ranking list. Darkstar then continued to successfully raid the hard mode of 2 small-scale team dungeons, greatly increasing their fame and surpassing the other guilds. On the other hand, aside from obtaining the first clear of several normal mode dungeons, the Assassin's Alliance had yet to even obtain the first clear of a single hard mode dungeon. Hence, Cruel Sword had personally organized an elite team to raid the Beastman munition factory. He intended to take this chance to obtain the first clear of a hard mode dungeon, increasing the guild's influence in White River City and ending the gossip of Assassin's Alliance's inferiority to Darkstar. Hearing Cruel Sword's command, Stabbing Heart immediately contacted Shifeng, excited. Brother Yifeng, our guild leader has agreed to your demands. I wonder if you can come here immediately, Stabbing Heart asked. At this moment, Shifeng still battled the scorching lamia, so how could he possibly leave now? Making a rough estimate, he said, I still have some matters to attend to right now. I'll need around 2 hours before I can hurry over. All right. Then let's meet up at the entrance of the Beastman munition factory in 2 hours. Although Stabbing Heart wanted Shifeng to arrive as soon as possible, Stabbing Heart did not dare insist on the matter since Shifeng had his own matters to attend. After all, it was already stunning that Shifeng would willingly help them out. All right, I'll be there in 2 hours. Shifeng disconnected the call, resuming his barrage of attacks on Sayla, just after the scorching lamia's HP fell below 20%. A change suddenly overcame her previously beautiful appearance. Crimson-red sacred runes suddenly appeared on her jade-white skin, releasing a frightening magic power. Moreover, her red gemstone-like eyes released a brilliant white light. Immediately, the flame god's cave trembled. Cracks appeared on the ground, and very quickly, these cracks widened into large fissures that spewed molten magma. The lava formed a river as it moved and spread throughout the ground. This was the scorching lamia's strongest skill. Queen's Rage. Fortunately, Shifeng had long since lured Sayla to this location. Otherwise, the lava that spewed from the ground would not be limited to a single river. It would form a great ocean that could instantly turn tens of thousands of players into ashes, becoming fertilizer for this great piece of land. Immediately, Shifeng activated gravity liberation. He jumped up into the air, and like a cannonball, he shot forth towards a rock wall some 10 meters away, successfully avoiding the incoming surge of lava. Approximately half a minute passed before the lava fully receded. However, the land was still dyed a crimson red, releasing piping hot steam into the air and the surrounding environment. If an average player set foot on this land, they would lose at least 500 HP every second in the best-case scenario. However, Shifeng was different. He had 123 points in fire resistance, so he could completely ignore the ground's high temperature. After he landed, he immediately resumed his attacks on the scorching lamia. It was extremely exhausting for Sayla to cast Queen's Rage. So, after using the skill, she would enter a period of weakness. During this period, she would not have any attack power remaining, and it was the best time for Shifeng to kill her. If Shifeng waited for the land to recover its normal state, the scorching lamia would have also recovered from her weakened state. In addition, her HP would also recover to 30% or above. The scorching lamia in a weakened state stood no chance against Surefong. The blazing meteor caused over -1,500 damage to Sayla with every strike, with the occasional critical hit causing over -3,000 damage. 18%, 16%, 14%, 12%. By the time the scorching lamia had broken away from her weakened state, she only had 10% of her HP remaining. In the end, the scorching lamia entered a berserk state and her damage increased by several folds. However, with Surefeng's frost grenades controlling her movements from beginning to end, Sayla could not display her frightening might in melee combat at all. After another 10 minutes or so, the scorching lamia released a blood-curdling scream as her body fell to the ground. Instantly, Surefeng's level increased by 1, reaching 17% of level 16. The bountiful EXP even shocked Surefeng. Surefeng then heard the sound of an explosion, and a large amount of flame crystals, equipment, and items appeared in place of the scorching lamia's body. It really is great to have the Shadow's blessing. Surefeng's eyes slightly twitched as he looked at the shining loot scattered across the ground. It was the first time he truly felt fortunate about the 3 points of luck. It seems that I should get more equipment that increases the luck attribute in the future. I can use it specifically when killing bosses. If he obtained jackpots similar to the scorching lamias as well, accumulating wealth would be a very simple task. In God's domain, the term jackpot only applied to boss monsters, since bosses would give out more loot than usual. Normally, the number of items dropped was double or triple the usual amount, and players looked forward to such situations the most. Unfortunately, aside from obtaining the first clear of a dungeon, the chances of a boss dropping a jackpot were abysmally low. Depending on a player's luck attribute, the chances of obtaining a jackpot would also increase. However, Surefeng did not know the exact value each point of luck provided. He only knew that the higher the luck, the greater were the chances of obtaining a jackpot. If Surefeng's luck increased to 10 points, he might obtain another jackpot if he killed a High Lord-ranked boss in the future. To players, nothing was more exciting than obtaining even more high-level equipment and items. As this was the Flame God's Cave, the Scorching Lamia's jackpot was extremely valuable. It was much more beneficial than killing 2 to 3 High Lord-ranked bosses. This is ridiculous. Just a single Scorching Lamia dropped close to half of my previous harvest of flame crystals. Surefeng was immediately shocked after he collected and arranged all the loot. Previously, he had only obtained a total of 223 flame crystals from killing many level 25 common, elite, and special elite monsters. Yet, the Scorching Lamia gave him 102 crystals. If converted to gold coins, that amount would be worth 15 gold, 30 silvers. Moreover, this was only the price of the flame crystals. Compared to the flame crystals, the equipment and forging designs dropped were much more valuable. Aren't these the flame boots? Surefeng noticed a flame-red-colored, delicate pair of boots. There were 3 gorgeous flame crystals embedded into each side, giving the boots a dazzling appearance. Flame boots, plate boots, dark gold rank, level 25, defense plus 175, strength plus 21, agility plus 30, endurance plus 15, movement speed plus 8, fire resistance plus 5, additional skill dash, flame rush, increases movement speed by 100% for 10 seconds, cooldown, 2 minutes. Just the value of this piece of equipment exceeded 20 gold. In addition, Sayla also dropped a dark gold ranked shield. Light of Day, shield, dark gold rank, level 25, equipment requirement, strength 130, defense plus 665, block rate 41%, defend skill level plus 2, strength plus 34, agility plus 10, endurance plus 32, maximum HP plus 15%, additional passive skill dash, Guardian Heart, reduces incoming damage from the front by 20%. In addition, all damage received reduced by 10%. Not to mention a shield, equipment meant for MTs was usually abnormally expensive. Moreover, the attributes of this shield were extremely beneficial. If sold, its minimum price would be at least 40 gold. Aside from those 2 dark gold ranked items, there were 7 secret silver ranked items. 3 of them were level 25 mage equipment, 2 were level 25 healer equipment, 1 was level 25 leather armor, and the last was a level 25 two-handed axe. Every piece could sell for at least 3 gold coins. Meanwhile, the most precious of them all was the Raging Flames armor forging design. This was also Shifeng's first time seeing this item. Shifeng was immediately stunned when he read the introduction of this forging design. The Raging Flames armor was a level 25 secret silver ranked plate armor. Although its base attributes were ordinary, it was a very valuable item. It specifically catered to MTs when dealing with fire-type monsters. One could say that the Raging Flames armor was the best level 25 secret silver ranked breastplate. If utilized properly, the value of this forging design could exceed 100 gold. However, flame crystals were necessary to craft the Raging Flames armor. In addition, it also needed a rare secret silver ranked ore, resulting in a high manufacturing cost. However, it would be greatly desired once forged. In particular, when it was used in the level 25 large-scale team dungeon, Flame's Nest, it would be frighteningly effective. The Raging Flames breastplate gave 8 points of fire resistance and reduced the user's flame damage received by 20%. No other secret silver equipment could compare to this effect. Aside from the equipment, there was also a flame red-colored skill book. The words Flame Burst decorated the cover. This was the same skill the Scorching Lamia had used on Shifeng. Shifeng had personally witnessed this attack and knew full well the frightening might of that skill. Yet, such a skill was unexpectedly a universal skill that any class could learn. Without hesitation, Shifeng chose to learn the skill. He then called out the skill interface. Flame Burst Level 1 requires 100,000 EXP to upgrade to Level 2. Channeling time 2 seconds, gathers the power of flames to a single point and causes 300% damage to the target. Attack count 4 times, cooldown 5 minutes. Compared to other skills that required skill proficiency to level up, Flame Burst belonged to the special skills category. Instead of skill proficiency, it required EXP to level up. Shifeng greatly admired Sayla's Flame Burst. If he could possess a similar might to the Scorching Lamia when he used the Flame Burst, he needed only a single move to instant-kill a player of the same level. Just the thought of achieving such a feat invigorated him. However, the skill level was too low right now. It could not achieve such an effect in all. Since his level was relatively high right now and his leveling speed was also very fast, Shifeng did not feel much heartache towards such a small amount of EXP. Hence, he immediately supplied 100,000 EXP to the skill, upgrading it up to level 2. The Flame Burst's damage increased to 350%, while the attack count remained unchanged. There was also no change to its cooldown. This time, 300,000 EXP was needed to upgrade the skill to level 3. However, Shifeng chose to upgrade it without hesitation. He needed several million EXP just to level up now, so 300,000 was not a significant amount. Instantly, Shifeng fell back down to level 15. The damage of the level 3 Flame Burst increased to 380%, while its attack count increased to 5 times, and cooldown decreased to 4 minutes 30 seconds. This was a more noticeable improvement. Meanwhile, it now required 800,000 EXP to upgrade to level 4. Yet, Shifeng still chose to upgrade it. The damage of the skill increased to 400%. Attack count remained at 5 times, and cooldown decreased to 4 minutes. The skill needed 2 million EXP to upgrade to level 5 this time. Shifeng similarly upgraded it to level 5 without hesitation. The damage of Flame Burst increased to 420%. Attack count increased to 6 times, and cooldown decreased to 3 minutes 30 seconds. As a result of such a huge increase, however, Shifeng had fallen to level 14. If he wanted to upgrade the skill to level 6, he needed to supply 4 million EXP. Even if he dropped back down to level 0, he could not raise Flame Burst to level 6. It seems that I can only wait until after level 20 before upgrading the Flame Burst again. Shifeng felt it was unfortunate. However, a level 5 Flame Burst was sufficiently amazing already. It was certainly a very useful trump card. Shifeng had spent quite a sum of money on his trip to the Flame God's Cave this time. Not to mention using more than 2 stacks of basic frost grenades, he also used the Flaming Sun scripture. However, with such an astonishing harvest, The losses he incurred were negligible. There's still some time left. I'll get some rest before heading to the Beastman munition factory. Feng called out the system clock, discovering that he still had some time before the appointed time. Seizing this chance, he could get some repairs done to his equipment and store his loot into the bank. He would return to the Flame God's Cave again in the future when he had the time. The boss of the Flame God's Cave had a respawn time of 2 days. In other words, Feng would return to the Flame God's Cave to kill its boss once every 2 days. Not only could he level up quickly by doing so, but he could also obtain plenty of high-level equipment. This place was sacred ground for players. It was no wonder the ranger, who was the first person to discover this place, made a huge earning. Outside of the Beastman munition factory, Cruel Blade and the others had already gathered at the dungeon's entrance. They currently discussed their strategy to raid the dungeon. During the time they spent waiting for Feng, they challenged the dungeon twice more. However, the end result was still the same. Obtaining the first clear of a hard mode team dungeon was much more difficult than they had imagined. Although they had managed to clear the hard mode of a 10-man team dungeon, some other guild was already a step ahead of them by the time they cleared it. Right now, only the first clears of 20-man hard mode team dungeons were available. However, the hard mode of a 20-man team dungeon was obviously more difficult compared to a 10-man team dungeon. No matter how much thought they put into it, they could not come up with any methods to clear the dungeon. They could only wait for Feng's arrival at the dungeon's entrance. This was also a good chance for the team to get some rest. Although Stabbing Heart had continuously recommended Feng, Cruel Blade did not place much hope in him. After all, the Assassin's Alliance was an apex second-rate guild. Experts were a dime a dozen within the guild. Meanwhile, they had gathered 20 experts to raid the Beastman munition factory, but they still died under the first boss feat. What difference would an additional, independent player with good techniques make? Guild leader, someone's coming. One of the guild's scouting assassins suddenly spoke in the team chat. Hearing that someone approached, Stabbing Heart thought that it was Feng. Hence, he turned his gaze towards the entrance. However, the person walking over was not Feng at all. Moreover, it was not just a single player but a group of players. This was a 20-man team. The members of this team all wore impressive equipment. Practically all of them wore a mix of bronze and mysterious iron equipment, with the majority being mysterious iron equipment. There were also a few players among them wearing level 10 class-specific set equipment that only dropped from level 10 team dungeons. Although they were only individual pieces at this stage of the game, they were definitely considered top-tier equipment to guilds. The leader of this team was a guardian knight. Judging by appearances, the man looked to be around 25 years of age. There was a nasty smile on the man's face. The man wore a mix of red and white-colored heavy armor and carried a blood-red cross shield and long sword. It can't be, right? That shield warrior has the complete Bloody Brilliance set equipment. That's a level 10 mysterious iron set equipment. The glow from his shield and long sword show that they are both of secret silver rank. How come I have never seen such equipment before? The members of Assassin's Alliance started a quiet discussion when they saw the leading Guardian Knight. The Bloody Brilliance set equipment could only be obtained from level 10 hard mode team dungeons. The fact that this group of newcomers had gathered a full set displayed just how powerful their team was. They seemed to be players from Dark Star. Making a careful observation, Stabbing Heart suddenly discovered that the guild emblem these players donned belonged to that of the guild, Dark Star. He then observed the leading Guardian Knight, suddenly exclaiming in shock, "He's Dark Star's lone tyrant." Cruel Sword's complexion immediately turned grim at these words. Lone Tyrant of Dark Star was currently number 1 on the ranking list. In addition, Dark Star had also managed to obtain the first clear of 2 hard mode dungeons. Due to the contribution of these 2 factors, Dark Star was already like the sun at high noon, and they were currently in their heyday. Cruel Sword did not think that Dark Star would make their move so soon. They were already attempting to raid a 20-man team dungeon. If they really obtained the first clear of a 20-man team dungeon, the Assassin's Alliance would truly be in an embarrassing position in White River City. After all, due to obtaining the luxury guidebook of White River City in advance, the Assassin's Alliance had made ample preparations before entering the city itself. As a result, They enjoyed a flourishing period after they entered White River City. Many players even thought that the Assassin's Alliance had the possibility to surpass the first-rate guilds. Hence, now that Dark Star was on the rise, players would naturally compare the Assassin's Alliance and Dark Star, resulting in the Assassin's Alliance's status in White River City becoming very awkward. Oh, isn't this the guild leader of the Assassin's Alliance? What a coincidence! Lone Tyrant laughed as he spoke to Cruel Sword. Unfortunately, you guys have simply wasted your time by coming here, as the first clear of the hard-mode Beastman munition factory already belongs to Dark Star. The other members of Dark Star similarly revealed disdainful smiles as they looked at the members of the Assassin's Alliance. Currently, throughout the White River City region, Dark Star's influence surpassed that of the Assassin's Alliance. Moreover, Dark Star had a much shorter history than the Assassin's Alliance. The Assassin's Alliance's current success lay in the fact that they had a long-established history, so the benefits they provided to their guild members were slightly better. However, Dark Star would definitely surpass the Assassin's Alliance in the future. We'll see about that. Cruel Sword ignored Lone Tyrant's provocation, only coldly replying with a single sentence. Only by personally experiencing it would one understand the difficulty of a 20-man hard-mode dungeon. It would be meaningless to argue with a little bastard over who would obtain the first clear of a hard-mode dungeon. When Lone Tyrant saw that his provocation had failed, he quickly lost interest and turned to leave. At this moment, a deep and low voice resounded by everyone's ears. "Sorry, I'm late." The person speaking was precisely Sherfong. As he had to repair his equipment, store his items in the bank, and register more hard stones on the auction house, he had wasted quite a lot of time before coming here. "Brother Yifeng, you're finally here." Stabbing Heart, who was originally enraged due to Lone Tyrant's provocation, immediately cheered up when he noticed Sherfeng's arrival. He hurriedly went up and welcomed Sherfeng. Meanwhile, this was the first time Cruel Sword had personally met Sherfeng. He discovered that Sherfeng still used a complete bronze set equipment. Sherfeng's level and the quality of his other equipment were also indiscernible. Moreover, looking at Sherfeng's age and appearance, he was obviously just an immature youth. He did not possess the sharp temperament of a top-tier expert at all. However, he had obtained the first clear of the Hell Mode Dark Moon Graveyard with Gentle Snow. Coupling that with the widespread battle footage from before and the fact that Sherfeng was the first player to enter White River City, Sherfeng should possess some real skills. However, they were not here to fight other players in the dungeon. Although Sherfeng had impressive combat capabilities, one could not clear a dungeon by depending on combat capabilities alone. Hence, Cruel Sword did not look favorably upon Sherfeng. Ha 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 ha. What a joke. So even the famous Assassin's Alliance has to invite someone to raid a team dungeon. Moreover, you've even invited an independent player. It seems that the Assassin's Alliance only amounts to this much. To think that I've always thought of the Assassin's Alliance as an actual opponent, I was truly blind. Lone Tyrant looked at Sherfeng, then turned to look at Cruel Sword again before involuntarily laughing. "You!" Stabbing Heart wanted to flare up in rage. However, he had no counter to Lone Tyrant's words. After all, what he said was true. The other Assassin's Alliance members had also lowered their heads in shame. At this moment, their hearts harbored dissatisfaction towards Stabbing Heart. They were already disappointed with Stabbing Heart's previous decision of inviting Sherfeng, so the humiliating situation now only made it worse. Yet, although they wished they could immediately chase Sherfeng away, they dared not voice their opinions. After making fun of the Assassin's Alliance, Lone Tyrant's gaze shifted towards Sherfeng. Pretending to be surprised, he sneered and said, "And here I thought the Assassin's Alliance had invited some amazing person. Isn't this Yifeng, the first player to enter White River City and the previous first place on the ranking list? I am truly sorry about this. I never imagined that you would be so easy to surpass. So I accidentally snatched away your first position." "Oh, that's not right. Why can't I find your name within the top 100 of the ranking list?" It seems that there is a limit to a person's good luck. Without any real strength, one would quickly be surpassed by others. Isn't that right, little brother Yifeng? Although Lone Tyrant could not see Sherfeng's current level, He did not think that Shurfeng was anything amazing. Otherwise, why would he choose not to display his level? There was only one possibility for such an action, and it was because he was too shameful to show his level. Shurfeng was clearly the first player to enter White River City, yet a majority of players surpassed him in levels. So it was very logical that he would choose to hide his level in shame. Brother Yifeng, let's just ignore him and enter the dungeon. Afraid that Shurfeng would grow angry and leave, Stabbing Heart hurriedly dragged Shurfeng away from the players of Dark Star. The players within the White River City region have constantly used the Assassin's Alliance as a comparison to Dark Star. Previously, I had felt proud of this matter, but now, I can only feel embarrassment. Please don't associate Dark Star with you all anymore in the future. We really can't bear this sort of shame. Lone Tyrant did not care much about an expert who was already past his prime. He shifted his gaze once more to Cruel Sword, mocking him. An Apex second-rate guild? Pah! They aren't even comparable to a third-rate guild. The Assassin's Alliance has truly declined. If I were them, I would have long since killed myself to avoid the embarrassment. They have actually allowed a lucky noob to join their team. Did they think that, by doing so, they could obtain the first clear of the hard-mode Beastman munition factory? Who are they trying to kid? How could you say such a thing? This is known as birds of a feather flocking together. A trash of a guild would naturally seek out a trash player to aid them. If this situation happened in our guild, we would have long since expelled such noobs from the guild. Allowing such trash to join our team would definitely lower our intelligence and strength. Hey, you've got that wrong. In reality, the Assassin's Alliance is so powerful that they are not afraid of having a noob as a team member. They could still clear the hard-mode Beastman munition factory with no problems, even with such a member on their team. This is definitely something Dark Star can't dream of comparing with. The relationship between Dark Star and the Assassin's Alliance had long since been similar to that of fire and water. Now that there was such a good opportunity, the members of Dark Star took this chance to ridicule the Assassin's Alliance. Immediately, the atmosphere on the Assassin's Alliance's side became abnormally depressing. The players from the Assassin's Alliance all resentfully glared at Stabbing Heart. Contrary to expectations, however, Stabbing Heart did not feel any heartache due to these hateful gazes. Instead, he felt apologetic to Shurfeng. Originally, Dark Star merely directed its ridicule at the Assassin's Alliance. Now, even Shurfeng had been dragged into this matter. At this moment, Shurfeng could no longer stomach this situation. If the situation continued, they would have no chances of raiding the dungeon, and he did not wish to lose the opportunity. After all, he planned to obtain the wind extinguisher set equipment and basic fire resistance potion recipe from this trip. He did not wish to see Dark Star spoil this opportunity. Having no better choice, Shurfeng stood out from the crowd. With pupils as deep as black holes, he gazed at Lone Tyrant. He then calmly said with a smile, "I'm very curious about something. If the nobodies that you've looked down on suddenly obtain the first clear of the hard-mode Beast munition factory a step ahead of you, then what would you all amount to?" Shurfeng's words struck Lone Tyrant and the others. Immediately, the atmosphere became incomparably tense. Neither side spoke a single word, and both sides stood on the cusp of lashing out right now. However, nobody intended to make the first move. After all, everyone present understood that, if they took action right now, it would lead to an all-out war between the two guilds. Regardless of who won and who lost in this confrontation, both sides would take heavy losses. Hence, be it Cruel Sword or Lone Tyrant, neither wished for such a situation to occur. As both sides could no longer endure the stifling atmosphere, getting the hard modes first clear ahead of us? With trash like you? Lone Tyrant's complexion abruptly turned cold. With a ridiculing smile, he spoke with contempt. "Good, very good. Let everyone see the truth. Then, I really want to see if your strength is as good as that mouth of yours." After he finished speaking, Lone Tyrant led his team into the Beastman munition factory. Moreover, they chose to immediately start with the dungeon's hard mode without warm-up or preparation. They clearly wished to prove to Shurfeng and the Assassin's Alliance just how wide the difference between them was. Why are they trying to act so bold? They will suffer defeat when the time comes. Stabbing Heart curled his lips, revealing a cold smile. Without personally experiencing the 20-man hard-mode Beastman munition factory, one could not truly gauge the difficulty of the dungeon. Otherwise, they would not have sought Shurfeng's help. They had only chosen this method as a last resort. After all, the Assassin's Alliance was in a precarious position right now, and they were in dire need of a breakthrough. Hence, they had to obtain the first clear of a hard-mode dungeon. That's right. Darkstar is nothing. They'll cry with regret once they enter the dungeon. Guild leader. Let's hurry and enter. We must teach those bastards from Darkstar the strength of the Assassin's Alliance. That's right. Guild leader. We must get the first clear this time. The players from the Assassin's Alliance wiped away their depression from before. They all cracked their knuckles as their thirst for battle grew. Shurfeng remained silent as he listened to everyone's enthusiasm with a faint smile on his face. However, due to Shurfeng's actions, the guild leader of the Assassin's Alliance, Cruel Blade, viewed Shurfeng in a new light. Cruel Blade considered that Shurfeng might not just be all talk. Due to Shurfeng's provocation, the team's originally downcast mood underwent a complete change. Right now, everyone was indignant over the injustice they had received rather than depressed, and they immediately wanted to charge into the dungeon and slaughter the boss within. They wanted to obtain the first clear of the hard mode dungeon, letting the players from Darkstar witness their might. However, Shurfeng did not give much thought to Cruel Sword's renewed opinion of him. After all, he had been a guild leader in his previous life as well. If one wanted to increase the unity of a team, they only needed one thing. They needed an enemy. In fact, Lone Tyrant was already an enemy of the Assassin's Alliance. Shurfeng merely poured some oil on the already burning fire, further raising their fighting spirits. Naturally, high fighting spirits were only a mental boost, and it would not help the Assassin's Alliance to clear the dungeon. If the Assassin's Alliance wanted to clear the hard mode team dungeon, they still needed some other key elements. However, Shurfeng did not reveal this fact. He merely quietly joined the Assassin's Alliance's team, entering the Beast Munition Factory with Cruel Sword and the others. The Beast Munition Factory was a dilapidated weapon manufacturing factory. Hence, the terrain inside the dungeon was not particularly complicated. Players only needed to walk down a single path to reach the boss. There were a total of 3 bosses throughout the dungeon. Although the number was low, each boss was extremely powerful. In 20-man hard-mode team dungeons, the bosses were all high chieftain rank. Every one of them had powerful skills, and it was a normal occurrence for these bosses to instant-kill an MT. If a team were not familiar with these bosses' skills, failing to grasp the timing of their attacks fully, it would not be strange for a team to team wipe over 10 times. In comparison to these bosses, however, players would have a much easier time clearing the elite monsters within the dungeon. I think that everyone should know what to do by now. However, since this is Brother Yifeng's first time entering this dungeon, I'll give you a short explanation on what you should expect later on. Your task is to go all out, dealing damage, while simultaneously evading the skills of the elite monsters. On another note, the monsters here have very high attack power, and they deal a ton of damage even to the MTs. Moreover, these monsters are immune to crowd control skills. Hence, healers will be under a lot of pressure. They will have no time to heal anyone other than the MT, so you need to be careful not to pull aggro, Cruel Sword explained patiently. Alright, that's it for my explanation. Let's first use the 4 elite monsters guarding at the entrance as practice for our coordination. Finished speaking, Cruel Sword directed 2 of the team's MT to charge at the 4 axe-wielding level 10 elite Beastman warriors. Beastman warrior, elite rank, level 10, HP 50, 000/50, 000. As this was a dungeon, the monsters in here had both their HP and attack power greatly increased. They were much stronger compared to the level 10 elite monsters out in the fields. One of the 2 MTs was a shield warrior, while the other was a guardian knight. Each of them held the 2 monsters aggro. However, when Shurfeng saw the damage these 2 MTs dealt to the monsters, he was immediately stunned. A normal attack from the shield warrior only dealt -32 damage to the Beastman warriors. When the shield warrior used heroic strike, he only dealt minus 66 damage. Meanwhile, the Guardian Knight fared even worse than the Shield Warrior. The Guardian Knight's normal attack only dealt minus 24 damage, while his Divine Strike only dealt minus 51 damage. Both of these MTs were level 10 players, and both of them wielded mysterious iron weapons. Even if it were a one-handed weapon, when faced with an elite monster of the same level, it should not deal such little damage. Thus, Shifeng was shocked by this sight he witnessed. Although the two MTs took care to evade the attacks of the monsters, they were very clumsy. As a result, the number of attacks they received exceeded the number of times they dodged. Moreover, each time they received an attack, they needed to retreat a few steps before they could stabilize themselves. The only fortunate thing was that the damage they received was not high. They received around minus 300 damage from each attack. Meanwhile, each MT possessed around 2,400 HP. With two monsters attacking each MT simultaneously, each MT received a rough total of minus 600 damage, a quarter of their total HP. This situation resulted in the healers suffering. However, Shifeng was similarly shocked when he discovered that both MTs possessed around 2,400 HP. What the heck? Isn't their HP a little too high? They both couldn't have only added their free attribute points into endurance, completely ignoring strength and agility, right? However, this was the only explanation that made sense. It explained why, even though both MTs were clearly gaming experts, they required so much effort just to dodge an attack and why their damages were so pitiful. In contrast, a level 10 assassin, who similarly used a one-handed weapon, could deal over minus 100 damage to an elite monster like the Beastman Warrior. They could even deal over minus 200 damage if they used a skill. The MT's strength was just abysmal. Their agility was similarly too low, preventing them from dodging attacks that they could have clearly evaded. It was obvious that the players of the Assassin's Alliance have yet to adapt to the battle methods of God's domain. They clearly possessed plenty of expert players, yet they were unable to exhibit their full potential. It was no wonder the Assassin's Alliance became an obscure existence during the early stages of the game. Only after half a year had passed since God's Domain's launch did they gain some achievements. If the Assassin's Alliance battled the boss of the Beastman munition factory like so, Shifeng would be surprised if they didn't team wipe. It was truly a wonder as to how they managed to clear a 10-man hard mode team dungeon. I wish to say something. Is that all right? Shifeng looked at Cruel Sword, asking softly. Although the Assassin's Alliance now possessed Lone Tyrant as a great enemy, the members of the team still had negative opinions of Shifeng. They only kept their mouths shut due to his relationship with Stabbing Heart. However, if Shifeng dared push his luck, they would not sit idle. Speak your mind. As long as it benefits the dungeon raid, we will not reject it. Cruel Sword had managed to discern Shifeng's capabilities somewhat. He could somewhat understand why Gentle Snow would take a fancy to Shifeng. After all, Shifeng indeed possessed strength. Can we replace the two MTs? Shifeng asked, holding nothing back. Although Shifeng's tone was soft, power filled his voice. It caused the female healers nearby to tremble, nearly failing to cast their heals on the two MTs. The two MTs tanking the four elite monsters were similarly shocked stiff, receiving a direct hit from the giant steel axes of the Beastman warriors. Damages of over minus 400 points appeared above both MTs, and the two retreated close to half a dozen steps before they managed to stabilize themselves. The other damage-dealing team members also froze. They all stared at Shifeng with dumbfounded gazes, thinking that their ears had played a trick on them. Replace the MTs? What kind of joke was this? The two players tanking the elite monsters belonged to the top 3 MTs of the guild. Yet, Shifeng wanted to replace them with someone else? Wasn't he just looking for trouble? Shifeng's decision would be understandable if the two MTs had made an error while luring the monsters, or lost the monsters' aggro. However, neither of the MTs made such mistakes. So why should they be replaced? Did they do something wrong? Cruel Sword asked. MTs were the core of a team. A powerful MT could greatly reduce the raiding difficulty of a dungeon. A team should never rashly replace their MTs. Nothing. Shifeng shook his head. Indeed, the two MTs did not make any mistakes up until this point. However, not making any mistakes did not necessarily mean that everything was fine. Capable of holding aggro and taking blows, if this were a normal virtual reality game, there would be no problems if the MTs of a team could perform these two tasks. However, God's domain was different. Just carrying out these tasks was still not enough to secure a victory for the team. Since there are no problems, why should we need to replace the MTs? Cruel Sword wrinkled his eyebrows. The two MTs in question were furious right now, clearly displaying their displeasure. Shifeng was just someone they had invited, yet he dared criticize such powerful MTs like themselves? Wasn't he being too arrogant? Their ability to evade attacks is just too poor. To put it bluntly, they are taking too much damage. When they face a boss, even 4 healers will not be sufficient to keep them alive. Moreover, their damage output is too low. In a boss battle, even 1% of HP could decide victory or defeat. I'm guessing that when you guys faced the first boss of this dungeon, aside from having insufficient damage, your healer's mana ran dry as well. In the end, the result was a complete team wipe, Shifeng said with a smile. Listening to Shifeng's words, the two MTs immediately fell speechless. Cruel Sword was also awestruck. Clearly, he had not mentioned the matter of their team wiped to Shifeng before. Yet, Shifeng correctly guessed each detail of their previous encounter. Everything Shifeng had just said was clear and logical, and Cruel Sword agreed that he needed to make some changes. I wonder if Brother Yifeng has any suggestions on how we can improve? What kind of MT do we need? Cruel Sword earnestly sought Shifeng's guidance. The other members of the Assassin's Alliance were no fools, either. They had discerned the meaning behind Shifeng's words. As a result, the dissatisfaction they felt towards Shifeng in their hearts lessened greatly, while respect slightly grew. Each of them perked up, focusing Shifeng's wise opinion. It's very simple. Look for 2 Guardian Knights who have allocated their free attribute points in the ratio of 2 strength, 1 agility, 2 endurance. It would be best if they have learned both Guardian Aura and Power Aura. Shifeng unhurriedly spoke. Unknowingly, Shifeng had suddenly become the heart of the team. Within moments, Cruel Sword had found 2 Guardian Knights from his guild that fit Shifeng's requirements. However, these Guardian Knights' techniques were not anything impressive, and their equipment was subpar at best. One of them was White Feather, and he only possessed slightly over 1,700 HP. The other Guardian Knight was called Water Lake, and his HP was just over 1,800 points. Furthermore, the two's defense was lower than the previous MTs by more than 200 points. They were on completely different levels. However, Shifeng saw nothing amiss after examining the two's equipment. The remaining problem would be their techniques. Shifeng then continued by explaining to the 2 Guardian Knights how they should battle the elite monsters and how they should dodge attacks. As for how much of his explanation they actually understood, that would depend on their own comprehensive abilities. Following which, Shifeng instructed one of the Guardian Knights to activate Guardian Aura, increasing the defense of the entire team by 20 points. He then instructed the other Guardian Knight to activate Power Aura, increasing the strength of the entire team by 5 points. Shifeng also switched his title to Might of 1,000, greatly increasing the attributes of the entire team. As a result, the HP of the 2 Guardian Knights almost reached the 2,000 HP threshold. The team's jaws dropped when they witnessed the brilliant effect brought about by Shifeng's Might of 1,000 title, increasing all attributes by 10%. This was an outstanding weapon for dungeon raiding. Such an increase was the equivalent of raising every team member's equipment by an entire rank. With such a brilliant effect, they had far more confidence in dealing with the bosses of the dungeon. Hence, everyone started clearing the elite monsters with great excitement. When they first started out, everyone still felt skeptical about Shifeng's decision to replace the 2 MTs. It was simply illogical to replace their previously powerful MTs with weaker ones. However, shortly after the 2 Guardian Knights began tanking the elite monsters, they immediately discovered that there was a massive difference. Although the Beastman warriors dealt around -450 damage to the 2 Guardian Knights with each hit, these Beastman warriors only managed to land 1 out of every 3 attacks. In comparison, the previous 2 MTs would receive 2 out of every 3 attacks, taking an additional -150 damage every 3 attacks. With such a glaring difference in damage, the burden on the healers greatly lessened. Moreover, as they faced more battles, the two new MTs gradually evaded with better efficiency, taking fewer hits as a result. This had allowed the healers to expend less of their mana, thereby increasing their endurance. By the time they arrived before the first boss of the dungeon, Karor, the healers no longer felt any pressure in healing the two Guardian Knights. They even had time to attend to the other team members. Karor was a large and ferocious beastman. He was twice as large as a normal beastman, and his body was fully covered in steel-like scarlet muscles. On his back, Karor carried a mammoth magical saber that was as long as he was tall. Meanwhile, Karor himself was a level 12 High Chieftain ranked boss with a whopping 450,000 HP. Brother Yifeng, I wonder if you have any ideas of how to best raid this boss? When facing with Karor once again, Cruel Sword's thoughts started growing heavy. After all, Karor had already team-wiped them multiple times. MTs should hold aggro properly, while everyone else should evade Karor's skills. That should be it, I guess. Feng casually spoke after giving the question some thought. Everyone in the team immediately sent contemptful glares at Feng. Wasn't this just a bunch of nonsense? Wasn't that obvious? Alright, MTs, take action. You two should take turns tanking the boss. Whoever's HP falls to a critical state should immediately back off and let the other tank. As for everyone else, try to use your attacks to assist the two MTs, Feng instructed. Shortly after, the two Guardian Knights charged at Karor. According to Feng's knowledge, the hard mode Karor only had two moves. One was the Blade Storm. It was a skill that turned Karor into a tornado, causing -600 damage per second to all enemies within a 12-yard distance. The skill had a duration of 20 seconds. The other skill was Avatar Slash. When Karor used this skill, he would immediately vanish from everyone's sight. He would then randomly reappear behind 3 to 5 players, attacking them and causing -500 static damage. Simultaneously, he would inflict players with a damage amplification effect, causing them to take 10% more damage for 2 minutes. To make things worse, this effect stacked. With these two skills at Karor's disposal, the boss prevented players from turning this raid into a prolonged battle. Otherwise, once the damage amplification effect stacked so many times, Karor's Avatar Slash could instant kill any player. At that time, there would be no way for the battle to continue. Hence, there was only one requirement when facing Karor: resolve the battle in the shortest time possible. The longer the battle dragged on, the more difficult it would become. Taking the lead, the Guardian Knight, Water Lake, brandished his sword, sending a punishment at Karor's head. The attack only caused -126 damage. Compared to the elite monsters from before, Karor's defense was clearly a notch higher. Moreover, such a small amount of damage was practically negligible in the face of Karor's massive 450,000 HP. By contrast, as Water Lake failed to dodge Karor's counterattack, the boss's saber sent him flying. A frightening damage of -1,134 points appeared above Water Lake's head, instantly devouring over half of his total HP. Following which, White Feather promptly dashed forward and activated Righteous Fury. He then used Shield of Vengeance to attract Karor's aggro. The 4 healers on the team did not dare make any mistakes. They immediately cast their heals on Water Lake. Plus 234, plus 215, plus 221, plus 225. A cleric then released an instant cast skill Recover on Water Lake. Every 3 seconds for 15 seconds, the target would recover 70 HP. Simultaneously, a druid also used Life Bloom on Water Lake, recovering 43 HP every 2 seconds for 12 seconds. Immediately, Water Lake's HP recovered to 90%. He then returned to his position on the front lines, coordinating with White Feather to tank the boss. By taking turns attacking Karor, the two Guardian Knights quickly established a strong hold on Karor's aggro. However, compared to when they battled elite monsters, the pressure on the healers had visibly increased. Moreover, both Water Lake and White Feather were clearly unfamiliar with the boss's attack patterns. Their movements were somewhat stiff when dodging attacks. Right now, they could only dodge every other scent at them. Even so, Compared to the last time the Assassin's Alliance had raided Karur, the healers were having a slightly easier time keeping these MTs alive. The healer's mana consumption made this obvious. Originally, Cruel Sword still worried that the two Guardian Knights could not manage. However, based on the results before him, it was clearly an unnecessary thought. The healers managed themselves with perfect order right now, unlike the several raids before where they had to cast their heals desperately, without caring about any proper order. The four healers couldn't even catch their breaths unless they wanted the previous two MTs to die instantly. In reality, such failures were very common. In God's domain, level 10 players had a large threshold to overcome. The levels before level 10 were merely an adaptation period. Once players reached level 10, they would no longer receive any preferential treatment. Hence, entering a level 10 20-man hard mode team dungeon at level 10 was the equivalent of entering a level 5 20-man hell mode team dungeon at level 5. How could it possibly be easy? In addition, bosses would have much higher intelligence. It would take a certain degree of skill to hold the aggro of a boss and prevent it from attacking the ranged classes and healers. MTs especially needed to know how to pin down and restrain the boss monsters, as just having aggro did not mean that the boss would only hit the MT. After all, even with aggro, boss monsters would still find an opportune moment to massacre the healers, the weakest players on the team. When this occurred, MTs had the task of restraining the boss, preventing it from attacking the healers. Hence, the requirements for an MT's techniques were very high. If the previous MTs were currently tanking the boss, they would fare much better than Water Lake and White Feather regarding techniques. They had simply made a mistake during the allocation of their free attribute points. However, there was no way to reset one's attribute points in God's domain, so these two players could only be replaced. Moreover, for a long time, these two players would have to allocate all the free attribute points they obtained from leveling up into both strength and agility. Otherwise, they would cripple their characters. Everyone start attacking now. Berserkers and Swordsmen, assist the MTs in blocking some attacks. Focus your attacks on the boss's weapons or arms, and aim your attacks where they can interrupt the boss's attack. As for ranged classes, focus on dealing as much damage as you can. Sherfong commanded. Immediately, a group of players charged forward to give Karur a beating, while the ranged players launched their bombardment at Karur. -124, -137, -108, -189, -175. One damage after another appeared above Karur's head. However, the damage was not particularly high. Among these, the highest damage dealt belonged to the Berserker Cruel Sword. His normal attacks could deal around -266 damage with each hit, while a violent strike could deal up to -448 damage. Right behind Cruel Sword was Stabbing Heart. As Stabbing Heart was an assassin, his normal attacks could only deal around -120 damage with each hit. However, his attack rate was much faster than Cruel Sword's. Meanwhile, a 5-star Eviscerate decimated 587 HP from Karur. Ranking in third was the team's cute and lovable little sister, the Elementalist Mu Qing. She was the captain of the Assassin's Alliance's Elementalist team, and her techniques were first-rate. She was also one of the famous female Elementalists in Star Moon Kingdom. She could rank within the top 100 Elementalists within Star Moon Kingdom. Every one of her attacks could deal around -300 to -400 damage, but due to her spells requiring a long time to cast, her overall damage was slightly less than the two aforementioned players. Originally, Cruel Sword had intended to say to Sherfong, "Look, isn't our team's damage output powerful? Why don't you join our guild? The position of first vice leader will be yours if you do." However, when Cruel Sword saw Sherfong charging at Karur, subsequently slashing his sword at Karur, Cruel Sword was immediately dumbfounded. His words shrunk back into a secluded location in his mind. Sherfang's two casual slashes dealt damages of -395 and -376 to Karur. Immediately after, Sherfang followed up with a level 10 chop. The skill achieved a critical hit, instantly causing -2,137 damage to Karur. He then continued by using Thundering Flash, dealing damages of -643, -832, and -1,102 to Karur. as well as inflicting a damage amplification effect. Shi Feng then abruptly jumped up into the air. As he descended, he smashed the abyssal blade covered in the power of thunder and fired down onto Karor's head. Suddenly, Karor let out a soul-piercing scream of pain. Thunder Flame Explosion instantly caused minus 3,312 damage, and everyone on the team, aside from Shi Feng, became slack-jawed when they witnessed this scene. If Water Lake had not reacted quickly by using Mach, followed by Righteous Punishment, Shi Feng might have snagged most, if not all, of Karor's aggro. Stabbing Heart. Just where did you find a swordsman expert as amazing as him? Mu Qing's exquisite lips parted as she gaped and involuntarily questioned Stabbing Heart. As Mu Qing had not started out in Red Leaf Town, she was not particularly knowledgeable about Shi Feng. Since the launch of God's Domain, she had always focused on leveling up and raiding dungeons. Even after she entered White River City, she had not met many players who could surpass her. Hence, Mu Qing naturally considered herself as a top-tier expert. However, Shi Feng had utterly shattered that belief. The highest damage she could deal was only around minus 700 points, and that was when she achieved a critical hit. Meanwhile, Shi Feng could casually deal over minus 700 damage with a single hit. Right now, he had even dealt over minus 3,000 damage to a high chieftain-ranked boss. Mu Qing felt extremely embarrassed to think that she actually thought of herself as a top-tier expert. What a joke! Isn't this big brother amazing? Shortly after I started playing God's Domain, I discovered Brother Yi Feng's prowess. With such a massive damage output, the first clear of this hard mode dungeon will definitely be ours this time, Stabbing Heart gleefully said. After all, he was the one who had invited Shi Feng to this raid. Now that Shi Feng performed so valiantly, shocking everyone on the team, Stabbing Heart felt extremely proud. Scram! You're not Yi Feng. What's there to be proud of? If you have the ability, then show me that you can deal over 1,000 damage. Mu Qing glared at Stabbing Heart. Little sister Mu Qing, you think too highly of me. How can I compare to Brother Yi Feng? He is the publicly acknowledged God-ranked expert of White River City. His damage alone can trump over a dozen players. I would be satisfied if I had even a third of his damage. Stabbing Heart smiled bitterly. Shi Feng was a great expert just like Gentle Snow. He and Shi Feng were on entirely different levels, so how could he compare to Shi Feng? Previously, the players who still had some complaints about Shi Feng now had none. Shi Feng was simply too amazing. Not only were his attacks incredibly powerful, but the timing and techniques he applied to interrupt the boss's rhythm continuously were also praiseworthy. Every time one of Shi Feng's swords attacked Karor, his other sword would simultaneously strike at Karor's saber, shifting the boss's attacks slightly. This situation allowed the two MTs to dodge Karor's attacks with far more ease, greatly reducing the burden on the healers. At this moment, everyone finally understood what a true swordsman was. Aside from having fierce attacks, Shi Feng could also nimbly assist the MT. With such a swordsman on the team, raiding the dungeon became much easier than before. By making a rough estimate, their chances of victory had risen by at least twofold. At this moment, Cruel Sword suddenly sent a private message to Mu Qing. Mu Qing, you're one of the great beauties in our guild. You can see how amazing Yi Feng is. It would be a shame not to recruit him into our guild. It wouldn't be too good for a brute like me to invite him directly. Can you use your charms to persuade him to join us? If you manage to pull Yi Feng into our guild, I can guarantee that your current treatment will increase by threefold, and you will also be promoted to an elder of the guild. Cruel Sword also tried to think of a few other methods to recruit Shi Feng into the Assassin's Alliance. However, he immediately discovered that the Assassin's Alliance did not have any great benefits to Shi Feng. With Shi Feng's techniques, even first-rate guilds would willingly wage a bloody battle with each other to recruit him. As for the price tag the Assassin's Alliance could offer, any first-rate guilds could easily double or triple the amount. Hence, the only option Cruel Sword had remaining was to play the relationship card. Looking at Shi Feng's age, he should only be in his early 20s. He was at the age where he should be both vigorous and passionate. Meanwhile, a great beauty like Mu Qing was perfect for this situation. although Cruel Sword hated resorting to such methods. The competition in God's domain was just too intense. There were plenty of guilds using similar tactics. If he continued being conservative, he might regret it in the future. "Guild leader, are you for real?" Mu Qing excitedly asked. "Of course," Cruel Sword earnestly replied. "Guild leader, leave it to me. With this young lady's charm, I will definitely recruit Yifeng into our guild." Mu Qing laughed coquettishly, her large eyes shifting towards Shifeng. Cruel Sword had similarly notified Stabbing Heart of his plan. However, Stabbing Heart simply shook his head and smiled bitterly after he heard it. Stabbing Heart really wished to say, if even a saint like Gentle Snow and a demoness like Zhao Yueru failed to capture Yifeng's heart, I'm afraid Mu Qing will not have any chances at all. Although Mu Qing was indeed a beauty as pretty as a flower, when Stabbing Heart gazed at Mu Qing's flat chest and recalled Gentle Snow's and Zhao Yueru's outstanding lethal weapons, they were on entirely different levels. However, Stabbing Heart did not try to ruin Mu Qing's beautiful fantasy. At this moment, Karur's HP had decreased to 50%. Suddenly, Karur let out an angry bellow. "Everyone, get away from the boss!" Shifeng knew that Karur was about to use Blade Storm. With Shifeng's reminder, the elites of the Assassin's Alliance quickly distanced themselves more than 20 yards from Karur. Shortly after, Karur started spinning, transforming into a tornado that engulfed everything around it. Even after Karur's Blade Storm ended, nobody from the team had died. At worst, there were some players who had their HP damaged to a critical point. However, they were healed back to full HP by the healers very quickly. Following which, the team proceeded to decrease Karur's HP to 40%. Karur then started using his Avatar Slash. Although Karur only used Avatar Slash once every 20 seconds, there were bound to be some players who were extremely unlucky, chosen as targets for 7 or 8 consecutive times. For these unlucky players, surviving would be difficult regardless of how they held on. As one team member after another fell, Karur's HP also decreased to 10%. Karur went berserk. His speed and attack power soared by 30% and he now had a critical hit effect. White Feather unfortunately received a critical hit. Even with Protection Blessing activated, he instantly lost over 1,400 HP. Moreover, when White Feather received this hit, he only had around 60% of his total HP remaining. Hence, he instantly died. White Feather's death greatly increased the pressure on Water Lake. To make things worse, there were only 12 players left alive in the team, while Karur still had 4% of his HP remaining, almost 20,000 HP. Helpless, Shifeng could only choose to use one of his trump cards, the Flame Burst. During the short 2-second cast time, Karur had used Avatar Slash once more, instant killing 3 more players. One of the 3 players killed was even a healer. This was truly a desperate situation. Meanwhile, Karur still had 3% of his HP, which meant that he had around 13,000 HP remaining. At this moment, the abyssal blade in Shifeng's hand started glowing a dazzling white. The white glow surrounding the abyssal blade shone like a miniature sun. Its presence alone raised the surrounding temperature by several folds. Shifeng activated Wind Blade and arrived behind Karur. Lightly jumping up, Shifeng brandished the abyssal blade at Karur's back, instantly forming 6 sword images. The 6 sword images resembling the sun instantly devoured Karur, causing frightening damages of -2,153, -2,203, -2,178, -4,356, -2,206, -4,422 to appear above Karur's head. Under this tremendous might, Karur's 4-meter-tall body shot like a cannonball towards a steel wall. Boom! An indentation in the shape of Karur immediately formed on the steel wall. Meanwhile, Karur was thoroughly charred black, as void of life as a stone. Karur is down. We won. What was that skill? How could it be so frightening? The surviving members looked at the charred Karur, all involuntarily gulping a mouthful of saliva. The scene Shifeng displayed before was simply unheard of. It was as if the thing he brandished was not a sword but a miniature sun. Even when standing at a distance of over 30 yards, They could feel the scorching temperature through the pain and burning of their skin. Meanwhile, the damage Shi Feng had dealt was even more shocking. Of his 6 last strikes, not one had dealt lower than -2,000 damage to the High Chieftain ranked boss. Among them, there were even 2 that achieved a critical hit, causing over -4,000 damage. It was the first time they had seen such a powerful skill. Stabbing Heart jaw also hung open. Although he knew that Shi Feng was amazing, he never imagined that he would be this amazing. Cruel Sword was also awestruck. Originally, he had prepared for another failure. He never thought that Shi Feng would have a move like this hidden. Shi Feng had sent a level 12 High Chieftain boss flying and instantly caused more than -10,000 damage. This was definitely the highest damage Cruel Sword had seen so far. At this moment, Cruel Sword's gaze grew even more fervent when he looked at Shi Feng. He couldn't help but wish that he could drag Shi Feng into the Assassin's Alliance right this instant. Mu Qing reacted quickly. This moment was her best chance to get closer to Shi Feng. Hence, Mu Qing immediately walked up to Shi Feng's side, acting excited as she pulled on Shi Feng's arm. "Big brother Yi Feng, this move of yours is just too amazing. Just what sort of skill is it? This is my first time seeing such a skill." Mu Qing eyed Shi Feng as she spoke in a soft and supple tone, her slender eyelashes constantly fluttering. Admiration filled her gaze, and her expression was fragile, invoking any man's protective instincts. Flame Burst. It's a universal special skill that any class can use. Shi Feng could clearly feel a sense of warmth and softness on the arm she clung to. However, he did not put much thought into it. He deemed that Mu Qing had only done such a thing due to her excitement. Hence, he casually gave her the answer. "A special skill, is it? How unfortunate. Originally, I thought of inviting brother Yi Feng to help me grind for one." Mu Qing's excitement withered when she heard Shi Feng's words. One could only come across something like a special skill serendipitously. It was not something that one could obtain through effort. Indeed, how could such a powerful skill be so easily obtained? "Let's take a look at the drops, then," Shi Feng said with a laugh. Looking at Mu Qing's disappointed expression, reminded by Shi Feng, everyone finally recalled the fact that Karur, who had just died, was a High Chieftain-ranked boss. The loot he dropped would doubtlessly be bountiful. They had forgotten this fact due to their shock at Shi Feng's strength. Following which, the surviving healers started reviving their fallen allies. Only when everyone was revived did Cruel Sword begin to collect the loot. Karur had dropped a total of 5 pieces of equipment, and all of them were mysterious iron rank. Compared to the boss of a 10-man dungeon, Karur had dropped an extra 2 to 3 pieces of equipment. Among the 5 pieces of equipment there was a level 10 great shield, a level 10 longbow for rangers, a level 10 breastplate for berserkers, a level 10 staff for healers, and the last piece was a level 10 breastplate for swordsmen. The breastplates for berserkers and swordsmen in particular were pieces of set equipment. As for money, everyone in the team received 32 coppers. In general, it was a great harvest. As Shi Feng previously had an agreement with the Assassin's Alliance, the Wind Extinguisher breastplate was given to him directly. Wind Extinguisher breastplate, chest piece, plate armor, mysterious iron rank, level 10, defense plus 83, strength plus 7, agility plus 10, endurance plus 6, restricted to swordsmen. Part of Wind Extinguisher set equipment 1/6, 2-piece effect. Increase damage by 10%, 4-piece effect. Increase attack speed and movement speed by 15%, 6-piece effect. Ignore levels plus 3. When attacking, 15% chance to increase attack power by 50 points for 20 seconds. Regarding attributes or set effects, the Wind Extinguisher set equipment definitely possessed a qualitative increase compared to the Silvermoon set equipment. Shi Feng's best available option was to gather this whole set now and upgrade his equipment. However, it would not be an easy task. After receiving the Wind Extinguisher breastplate, Shi Feng was in no hurry to swap it out with his current breastplate. After all, once he made the change, he would lose one of the set effects of the Silvermoon set equipment. He only intended to make the change after he collected 4 pieces of the Wind Extinguisher set equipment. After distributing the equipment, everyone advanced towards the next boss. Now that Waterlake possessed a level 10 mysterious iron ranked shield, his defense and HP had both increased significantly. As a result, they easily dealt with the monsters they met on their journey. Within 10 minutes, they arrived at a fighting arena. In the middle of the arena, Morlock, a Beastman assassin, stood there. He was also the second boss of the Beastman munition factory. Morlock, High Chieftain rank, level 12, HP 400, 000/400, 000. Although Morlock's HP was lower than Kurr's, Morlock was, in reality, much harder to deal with than Kurr. Unlike Kurr, Morlock was an assassin. During battle, Morlock would unpredictably disappear and reappear at another location. He would also frequently attack players while ignoring aggro, choosing to attack players on their in-line rather than those on the front line. More importantly, Morlock had 3 skills that rendered players speechless. The first skill he possessed was Armor Break. Every one of Morlock's attacks would inflict a stackable armor break effect. To any plate armor classes, this could be a fatal skill, as once the armor break effect reached 10 stacks, their defense would essentially reduce to 0. Even if it were an MT that possessed over 2000 HP, Morlock could still kill them with just 2 to 3 hits. Before the healers could replenish the MT's lost HP, the MT would have already succumbed to Morlock's stunning attack speed, dying helplessly. The only fortunate aspect for players was that the armor break effect only had a short duration of 30 seconds. Players rating Morlock only needed to swap out their MTs when the effect stacked up to 5 times. Morlock's second skill was Killing Feast. When activated, Morlock would attack all enemies within an 8-yard radius a total of 16 times. Throughout the duration of this skill, Morlock would enter a state of invulnerability. Moreover, Morlock would carry out these 16 attacks very quickly. He would finish all 16 attacks in just 2 seconds. If, when Morlock activated this skill, there were only the 2 MTs within range, these 2 MTs would die with a 100% guarantee. Thus, players needed to share the burden of this attack. This would also place an extreme pressure onto the healers. Morlock's third skill was called Vanish. When activated, Morlock would randomly ambush a player. If the ambushed player were a cloth armor class, then, without question, that player would die. Only players that belonged to a plate armor class would have any hopes of surviving Morlock's ambush. At this moment, everyone in the team looked towards Sherfong, intending to obtain his opinion on how to deal with this second High Chieftain boss. Contrary to their expectations, Sherfong did not tell them any strategies to raid the boss. Instead, he instructed 1 healer and 2 MTs to test the waters. Otherwise, he might have to explain how he obtained his strategy. After making a few tests, Sherfong started explaining his strategy for the initial stages of the boss fight. In reality, the plan was very simple. All plate armor classes would become tanks during the early stages of the raid, taking turns tanking Morlock. After all, Morlock's damage was not particularly high. It would only become powerful after the armor break effect stacked so many times. So, as long as one belonged to a plate armor class, they could withstand Morlock's damage. Naturally, it was the same when dealing with Morlock's Killing Feast. In short, players only needed to surround and beat up this boss. After 8 minutes passed, Morlock, the second boss of the Beastman munition factory, fell. The main reason for Morlock's fall was because Sherfong was simply too strong. Sherfong had practically tanked Morlock by himself. Sherfong was extremely nimble when dodging Morlock's attacks, and Morlock could very rarely land an attack on him. This, in turn, resulted in a decrease to Sherfang's damage output. With a stable tanker like Sherfong, the healers enjoyed a rather easy time throughout this raid. They could spread their attention towards other members of the team, allowing everyone to have an easier time dealing with the boss. Problems only arose when Morlock used Vanish and appeared behind a cloth armor class. These unfortunate players could only curse their own bad luck as they accepted their deaths. After Morlock died, he dropped a total of 4 pieces of mysterious iron equipment. Everyone received a share of 34 copper coins and a large amount of EXP. Meanwhile, Sherfong obtained a pair of wind extinguisher leg guards, increasing his collection of the wind extinguisher set equipment to 2 pieces. Everyone on the team looked at each other with a smile after they had killed Morlock, a High Chieftain ranked boss, with such ease. They all felt blissful from the fact that Shifeng had joined their team. Right now, no one on the team felt the same panic they had when they first entered the dungeon. They could joke around with each other and had even become pals with Shifeng. Occasionally, they would even ask Shifeng to teach them a few battle techniques. While Shifeng gave out casual pointers, the team members' admiration for Shifeng gradually grew. Under Shifeng's casual guidance, many players in the team exhibited noticeable improvement. Soon after, everyone arrived at the final throne room. Here, they met the final boss, the Dark Warlock Selu. Dark Warlock Selu, High Chieftain rank, level 12, HP 500, 000/500, 000. Elsewhere, while Shifeng and the others had arrived before the final boss, Darkstar's Lone Tyrant still tangled with the first boss of the Beastman munition factory, Kurr. As of this moment, Lone Tyrant and his team had already experienced 3 team wipes. Moreover, Kurr's avatar slash had caused all 3. They had not improved one little bit since their first battle. Lone Tyrant grew hysterical at this situation. He did not know why a 20-man dungeon would have such a huge increase in difficulty compared to a 10-man dungeon. After pondering for a long time, Lone Tyrant discovered the reason for their failures. This boss needs to be dealt with as quickly as possible. However, our overall damage simply isn't enough to finish him. Unless the team's equipment is further upgraded, the possibility of clearing this dungeon doesn't exist. Do we really have to go and upgrade our equipment before trying again? Lone Tyrant wore a hesitant expression as he glared at Kurr. Due to his previous boasting, he was now stuck between a rock and a hard place. However, Lone Tyrant suddenly came to a realization. If the damage of his own team were insufficient to deal with Kurr, then the Assassin's Alliance, who had poorer quality equipment, would have even less of a chance of killing Kurr. At this moment, the team from the Assassin's Alliance must certainly be stuck at the first boss as well. When Lone Tyrant thought about this, his mood immediately lifted. He decided to reflect on their raiding strategy, giving the boss another try. Meanwhile, in the magnificent throne room of the Beastman munition factory, the Assassin's Alliance had already investigated the Dark Warlock Selu's skills. Aside from Dark Arrow being Selu's most basic attack, Selu was immune to all controlling effects. Selu also possessed 2 killing moves. One of them was a skill called Shadow Wound. When cast, the boss would fire 12 dark arrows. Each dark arrow would cause -800 damage and inflict a fear effect that lasted 6 seconds. The other was a skill called Summon Flame Giant. The Flame Giant was a level 12 special elite with 50,000 HP. Each Flame Giant that Selu summoned possessed self-immolation effect that dealt -300 flame damage to all targets within a 10-yard range every second. The Flame Giant was also the largest hurdle to overcome when raiding the Dark Warlock Selu, as the self-immolation was an AoE dot. If any players other than MTs received -300 flame damage every second, they would last 4 to 5 seconds at most. Meanwhile, Selu would summon an additional Flame Giant every 1 to 2 minutes. Factoring in the fear effect from Shadow Wound, many players in the team would die under the combination of these 2 skills. Even if this combination did not immediately kill them, with 3 Flame Giants running about, they would similarly end in destruction. 3 Flame Giants would mean -900 total damage per second. Even Shifeng could not last 3 seconds under this damage, much less the other players in the team. However, if they focused their attacks on the Flame Giants summoned instead, they would waste precious time. As a result, Selu would fully recover his HP due to his battle recovery. A battle of attrition like this would only end with the healers exhausting their mana and a team wipe. Meanwhile, after sending a group of half a dozen players to test the waters, everyone learned Dark Warlock Selu's true strength. As a result, their hearts sunk, and their confidence wavered. Ignoring the fact that each of Selu's dark arrows could cause -800 damage to their MTs and -1000 damage to everyone else, the Flame Giants alone were extremely difficult to deal with. After all, none of the melee players could go near a Flame Giant, and even if only the MTs tanked it, the healers still wouldn't be able to cope with the high damage. Not to mention, there was also Selu's AoE skill, Shadow Wound, that would suddenly cause -800 damage. The Flame Giant itself could cause over -300 damage to the MT with its attacks. Coupling that with the flame giant's self-immolation effect, its prowess could rival that of a boss. If they suddenly received an attack from Salu's shadow wound in addition to the flame giant's attacks, even their MTs might instantly die. Moreover, if they did not kill the first flame giant within 1 to 2 minutes of its summoning, Salu would summon the second flame giant. Under the simultaneous attacks of 2 flame giants, their MTs wouldn't have a chance. With their current equipment and levels, it was impossible for them to face Dark Warlock Salu head-on in battle. Thinking up to this point, everyone's moods grew somber. Isn't this only hard mode? Why is the difficulty so high? What would happen if this were hell mode? Stabbing Heart was similarly bitter after seeing Dark Warlock Salu's capabilities. The guild leader of the Assassin's Alliance, Cruel Sword, wrinkled his brows, falling into deep thought. Salu's rating difficulty was clearly much higher than the previous 2 bosses. As expected of a final boss, it won't be easy to clear this hurdle. At the very least, Cruel Sword did not have any good methods to raid Salu. While everyone was discouraged, why don't we give it a try first? It's not like we're completely helpless right now, Shifeng suddenly said in the team chat. Shifeng's words were like a ray of hope. Brother Yifeng, can we really raid this boss? Mu Qing blinked her mesmerizing eyes, her delicate body sticking close to Shifeng as she asked. It should be possible. We can only find out if we try it, right? Shifeng merely shrugged as he spoke, his calm appearance giving Mu Qing a slight surprise. Following which, Shifeng gave a brief overview of his raiding plan. Shifeng's plan was simple. He, alone, would kite the summoned flame giants, while the other members of the team would focus their attacks on the boss. In this situation, 3 of the 4 healers on the team would be responsible for healing the MTs, while the last healer would be responsible for keeping Shifeng alive. However, this plan was very risky. Its success relied heavily on Shifeng's ability to kite the flame giants. As the throne room did not provide a wide area for movement, Shifeng needed to be mindful of his positioning. Any mistakes could lead to a team wipe. However, nobody rejected Shifeng's proposal. They did not even have the slightest opinion about Shifeng's plan. They had long since been convinced of Shifeng's strength. Since Shifeng shared his plan, he must be very confident about it. Thus, they believed that Shifeng could really pull it off. Water Lake, you'll activate Darkness Aura. White Feather, you'll activate Crusader Aura. Let's start the raid, then, Shifeng said. A Guardian Knight's Darkness Aura could provide an additional 5 points dark resistance to allies, decreasing the darkness damage they received. Meanwhile, the Crusader Aura could increase allies' movement speed by 10%, letting everyone have an easier time evading the flame giants. With these 2 auras, the team would have a much easier time raiding the boss. Water Lake was the first to dash at Salu. While Salu was still in the process of casting a spell, Water Lake smashed Shield of Vengeance into Salu's face, causing -181 damage. Water Lake then followed up with Righteous Punishment, dealing -201 damage. However, neither of these attacks had interrupted or delayed Salu's chanting, and shortly after, a streak of dark light skewered Water Lake through the chest, causing -800 damage to him. A moment later, 3 healing lights landed on Water Lake's body, recovering over 700 HP of his HP. After Water Lake solidified his grasp on Salu's aggro, Shifeng instructed the other players to initiate their attacks. After a moment, Salu pointed his staff towards the sky. A large, azure-green fireball descended from the sky, crashing into the throne room. Immediately, Shifeng tossed out the blazing meteor at the azure-green flame giant, causing -621 damage and instantly becoming its main target. Seeing the flame giant charging at him, Shifeng spun around and fled, luring the flame giant away from the rest of the team. He then started circling around the hall with the flame giant right behind him. As Salu's HP continued decreasing, the flame giants he summoned also grew stronger. Unfortunately, Shifeng lured away all of the flame giants Salu summoned, spoiling his fun. After more than 10 minutes, Salu released a resentful bellow. His body fell to the throne as he passed away. From beginning to end, Shifeng had lured a total of 9 flame giants, kiting them around the throne room. Due to his actions, the flame giants had not been able to showcase their prowess even once in this entire battle. As a result, the Dark Warlock Sulu became very easy to deal with, breathing his last under everyone's heavy bombardment. Even an amazing boss could not compete against a reincarnated player. Their only fate was to be a plaything, unto death. Seeing Sulu fall, everyone jumped in celebration. The Beastman munition factory belonged to the category of expedition dungeons. Unlike the Dark Moon Graveyard, which was a survival dungeon, players only needed to kill the final boss in an expedition dungeon to clear it. There was no need to leave the dungeon for the clear to be official. At this moment, the White River City Region System announcement had already appeared. White River City Region System announcement. Congratulations to Assassin's Alliance for becoming the first team to conquer the hard-mode Beastman munition factory. All players within the team will be rewarded with 50,000 EXP and 1 silver coin. White River City Region System announcement. Congratulations to Assassin's Alliance for becoming the fastest team to conquer the hard-mode Beastman munition factory. All players within the team will be rewarded with 50,000 EXP and 1 Tier 1 gemstone of random attribute. As it was not the first clear of Hell mode, the main god system would not be so generous as to reward them with reputation points. Normally, players would only receive EXP for obtaining the first clear of hard mode. Also, the race for team dungeons was categorized into 2 types: hard mode and hell mode. Normal mode was not taken into consideration as no time challenge existed. Normally, the main god system would implement a clear time for team dungeons. The clear time set by the system depended on the type of team dungeon and its difficulty. Meanwhile, the hard mode Beastman munition factory's clear time was set at 3 hours. The main god system would usually set the clear time at a very high bar. Only if players had achieved the standard of an elite team, determined by the main god system, would they have a chance to clear the dungeon in this set amount of time. Meanwhile, under Shurfeng's command, the Assassin's Alliance had only spent 2 hours and 22 minutes to clear the hard-mode Beastman munition factory, surpassing the estimated time. This proved that the team's strength was already above the standards of a normal elite team. However, everyone on the team knew full well that this achievement was all due to Shurfeng's contributions. After a round of mad celebration, everyone finally welcomed the most exciting moment. They began examining the item drops of the Dark Warlock Sulu, the final boss monster of the Beastman munition factory. Compared to the previous 2 bosses, the loot from Sulu was far more bountiful. Sulu had dropped a total of 7 items. Among them, 5 were level 10 mysterious iron ranked helmets, each being a part of a set equipment for different classes. With great luck, Sulu even dropped a basic fire resistance potion recipe. As for the final item, it was a secret silver staff meant for elementalists. Elemental Scepter, Staff, Secret Silver Rank, Level 10, Intelligence plus 15, Strength plus 4, Agility plus 4, Endurance plus 10, increases elemental damage by 5%, increases casting speed by 10%, durability 80/80 with just a glance. One could immediately tell that this was a top-tier staff meant for elementalists. When the mages in the team looked at the details of this staff, drool nearly leaked from their mouths. Although these mages had quite a few pieces of mysterious iron equipment on their persons, their weapons and equipment were all below level 10. They were clearly much weaker compared to level 10 weapons and equipment, not to mention a secret silver ranked staff. Cruel Sword immediately handed the elemental staff to Mu Qing. However, nobody in the team expressed any dissatisfaction about Cruel Sword's decision because Mu Qing's strength was indeed very powerful. Moreover, her damage was ranked number 1 amongst all the mages present. Following which, Cruel Sword handed the Wind Extinguisher Helmet, Wind Extinguisher Armguard, and Basic Fire Resistance Potion recipe to Shurfeng. Similarly, nobody in the team had any gripes about this decision. If it weren't for Shurfeng, they would not have cleared this dungeon in the first place. With this, Shurfeng now had 4 pieces of the Wind Extinguisher set equipment. Although he did not possess all 6 pieces, they were sufficient for him to replace the bronze-ranked Silvermoon set equipment. Brother Yifeng, you've helped us out so much, yet you're only taking so few items. I am truly embarrassed about this. So please let me pay you another 100,000 credits as compensation. Otherwise, If the other guilds discover this matter, they will definitely make mock us for being insincere, Cruel Sword said with a laugh as he looked at Shurfeng. Putting aside the advertising benefits brought about from obtaining the first clear of the hard-mode Beastman munition factory, just the equipment they obtained was already of considerable value. It was especially true for the secret silver ranked elemental scepter. The value of this staff alone could compare to half a dozen pieces of level 10 mysterious iron equipment. Hence, spending an additional 100,000 credits to compensate Shurfeng was a minor matter. To put it another way, the Assassin's Alliance had made a huge profit from this deal. After all, the first clear of a 20-man hard-mode team dungeon held extraordinary significance, as up until this moment, any guild had yet to obtain the first clear of a 20-man hard-mode team dungeon. Obtaining the first clear of the hard-mode Beastman munition factory had undeniably allowed the Assassin's Alliance to break free from their awkward position in White River City. They no longer had to suffer the suppression from Dark Star. Of course, by giving Shurfeng 100,000 credits, Cruel Sword also had the intention of deepening the relationship between Shurfeng and the Assassin's Alliance. Cruel Sword still wished to recruit Shurfeng into the guild. Shurfeng could easily see through Cruel Sword's intentions. However, he merely smiled in reply, receiving all that Cruel Sword offered without hesitation. Cruel Sword had no idea that Shurfeng did not really care about this equipment. Even if it were the wind extinguisher set equipment, it was simply a temporary set of equipment for Shurfeng. Meanwhile, amongst these items, the one Shurfeng paid the most attention to was the basic fire resistance potion recipe. Basic fire resistance potion after consumption increases fire resistance by 15 points for 1 hour. Currently, this item had no market value. However, when the various large guilds started raiding the level 25 Flame Nest, the value of this basic fire resistance potion recipe would soar beyond one's imagination. Its worth would not be less than a piece of fine gold equipment. Players were not allowed to use the Flaming Sun scripture when in a dungeon. Meanwhile, equipment that increased a player's fire resistance was extremely rare. The quickest way to increase one's fire resistance was through the use of a basic fire resistance potion. If players did not possess this potion, raiding the Flame Nest would only be possible in their dreams. If Shurfeng started looking for a potion maker to craft the basic fire resistance potion now, he would carve out an additional path to wealth for the future. Even 10 pieces of secret silver equipment could not rival what he could earn with these potions. Brother Yifeng, are you free tomorrow? At this moment, Mu Qing walked over to Shurfeng after receiving a silent hint from Cruel Sword. Sweetly, she said, my party is planning to raid the old ruins, a high-level 10-man team dungeon, tomorrow. However, one of the original party members had applied for leave due to some personal matters. I'd really love it if you would join me. Will you? After a team dungeon was cleared, it would have a cooldown period of 3 days. Hence, they needed to wait for 3 days before they could enter the Beastman munition factory again. Standing to the side, Cruel Sword inwardly clapped his hands at Mu Qing's performance. Relationships needed care and gentle nurturing. Although he could tell that Shurfeng had no particular interest in Mu Qing, with increased interactions, who was to say would happen in the future? I still have something that I need to do tomorrow. Let's find some other time to go dungeon diving. Shurfeng could naturally tell what Mu Qing was trying to do. However, he simply waved his hand and tactfully rejected her. Although the old ruins was a high-level team dungeon, there was nothing there that could rouse his interests. He would only waste time by going there. Now that he had changed into the 4 pieces of wind extinguisher set equipment, his attributes had greatly increased once again. He should be able to attempt the continuation of the epic quest Darkness Descends now. Mu Qing's innocent eyes flashed with a hint of disappointment. She did not think that her charm, which had only brought her success so far, would fail against Shurfeng. Was she really lacking in charm, or were Shurfeng's defenses just too high? Beastman Munition Factory. Boss, we've already team-wiped 4 times now and have lost 20% of our experience. If we are to continue to die at this rate, we might not even be a high enough level to enter the dungeon's entrance. Why don't we give up? All right then, everyone, get some rest. Afterwards, we'll head to a 10-man dungeon to upgrade our equipment. Lone Tyrant currently wore a gloomy expression on his face. They had tried all sorts of methods to raid the High Chieftain-ranked boss, Karur, yet ultimately they still failed due to a lack of damage. Before, he had even made a solemn vow to kill Karur. Now that he thought about it, he felt that his decision had been slightly rash. Fortunately, the players from the Assassin's Alliance had absolutely no chances of clearing the dungeon. Otherwise, he would be utterly humiliated. Just as the members of Dark Star were resting, suddenly, 2 system notifications relating to the Assassin's Alliance rang out beside everyone's ears. In the beginning, the members of Dark Star thought that they had heard wrong. Hence, they quickly called up the announcement interface. The extraordinarily large and clear words proved them wrong. The Assassin's Alliance had indeed obtained the first clear of the hard-mode Beastman munition factory. Immediately, the atmosphere surrounding the members of Dark Star sunk. Why was there such a large difference between their 2 teams? Weren't they supposed to be stronger than the Assassin's Alliance? How could the Assassin's Alliance have already obtained the first clear, while they were still stuck at the first boss? Lone Tyrant felt like he had just been given 2 tight slaps to his face when he looked at these notifications. His cheeks felt as if they were on fire. He felt even worse when he recalled Shurfeng's words from before. If the nobodies that you've looked down on suddenly obtain the first clear of the hard-mode beast munition factory a step ahead of you, then what would you all amount to? At this moment, those words were like sharp swords, continuously slashing at Lone Tyrant's pride. Lone Tyrant truly never imagined that such a situation would occur. However, Lone Tyrant was no fool. He did not believe the Assassin's Alliance had relied on only themselves to clear the dungeon. The only possible way they could do so was with Shurfeng's help. Just where did this mysterious person come from? In reality, Dark Star wasn't the only one to have been shocked by this piece of news. When the announcement spread throughout the entire White River City region, it had grabbed the attention of many other guilds. The Assassin's Alliance's position in White River City was self-evident from the fact that their development speed had surpassed even that of a first-rate guild. However, Dark Star's fame had recently suppressed Assassin's Alliance, adding to the fact that they had not produced any significant results from the team dungeons. Their status in White River City had become slightly awkward. Now that they had obtained the first clear of the Beastman munition factory, their fame instantly soared. This allowed the Assassin's Alliance to regain their rightful reputation. From now on, their development speed would definitely be faster than before. White River City's Adventurers Association. Brother Zhang. Brother Zhang. The Assassin's Alliance has obtained the first clear of the hard-mode Beastman munition factory. Ling Feilong suddenly rushed into Shadow's guild hall, announcing the news with a face filled with excitement. In God's domain, as long as guilds registered themselves at the Adventurers Association, they would be provided a free lounge for their own personal use in the various large cities. Guilds could carry out meetings and rest in this room, and they could also receive quests from the Adventurers Association. Why are you shouting? Who doesn't know of this matter? Zhou Yuhu, who was resting in the corner of the room, rolled his eyes at Ling Feilong. Of course, I know of this. However, there is another hidden truth to this matter. Ling Feilong shot a glance at Zhou Yuhu, before shifting his gaze towards the person sitting in the guild leader's seat. Zhang Luowei. A hidden truth? Speak. Ling Feilong's words caused Zhang Luowei, who had previously been indifferent towards this matter, to grow interested. Ling Feilong's previous report about his efforts to recruit Yifeng had nearly caused Zhang Luowei to lash out in anger. Shurfeng had actually demanded to become the guild leader of Shadow. Did Yifeng even place him in his eyes? Moreover, he had asked for 60% of the guild's shares. What did he take them for? Did he really think they were fools? Meanwhile, the most shocking thing was that Ling Feilong had actually suggested that Zhang Luowei accept Shurfeng's conditions. Hence, Zhang Luowei now looked down on Ling Feilong, resulting in Ling Feilong receiving cold treatment within the guild. Brother Zhang, look at the Assassin's Alliance's first clear name list. Yifeng is among the names. Ling Feilong called out his system interface, pointing at the Assassin's Alliance's first clear name list as he spoke excitedly. So, Zhou Yuhu laughed disdainfully. If they really allowed Yifeng to join Shadow, he would no longer need to remain in the guild. The Assassins' Alliance is a through-and-through second-rate guild. They were clearly on an expedition to clear the Beastman munition factory, yet why would they suddenly let an outsider join their team? Previously, for a long time, the Assassins' Alliance could not even obtain a single first clear of a level 10 team dungeon. However, they are now the first ones to obtain the first clear of a 20-man hard mode team dungeon. Why is that? This matter definitely has something to do with Yifeng. Yifeng's relationship with the Assassins' Alliance is anything but shallow. Originally, the Assassins' Alliance was only a normal second-rate guild. However, after entering White River City, their development speed suddenly soared like crazy. They have even surpassed many first-rate guilds. Again, why? Yifeng was the first person to enter White River City, and the White River City guidebook is also selling like hotcakes now. There is a very high likelihood that Yifeng sold the guidebook to the Assassins' Alliance in advance, allowing them to make ample preparations beforehand. Hence, after they entered White River City, they developed with flying speeds. Right now, Yifeng has even helped the Assassins' Alliance obtain a first clear. Regarding fame or background, the Assassins' Alliance now stands at the very top of White River City. They have even surpassed many first-rate guilds. This is a clear proof of Yifeng's capabilities. If Yifeng joins Shadow within a month, we can stand our own ground in White River City. Ling Feilong had made a thorough investigation of Yifeng, and the more information he uncovered about Yifeng, the more frightened he became. Yifeng's accomplishments far surpassed his imagination. This was also the reason Ling Feilong became even more determined to hug a golden leg like Shifeng. At that time, what would Zhang Luowei amount to? What would Lan Hailong amount to? Don't even think about it. In the future, if you ever dare to mention Yifeng's name to me again or tell Lan Hailong about this matter, you better be prepared for the consequences. Zhang Luowei's countenance suddenly turned livid. With a tone filled with killing intent, he said, Yifeng is just a clown, jumping about on the stage. The Assassins' Alliance is an apex second-rate guild with an immense background. Their guild leader, Cruel Sword, is even a long-established expert. He has personally nurtured the Assassins' Alliance to its current status, so it is not unusual for him to produce such results. To begin with, what sort of impact could that Yifeng even have? In my opinion, that Yifeng would, at best, take on the role of a bystander. Being reprimanded by Zhang Luowei in such a way, Ling Feilong immediately revealed a fearful expression. Hurriedly nodding his head, he said, Yes, I understand, Brother Zhang. I definitely won't mention this again in the future. Inwardly, however, Ling Feilong smiled brightly. He was even more assured of Yifeng's might now. After all, if Zhang Luowei did not feel greatly threatened by Yifeng, why would he be so angry at the mention this expert? In fact, Ling Feilong had long since told Lan Hailong about this matter, and Lan Hailong had instructed him to contact Shifeng secretly once more. Once he attained certain achievements in God's domain, would he still be afraid of not being able to earn money? With wealth, would he still need to be afraid that Zhao Ruoshi wouldn't welcome his embrace of her own volition? Her family might very well obediently hand her over to him. Just as everyone discussed the Assassins' Alliance's first clear, Shifeng had already swapped out his old equipment for the 4 pieces of the wind extinguisher set equipment and had arrived at the library of White River City. Compared to the dilapidated house used as a library in Red Leaf Town, the library at White River City was a true library. Not only did it possess a majestic atmosphere, but its appearance was also splendid and magnificent. It was like a Babylonian shrine, and it was situated right in the heart of the city. The people going through the entrance of the library were mostly nobles of White River City and mage-class NPCs. There were even some who possessed Tier 2 classes. Hence, the library was not a place where the common folk could simply visit. Meanwhile, Charlin, the Tier 3 divine official whom Shifeng searched for, currently recuperated within this wealth of knowledge. At the entrance of White River City's majestic library, aside from a large number of NPCs entering and leaving the premises, there were also plenty of players surrounding the library's entrance. However, no matter how hard they tried, they still could not enter the library. Hence, a majority of these players were currently trying to befriend some of the NPCs here, increasing their intimacy in the hopes of these NPCs taking them along into the library. There were even some attractive female players that tried to seduce the NPC nobles. Meanwhile, the players that attempted these actions were mostly mages such as elementalists, cursemancers, and summoners. As for why these players tried to get into the library, it was mainly because of the amazing skills they could learn within the library. Aside from obtaining these skills from monsters and dungeons, the library also possessed some of the more common, high-level mage skills. As for healers, they would have to visit the Light Temple to learn their respective skills. Meanwhile, all melee classes could learn new skills from their respective class instructors in the Apocalypse Temple. These players had read about the library in the White River City guidebook by Sherfong. Hence, they had all come here to obtain new skills. After all, compared to upgrading their weapons and equipment, it was much easier to upgrade their arsenal of skills. As long as players could learn some of these high-level skills, their overall prowess would massively improve. However, learning a skill was very expensive. Players also needed to do a series of quests and waste precious time to obtain a skill. Hence, Sherfong never thought of obtaining his skills through such means. After all, the skills he had learned so far were not any weaker than those high-level class-specific skills. So, he naturally would not waste time trying to obtain them. Seeing Sherfong walking towards the library's entrance, the spectating players by the sidelines revealed sneers on their faces. "Look, another new guy is trying to enter. How many players has that been already? Let's watch the guard kick him out." Most of these players had suffered a loss at the hands of the gatekeeper. As none of them possessed an entry pass, the guards had chased them all away. There were also some players who tried to cause a scene after being refused entry. However, these players were either jailed or sent flying away with a kick. Just as Sherfong was about to walk towards the tightly shut large steel doors, a female elementalist pulled on Sherfong, stopping him. "The guards here will kick out any player without an entry pass. It is best if you do not try to approach them," the female player warned Sherfong. Sherfong already knew this. However, since the other party had approached him with kind intentions, Sherfong turned his head and looked at the female player that had stopped him. Immediately, Sherfong discovered that the female player who stopped him was very beautiful. Amongst all the female elementalists he knew, only the flame witch, Zhao Yueru, might trump this girl's beauty. Moreover, the equipment on this girl fully comprised of mysterious iron equipment. Although her weapons and equipment were all below level 10, they were still extremely valuable. As the girl before him was an independent player, it was much more difficult for her to obtain such equipment compared to a member of a guild. However, for some unknown reason, Sherfong felt a sense of familiarity when he looked at this female player. Yet, he could not recall when he had met her before. He then used observing eyes and took a look at this girl's name, Thoughtful Rain. Sherfong had no recollection of this ID, and he was very sure that there was no female expert in his previous life with such a name. Since she was not a female expert, why did he feel a sense of familiarity with her? Sherfong shook his head. There was no point thinking about it if he couldn't remember. It might just be a misconception due to his reincarnation. "Thanks," Sherfong said. Thoughtful Rain faintly smiled. She thought that, since Sherfong had shown his appreciation, he must have a kind personality, unlike others who would reply to goodwill with malice. Hence, she pointed towards the group of players a short distance away that was currently surrounding a few NPC nobles, softly saying, "N, your attitude isn't so bad after all. If you wish to enter the library, it is best if you obtain an entry pass first. You can also try to befriend one of those NPC nobles. They possess some entry passes." "Miss Rain, are you trying to enter the library as well?" Sherfong asked. But those NPC nobles are simply too vile. So, I was just about to leave in search of an entry pass somewhere else." Thoughtful Rain nodded her head. However, when she recalled those fat and oily NPC nobles, an expression of disgust appeared on her face. "Since that is the case, why don't you enter the library with me?" Sherfong asked. He had no ulterior motives in inviting her along. He was simply trying to repay Thoughtful Rain's kind reminder. "Enter?" Thoughtful Rain asked in confusion. "Do you have an entry pass?" No, Shi Feng shook his head. He then smiled as he explained, "However, I have other methods. It shouldn't be possible, right? The guards here will only allow those with an entry pass or those related to the library to enter." Thoughtful Rain revealed an unconvinced expression as if saying, "You're tricking me." Shi Feng merely smiled at her reaction, not bothering to explain. He then walked towards the large metal doors. Before Thoughtful Rain could stop Shi Feng, the guard on duty had already noticed him. The spectating players in the distance all started snickering at the thought of the misfortunate about to befall on Shi Feng. This noob is trying too hard to impress the beauty he just met. I want to watch the guard put him in his place. With his figure, I'm guessing that the guard will send him flying over 10 yards. If he continues making a ruckus, the guard might even capture him and hang him by the library's entrance for display. That isn't right. The guard kicked that last berserker over 10 yards. I bet that he will fly 15 yards away. Just as everyone wore mocking smiles, the guard moved forward and blocked Shi Feng's path. "Halt!" The powerful and mighty guard at the entrance suddenly blocked Shi Feng with his spear. He then coldly said, "You will need to present your pass if you wish to enter the library. I'm a demon hunter. Will that do?" Shi Feng swapped out his Might of 1,000 title for the Demon Hunter title, asking, "So it is Lord Demon Hunter. Please pardon my rudeness." The gatekeeper immediately retracted his spear, showing Shi Feng extreme respect. This situation immediately stunned the spectating players standing at a side. Their mouths gaped as the scene left them speechless. Even after they tried countless methods to obtain an entry pass from the NPC nobles, they still failed. Yet, the noob before them had actually made the gatekeeper kneel before him in respect just by uttering a single sentence. Could this be the rumored secret signal? Or was it the entry password? Shi Feng nodded towards the guard. He then pointed at Thoughtful Rain, saying, "She is a friend of mine. However, she does not possess an entry pass. I wonder if she can enter with me? I can be her guarantor." Of course, since she is a friend of the Lord Demon Hunter, she is naturally allowed to enter. The guard took a look at Thoughtful Rain, immediately noticing that she was an exquisite beauty. He then returned his gaze to Shi Feng, an understanding look on his face as he hurriedly said, "In addition, here is a library member's emblem. This will allow Lord Demon Hunter's friend to enter the library freely in the future." Saying so, the guard respectfully passed the library member's emblem to Shi Feng. Shi Feng was slightly stunned. God's domain had only undergone one evolution as of this moment. He never thought that these NPC guards would be so intelligent already. Though he felt slightly shocked, he had no hesitation when accepting the library member's emblem from the guard. An entry pass could only provide a single entry into the library for players. However, one could not complete the process of learning a new skill with a single trip. Meanwhile, there was no limit to the number of uses for the library member's emblem. Players could enter the library without any restrictions if they possessed this emblem. Originally, obtaining the library member's emblem for a friend was a special right reserved for nobles in White River City. Shi Feng did not think that even a demon hunter would have such rights. "Miss Rain, please hold onto this library member's emblem properly. In the future, you simply need to wear it on your person, and none of these guards will bar you from the library," Shi Feng said, handing the emblem to Thoughtful Rain, who was currently still in a daze. Following which, the two of them entered the library under everyone's stunned gazes. Some of the players were immediately dumbfounded. A few female players also revealed their envy as they watched Thoughtful Rain. At this moment, the players who had previously mocked Shi Feng ran up to the library's entrance. "Halt!" The gatekeeper blocked all the players, coldly saying, "You will need to present your pass if you wish to enter the library. I'm a demon hunter. Will that do?" These players repeated Shi Feng's words, inwardly praising themselves for their clever minds. "How brave! You actually dare to impersonate the Lord Demon Hunter." When the guard swept a glance over these players, he failed to discover any of them in possession of the Demon Hunter title. Immediately, the guard flared with anger. In the end, all these smart people ended up in tragedy, after Feng and Thoughtful Rain entered the library. Thoughtful Rain's eyes flashed with a hint of shock when she saw the spectacular scene inside the library. The interior of the library was like something from a fantasy world. Countless documents and materials were displayed all around the library, and a massive, transparent crystal globe occupied the center. This crystal globe was like a supercomputer. One could search for any information available pertaining to the Star Moon Kingdom. Meanwhile, numerous open-air meditation rooms made of magic crystals decorated the surroundings of the crystal globe. Inside these meditation rooms, players could either research new spells or practice using their current spells. Normally, only Tier 3 and above mage classes would research new spells. The players at this stage of the game had yet to possess a deep understanding of magic, so researching new spells was out of the question for them. Moreover, the spells that players currently used were only entry-level spells. However, along with the increase in their levels, the spells they used would also grow more complex. If they did not possess a specific degree of understanding of magic, they could stop dreaming of casting any high-tier spells. As a result, many mages in God's domain had given up on their adventuring career, switching to a lifestyle class instead. In fact, magic wasn't the only thing that had stringent requirements for players. It was the same for battle techniques. The more powerful a battle technique was, the higher its requirement would be of a player's control over their body. As a result, this requirement had created a gap in strength between the players of God's domain. It was one of the reasons that some players could advance to a Tier 5 class, while some failed even to reach Tier 3. Although it would be of some help if players increased their levels and attributes, such factors would make little difference the further players advanced in God's domain. This was also the reason why God-tier powerhouses were so rare. Thus, Feng continuously trained his body day in and day out, in addition to spending a large number of credits to purchase nutrient fluids to improve his body's physique. It was all meant to improve his brain's potential and performance. Only by developing his brain's potential could he master his body in the game and obtain extraordinary battle prowess. He could then advance to a Tier 5 class and take the challenge to advance to the Tier 6 godhood, reaching the pinnacle of God's domain. Let's part ways here. I still need to look for someone. If you want to learn high-level skills, the Tier 2 instructor over there can help you. Feng pointed towards a mage in white robes standing by the large crystal globe. Thank you. Thoughtful Rain appeared slightly embarrassed as she expressed her gratitude. Originally, she had intended to help Feng. Never would she have imagined that she would be the one who received help instead. She then said, "Seeing as you are so familiar with this place, are you perhaps a professional player?" "I guess you can put it that way." Feng nodded. "Let's add each other as friends, then. I don't normally play games, so I usually buy my game equipment from others. In the future, if I am looking to purchase equipment or do a quest, I can also look to you for some help." Thoughtful Rain beamed a smile as she sent Feng a friend request. "That's fine, but if you need help with a quest, it would be best if you contact me about it in advance." Feng accepted the friend request. He did not think that, by coming here to do a quest, he would actually meet a potential female customer. When his workshop started its operations in the future, aside from raiding dungeons to obtain equipment, they would also need to look for tycoons and various corporations for sponsorship. However, it was extremely difficult for an upstart workshop to obtain sponsorship from a large corporation. Newly established workshops usually depended on rich players who were willing to spend large sums of money. Only after becoming a large guild would a workshop attract the sponsorship of large corporations. Although Feng's workshop had yet to start its operation officially, there was already one customer waiting at the front door. His luck was relatively good. After Feng left, Thoughtful Rain inspected Feng's ID. "Oh, he is Feng, White River City's #1 expert." As Feng had kept his ID hidden, it was only revealed after Feng accepted her friend request. Although Thoughtful Rain was not a gaming expert, having a poor understanding of the gaming world, Feng's fame had long since shaken the White River City region. He had also received many titles such as White River City's #1 independent player, God-ranked expert, and so on. Furthermore, Feng had also personally penned the luxury version of the White River City guidebook she had bought. So, how could she not know who Shifeng was? No wonder why I thought he looked familiar. Turns out that he is Yifeng. This looks interesting. Thoughtful Rain's bright red lips slightly lifted upwards as she lost herself in her own thoughts. On the library's uppermost floor, Star Moon Hall, several level 180 Tier 1 knights stood guard outside of Star Moon Hall. These knights wore rigid expressions. Under normal circumstances, even normal nobles were not allowed into the Star Moon Hall. However, these knights did not stop Shifeng this time. On the contrary, they immediately parted the crystal doors for Shifeng upon his arrival. I've been bitterly waiting for you for so long. Why have you only decided to come now? Charlene asked, smiling sweetly from her seat next to a shiny, stone table. The woman currently wore a set of pure white, magical robes. The delicate and luxurious robes radiated a faint silvery glow, making Charlene appear as though she were a flawless noble saint. She crossed one thigh over the other, revealing fair, supple skin. It was almost as if Charlene was trying to toy with Shifeng. At this moment, Charlene was no longer a level 20 Tier 3 divine official, but a level 180 Tier 3 divine official. Aside from the few Tier 4 tyrants, Charlene could very well be considered the most powerful person in White River City. Why are you standing there, daydreaming? Come over here and sit. We have plenty of time to have a lengthy chat. Charlene smiled faintly as she pointed towards the empty seat beside her. Shifeng instinctively shuddered when he faced a gold digger like Charlene. He felt as if he were being stared at by a nine-tailed fox, his wallet no longer safe. However, to obtain the clue for the epic quest, Shifeng had no choice but to advance, taking a seat beside Charlene. Shifeng took out 10 gold coins, placing them on the table. He then asked in a soft tone, "Esteemed Lady Charlene, I've brought the 10 gold coins you requested. I wonder if you can tell me the location of the Bible of Darkness now." Charlene made a slight waving motion and the gold coins on the stone table immediately flew to her lily-white hand. Giggling, she played with the shiny coins in her hand. "I didn't think that your money-making speed would be so fast. This big sister has truly underestimated you." After storing the gold coins, Charlene unhurriedly said, "However, I now have a new piece of information. I wonder if you would be interested in hearing it? Moreover, this information is extremely accurate. It will definitely help you in locating the Bible of Darkness." Shifeng's lips involuntarily twitched at Charlene's words. She was going to ask for more money. "Say it. How much do you want?" Shifeng truly felt regretful now. Due to the successful sales of hardstones, Shifeng now had over 70 gold coins on his person. If he had known something like this would happen, he would have stored all his money in the bank before coming to the library. However, there was also another possibility. Only when players possessed a certain amount of money could they trigger the revelation of new information. If so, without a doubt, Shifeng had reached this goal. Not much. An additional 40 gold coins would be enough. Of course, you can choose not to listen to this new information. I'm not trying to belittle you, but with your current strength, it is impossible for you to locate the Bible of Darkness by relying on the old clue. Are you sure you don't want to know this new clue? Charlene blinked her eyes at Shifeng, her body radiating a holy aura. Those affected by this aura would find it hard to refuse Charlene's request. A total of 50 gold coins. At this moment, Shifeng wanted to shout, "Why don't you just rob me and be done with it?" However, Shifeng endured it. As long as he could obtain the reward for the epic quest, spending 50 gold coins was nothing in comparison. "Here is 40 gold coins." Shifeng ground his teeth as he placed another 40 gold coins on the stone table, forming a small, gold mountain. Charlene's eyes shone as she saw the small mountain of gold. After snagging the gold coins, she unhurriedly took out a letter and handed it to Shifeng. She then said, "This is a contract for White River City's Starstreak trading firm. As long as you bring this contract to President Henry, he will tell you how to reach the Dark Denver." Starstreak trading firm? Shifeng was slightly confused by Charlene's words. After all, this was the second phase of an epic quest. Yet, Charlene did not send him on a dangerous mission, but simply to find a person instead? The difficulty of this task was simply inconceivable. Could money really make the devil turn millstones for you? Can spending money reduce the difficulty of a quest? Shifeng wondered. Giving the situation some thought, it wasn't exactly impossible. Right now, a first-rate guild's daily liquid funds only amounted to 6 to 7 gold coins at best. Even if Fantasy Extinguisher had the full support of the first-rate guild, the Fantasy Shrine, it would have been impossible for him to gather 50 gold coins. Even if the Fantasy Shrine possessed 50 gold coins, they would not simply allow Fantasy Extinguisher to spend it. After all, a large guild could make major improvements to itself with 50 gold coins. If Shifeng had not received a daily income of over 100 gold coins from selling the hardstones, he would not pay 50 gold coins, even if it killed him. According to the main god system's principle of equal value exchange, there was a very high possibility that he could reduce the difficulty of the epic quest by paying 50 gold coins. In any case, Shifeng did not lack money right now. After all, he had a daily income of over 100 gold. His earnings could rival the total sum of all the famous guilds' liquid funds in White River City. It was not an exaggeration to say that his personal wealth could rival an entire city's. If he could reduce the difficulty of an epic quest by paying some money, he would definitely do so. If he had known about this earlier, he would have waited a few more days before coming to meet Charlene. If he gathered 500 or 600 gold coins, he might be able to go to the Dark Den immediately to complete the quest. He would save plenty of time and trouble. Thank you, Lady Charlene. Shifeng respectfully received the contract. I have faith in you. Don't make me wait too long. As more time passes, the strength of the great demon will also increase. At that time, even I might not be able to challenge it. As for you, you'll just have to live the remainder of your life as a walking corpse, Charlene warned. System. Second phase of the epic quest, Darkness Descends. Gospel Project. Accepted. Quest content. Go to Starstreak Trading Firm and look for President Henry for more information about the Dark Den rewards unknown. Although Shifeng did not know the exact contents of the quest, he felt that it should not be as easy as he had previously imagined. After all, he was only meeting Henry to learn more information, and not heading directly to the Dark Den. Starstreak Trading Firm was very famous throughout White River City. The range of operation of the Starstreak Trading Firm was not limited to White River City alone. It also operated in the 7 cities surrounding White River City. It was a massive trading firm. With such a wide reach, the amount of information they possessed would be immense as well. It was no wonder Charlene sent him to meet President Henry. Soon after, Shifeng bade farewell to Charlene. If he remained here, the remaining 20 gold coins in his pockets might very well end up in Charlene's pockets instead. After leaving the library, Shifeng hailed a horse carriage and hurried over to Starstreak Trading Firm. As the horse carriage galloped through the wide streets, Shifeng could see players who had just arrived at White River City all around. Through the passing of time, the atmosphere in White River City had grown livelier. There was a high possibility that, in just another few days, the streets of White River City would be packed with people. 10 minutes or so later, the horse carriage halted in front of the storefront of Starstreak Trading Firm. The Starstreak Trading Firm store appeared luxurious. The building had a total of 6 floors. This store was definitely one of the tallest buildings in White River City, making it extremely eye-catching. Moreover, it was situated in a very good location, right in the heart of the trade area. The Bank of White River City was also just next door, while the auction house was only a short distance away. There were only 8 shops in total situated within this golden district. Among them, 3 shops occupied the largest areas. Each occupied 2 to 3 times more land than the other shops. Naturally, Starstreak Trading Firm was one of these shops. Moreover, Starstreak Trading Firm similarly occupied such a golden district in the other 7 cities. It was obvious just how powerful the background of Starstreak Trading Firm was. During the initial stages of God's domain, countless first-rate guilds had tried to form connections with the Starstreak Trading Firm to conduct business. Unfortunately, these guilds failed to meet even the shadow of President Henry. Yet, right now, Shifeng could get in touch with President Henry through his quest. Shifeng couldn't help but admit that an epic quest was truly awe-inspiring. Although the price of failure was similarly horrifying, as long as he could complete it, the benefits he could obtain were unimaginable. The best example for this was the Demon Hunter title and Demon Mask Sherfong had received from completing the first phase of the Darkness Descends quest. These two items had been of great help to him. I wonder what sort of rewards I could obtain from completing this phase of the quest. Sherfong inwardly felt anticipation. As of this moment, Sherfong had finally realized why the Fantasy Shrine would hold nothing back in helping Fantasy Extinguisher complete his epic quest. After all, the profits they could reap from this quest was just astonishing. If a mere independent player like him could receive such profits, what could a guild accomplish? Hence, this was the reason the Fantasy Shrine had risen to the top of Black Dragon Empire during the early periods of the game in the past, suppressing all the other first-rate guilds. Unfortunately, Fantasy Shrine was doomed to normality in this life. Unless Fantasy Extinguisher managed to find another epic quest, Fantasy Shrine would not have any chances of achieving prominence. However, such a discovery was extremely unlikely. In the past, Sherfong had only accepted one epic quest throughout the decade he had spent in God's domain. Moreover, he had only received it by chance when he was around level 150. One could imagine just how rare an epic quest was. At this moment, Sherfong suddenly received a system announcement. White River City Region System Announcement. Congratulations to Ouroboros for becoming the first team to conquer the hard mode Crystal Ruins. All players within the team will be rewarded with 50,000 EXP and 1 silver coin. White River City Region System Announcement. Congratulations to Ouroboros for becoming the fastest team to conquer the hard mode Crystal Ruins. All players within the team will be rewarded with 50,000 EXP and 1 Tier 1 gemstone of random attribute. This system announcement undeniably caused a sensation among the players in White River City. Right now, the independent players who had arrived in White River City all had impressive techniques. Meanwhile, a large majority of them were unwilling to join a small guild. They all wished to join a large, top-tier guild. However, these independent players would not determine a guild's strength solely through the fame of the guild. After all, every time a guild started out in a new virtual reality game, they had to start from the very bottom. Moreover, there would always be some nameless guild suddenly rising in the ranks, becoming the tyrant of this new virtual reality game. Similarly, there was also plenty of well-known guilds that had vanished without a trace. Hence, players would usually determine a guild's strength through their dungeon raiding capabilities. This situation also caused the system announcements to be extraordinarily important to guilds, as this was the basis of reference for independent players. In fact, the players who had previously intended to join the Assassin's Alliance had all changed their minds to join Ouroboros instead. After all, not only was Ouroboros a first-rate guild, but they had also obtained the first clear of a Hell Mode dungeon. Regarding wealth, influence, or strength, Ouroboros was far more powerful than the Assassin's Alliance. Even an idiot knew which guild to choose. This was the difference in backgrounds. As expected of Gentle Snow, her speed is astonishing. I've only just recently helped the Assassin's Alliance obtain the first clear of a 20-man hard mode team dungeon. Yet, in the blink of an eye, she too has obtained one already. If she had not suddenly stopped playing God's Domain, she might have turned Ouroboros into a super guild in the past. Sherfong inwardly exclaimed, how great would it be if he could recruit Gentle Snow into his own guild? If Sherfong incorporated the cleric god Violet Cloud, the tyrant bear, Kola, the skillful fire dance, and his own past experiences into his own guild, they would have no trouble becoming a first-rate guild or even a super guild in the future. Thinking up to this point, Sherfong suddenly felt that he really needed to upgrade his team's strength. After all, a guild couldn't rely on a handful of Apex experts for support. They needed a stronger backbone. The best-case scenario for Sherfong right now was to recruit some of the future powerhouses who were still obscure existences right now. However, the guild he established by himself did not possess a deep background or great fame. These experts were no fools. If Sherfong tried to recruit them, they might not even consider the option before rejecting him. Hence, the foremost thing Sherfong needed to do was to establish a guild with a strong background and limitless potential. Only by doing so could he attract those nameless experts. First floor reception hall of Starstreak Trading Firm. The Starstreak Trading Firm store was different from normal stores. As it specialized in big businesses across cities, it had its own specialized reception room set up in the building. At the same time, there was also a sales area located on the first floor of the building. The sales area sold various merchandise such as clothing, weapons, equipment, potions, alchemy products, magic scrolls, and much more. This place was just like a supermarket in reality. A trading firm was different from the auction house. As the auction house charged players exorbitant processing fees, the items sold there were far more expensive than the items sold in normal stores. Earning money in God's domain was no simple task. Hence, rather selling their wares at the auction houses, losing 15% of their profits in the process, a large majority of the players in God's domain would prefer to spend more time selling their wares at trading companies or stores. Esteemed sir, how may I assist you? The beautiful and dignified young lady at the receptionist counter smiled at Sherfong. I wish to meet President Henry. Please tell President Henry that Lady Charlene sent me to speak with him, Sherfong said. Please wait for a moment. I will notify the president immediately. The receptionist immediately took out a multicolored communication crystal, transferring Sherfeng's information through the crystal. After several minutes, Mr. Yifeng, the president is waiting for you in the president's office on the 3rd floor. Thank you. Immediately, Sherfeng walked towards the spiral staircase in the distance. When he arrived before the president's office on the 3rd floor, he met 2 level 150 guards who stood by the office's door. Average players were absolutely not allowed to enter the president's office. In the past, countless guild executives had queued up in front of this office. They had wished to meet with President Henry to discuss matters of renting out the 1st floor of Starstreak Trading Firm's store for business. Unfortunately, they did not manage to catch even the shadow of President Henry. However, when Sherfong walked up to the office, the 2 ferocious-looking guards immediately parted the sturdy, mahogany doors for him. Inside the luxurious and spacious office, a man in his 50s sat on a sofa in the middle of the room. The man had an elegant and dignified appearance. This person was indeed President Henry of Starstreak Trading Firm, and he was a well-known financial magnate in White River City. Your Excellency Yifeng, please sit, President Henry said when his eyes met Sherfeng's, his finger pointing to the beast-skin sofa before him. President Henry, this is the contract that Miss Charlene wanted me to bring to you. Sherfeng sat down. He retrieved the contract from his bag, handing it over for Henry's inspection. No need. Before you arrived, Her Highness Charlene had already notified me of your coming here. I've also learned some information about you from Her Highness Charlene. The young truly are promising, Henry praised. He then said, Since you are here now, I feel reassured. Reassured? What are you reassured about? Sherfong had a bewildered look on his face. Just what was President Henry saying? Also, just what did Charlene tell Henry? Oh? Did Her Highness Charlene not tell Your Excellency about it? Confused, Henry said, This contract was set between me and Her Highness Charlene. As long as Her Highness can save the Starstreak Trading Firm from its current predicament, she will obtain 20% of Starstreak Trading Firm's shares and the Tier 4 magic scroll that was obtained from the ancient ruins. Comma? You say 20% of the company's shares and a Tier 4 magic scroll. Sherfeng's expression froze. Comma, Charlene was simply ruthless. Charlene had sent him to deal with the predicament. Yet, she would receive a Tier 4 magic scroll in addition to 20% of the company's shares. That's right. I've already mentioned this to Her Highness. As long as Your Excellency can save us from this predicament, that Tier 4 magic scroll will belong to Your Excellency, Henry said, nodding his head. May I know what kind of magic scroll it is? Sherfong was incredibly curious about the Tier 4 magic scroll. In the past, the most powerful magic scroll Sherfong had seen was only a Tier 4. If he sold the scroll, the minimum price for it would be 500 gold coins. If it were an amazing Tier 4 magic scroll, he could even sell it for over 1,000 gold coins. However, players who obtained a Tier 4 magic scroll were not usually willing to sell it. It is a Tier 4 position teleportation scroll. With it, one can teleport to anywhere they wished within an instant. However, this scroll was made using the technology of an ancient civilization. In our current era, we have no way of replicating such technology. Hence, this scroll is the only one that currently exists in Starmoon Kingdom. It is priceless, Henry said pridefully. This scroll was his most precious treasure. He had always been reluctant to part with it. If it were not for the trading firm facing a great predicament, he would never willingly offer this Tier 4 magic scroll as a remuneration. Hearing Henry saying so, Shurfeng came to a realization. If he had the Tier 4 position teleportation scroll, he could teleport directly to the Dark Den. He would not even have to waste time searching for its exact location. It was no wonder Charlene was so confident in her information. President Henry, I wonder what sort of predicament your trading firm wishes me to solve? Shurfeng asked. To be honest, bandits have snatched one of our shipments carrying precious merchandise, costing the trading firm massively. To make up for the loss, our trading firm had to pay a large sum of money as compensation, which in turn resulted in our trading firm facing its current crisis. So, I hope that Your Excellency can help us resolve this predicament. Otherwise, if this problem drags on for another month, our trading firm will have to declare bankruptcy, Henry unhurriedly explained. Then, President Henry, are you telling me to get rid of those bandits and retrieve your stolen merchandise? It would be best if that is possible. Then, which band of bandits stole your merchandise? The Black Scorpion Corps of Black Cloud Ridge, led by Black Scorpion himself. He is a level 180 Tier 3 Shadow Warrior. If you can get rid of him and retrieve our merchandise, I would greatly appreciate it. Hearing the words, Tier 3 Shadow Warrior, Shurfeng nearly fell off of his seat. Was President Henry telling him to deal with a Tier 3 NPC? Only players who did not know how to write the word death would accept this request. Not to mention a month, Shurfeng would still fail this task even if he had 2 years to complete it. This had to be a joke. Shurfeng had originally thought that the epic quest's difficulty had been reduced. Rather, wasn't this the exact opposite? Noticing Shurfeng's troubled expression, Henry once more unhurriedly said, If Your Excellency feels that this request is too difficult, there is a second option. It is also for this reason that Her Highness Charlene sent Your Excellency here. Shurfeng slightly recovered from his shock as he heard that there was a second option. In reality, our trading firm also feels that it is impossible to retrieve the merchandise. The only possibility for Starstreak Trading Firm to get through this predicament is for us to collect 30,000 gold coins within a month. Her Highness Charlene has always praised Your Excellency as a business prodigy. If Your Excellency manages our Starstreak Trading Firm, I believe that we can achieve that goal. Seeing Henry's anticipating gaze, Shurfeng only wanted to curse. Just because he managed to earn a few coins, he was suddenly a business prodigy. What kind of sick joke was this? Earning 30,000 gold in a month. Moreover, he didn't actually have 30 days at all. Considering the time when the Great Demon would appear, Shurfeng would, at most, have 20 days to earn 30,000 gold coins. Even if he currently earned 100 gold or so per day, 10 days would only net him 1,000 gold, while 30 days would only net him at 3,000 gold. That was only 1/10 of the required amount. Players were still stuck in the initial stages of God's domain right now, so it was impossible for anyone to make that much money. If one added a week's earnings of every player in the White River City region together, it might equal 30,000 gold. How was he supposed to earn that sort of money? He might as well become a bandit and snatch the money from someone else. No, that's not right. Even if he tried to steal it, there was no way he could get that much money. Before Shurfeng could reject the quest, a system notification popped up before him. System, Epic Quest Phase 2 Gospel Project, accepted. Quest content. You have become the manager of Starstreak Trading Firm. Earn 30,000 gold coins within a month and resolve Starstreak Trading Firm's predicament. Rewards unknown. It's not even going to give me a choice? Shurfeng laughed bitterly as he looked at the system notification. Shurfeng did not even have the right to reject an epic quest. Shurfeng was truly confused as to how Fantasy Extinguisher had actually managed to complete this epic quest. In theory, he shouldn't be able to complete the quest even if he sacrificed the entire fantasy shrine. When converted to credits, 30,000 gold coins was the equivalent of 300 million credits. One could even buy a large company with that kind of money. Moreover, compared to the difficulty of earning 300 million credits, in reality, it was much harder to earn 30,000 gold in God's domain. Naturally, it was impossible for Shi Feng to earn 300 million credits in reality right now. To speak frankly, if he were capable of such a thing, he would have long since done so. Why bother playing God's domain at all? However, it would still be better for him to develop himself in God's domain, as God's domain had more prospects. Earning credits in God's domain would be much faster than earning credits in reality. Your Excellency Yi Feng, from now on, the entire Starstreak trading firm will be under your command. We will carry out any orders you give. Also, I would like to introduce you to someone. If your Excellency needs anything, simply let her know, Henry said, clapping his hands once. At this moment, the large doors of the office suddenly opened, and a beautiful girl with golden blonde hair stepped into the office. The girl with blue eyes wore a beautiful purple dress. The edges of her dress brushed against the red-carpeted floor. The girl had a fair and pretty face, and her long wavy hair, which reached her buttocks, fluttered in the wind as she moved. Her bangs covered her sea-blue left eye, while her uncovered right eye looked just like a shiny, blue gemstone. As she walked closer to Shi Feng and President Henry, her thin red lips formed a tranquil, yet attractive smile. Anna, from today onwards, His Excellency Yi Feng will be the acting president of Starstreak Trading Firm, while you will be His Excellency's assistant. You must properly assist His Excellency, understood? Henry asked. Yes, President. I will not disappoint His Excellency Yi Feng. Following which, Henry sent a beaming smile at Shi Feng as he said, Your Excellency Yi Feng, from today onwards, the Starstreak Trading Firm's fate will be in your hands. Anna is very familiar with the Starstreak Trading Firm, and she is also very intelligent and capable. If you have any commands, please don't hesitate to let her carry them out. System. Player has activated the NPC administration system. Please call out the NPC administration interface to manage your subordinated NPCs. Seeing Henry's smile, in addition to Anna's attractive appearance, Shi Feng was slightly stunned. He could almost feel cold sweat dripping down his forehead. Henry obviously worried that Shi Feng would not give it his all in helping them. Thus, Henry had given Shi Feng this benefit. Fine. Leave the matter of Starstreak Trading Firm to me, then. Shi Feng laughed bitterly. He never imagined that he could obtain a beautiful assistant in God's domain. Not even a guild leader would enjoy such treatment. Also, Shi Feng felt relieved at the fact that he was not required to give 30,000 gold to Starstreak Trading Firm. Instead, he only needed to help the trading firm make 30,000 gold. Without a doubt, the difficulty of the quest had greatly reduced. Immediately, Shi Feng called out the system interface, investigating the NPC administration interface. Anna, Yi Feng's assistant. Gender, female. Age, 20. Loyalty, 50. Charm, 86. Physique, 60. Wisdom, 91. Level, 50. HP, 10,000. Her wisdom is so high. Shi Feng was shocked when he saw the information displayed. In God's domain, wisdom determined an NPC's potential. Normally, NPCs would not have wisdom exceeding 50 points. If an NPC's wisdom reached 60 points, they would possess extraordinary statuses in God's domain. Meanwhile, those with 70 points in wisdom were usually Tier 2 mages. As for NPCs who had 90 points in wisdom, they were usually characters such as Charlene, a Tier 3 divine official. However, Anna was far more amazing than Charlene. Charlene had a Tier 3 class, so her attributes would have been increased, resulting in her wisdom reaching 90 points. However, Anna did not possess any class right now. If Anna obtained a Tier 3 class, her wisdom would exceed 100 points. Although it was only a difference of 10 points, wisdom increased slower as it reached higher numbers. Similarly, the difference between a single point in wisdom would also become greater. An NPC with 100 points in wisdom was the equivalent to Magistrate Weissman of White River City, an Apex Tier 4 wizard. With such a powerful subordinate, Shifeng's mood improved greatly. Although 30,000 gold was a huge sum of money, if Shifeng earned it through the Starstreak trading firm, he would still have a thread of hope of succeeding. Since he was already capable of earning 100 gold per day by himself, if he utilized Starstreak trading firm's influence, he had a very high possibility of earning the 30,000 gold coins. After all, Starstreak trading firm had shops based in 8 cities, and every one of them was in the heart of the trade areas of each respective city. Meanwhile, the total population of these 8 cities exceeded 5 million players. With such a large player base, it would be very easy for Shifeng to make money. Thinking up to this point, a flash of inspiration struck Shifeng. All this time, he thought of opening a shop in White River City. Only, he did not possess the sufficient reputation or money to do so. After all, not to mention purchasing a shop located within the trade area, even the cheapest shop in White River City required players to have 500 White River City reputation points in addition to 1,000 to 5,000 gold coins. Although the price looked high, in reality, it was not as expensive as one would imagine. After all, the hardest part of purchasing a shop was the required 500 reputation points. By the time players obtained 500 White River City reputation points, a lot of time would have passed, and they would have long since collected the necessary coins to purchase a shop. Moreover, the coins at that time would not be as valuable as right now. At that time, 1 gold coin would at most be worth around 200 credits, unlike the current situation where 1 silver coin could sell for more than 100 credits. By becoming the acting president of the Starstreak Trading Company, Shifeng had essentially obtained the most valuable shops in 8 different cities. What did this situation hint at? Nobody had a better understanding of this situation than Shifeng. Shortly after, under Anna's lead, Shifeng left the president's office to tour the Starstreak trading firm. In truth, however, even without exploring the place, Shifeng already had a thorough understanding of the Starstreak trading firm. NPCs were different from players in that they could only sell common goods. Even the equipment they sold was common rank, and very rarely would there be a bronze-ranked item for sale. However, it would be a different story altogether if the store were run by a player. On top of everything else, Shifeng was also the officially acknowledged chief forger of Starmoon Kingdom. Just as Anna guided Shifeng around the Starstreak trading firm, a few players who came to purchase some necessities such as food, water, scrolls, and potions were immediately dumbstruck when they noticed the duo. That NPC is beautiful. Just who is that player? Isn't he too good at getting the ladies? He has even managed to land an NPC sister. This won't do. I need to convince him to teach me. The scene of Shifeng and Anna walking together immediately attracted the attention of plenty of players. In reality, such attention wasn't just due to Anna's beauty. It was also due to the fact that Shifeng had managed to get together with a female NPC. Such a feat was far more stunning than just getting together with a beautiful female player. Countless male players glowered at Shifeng in envy. Meanwhile, this information spread throughout the forums like a storm, especially the footage of Shifeng and Anna strolling through the sales area. This footage became a sensation among players, and it allowed them to gain a new perspective on God's domain. Fortunately, Shifeng had not used his true appearance at that time. Instead, he wore the identity of Black Flame. This should be enough. Shifeng looked at the surrounding onlookers as he revealed a faint smile. The reason he had asked Anna to come out for a stroll was precisely to attract attention. He then spoke to Anna. I've decided to change the Starstreak trading firm's business model. I wonder if that would be all right. Anna's eyes suddenly widened in surprise. She looked at Shifeng with a confused expression as she thought. He has just taken the position as the acting president, yet he is already taking such a bold and decisive action? Is this person really a business prodigy? However, Shifeng was her boss. Moreover, President Henry had already instructed her to listen to Shifeng. Hence, she nodded her head, saying, If Your Excellency wishes to change the business models, I wonder what Your Excellency needs me to do. Very simple. I wish to hire adventurers to craft items for me, then sell the items they have crafted. So, I need you to get someone to refurbish the 8 shops we own. The first and second floors of the building will be used to sell our wares, while the fourth to sixth floors will be rebuilt as a workspace. Also, get the news out that we are hiring lifestyle players. Whether they are just normal people or adventurers, as long as they reach our standards, we will offer them 30% more than what others are offering. Listening up to this point, Anna grew shocked. This wasn't just a change in the business models. This was practically a change of occupation. Immediately after Sherfong gave his command, Anna started making the necessary preparations. Compared to a normal NPC, Anna was simply too smart. In just a short amount of time, she had already finished carrying out Sherfeng's request. During the time Sherfong brainstormed on how he was going to utilize the Starstreak trading firm to earn 30,000 gold, the entire Starstreak trading firm had also started its renovation. Following Sherfeng's request, the first and second floors were outfitted with sales counters. The first floor sold only the commonly used items, while the second floor would sell exquisite and precious items. Meanwhile, the fourth to sixth floors were refurbished into workshops for lifestyle players. Out of those 3 floors, the fourth floor consisted of solely forging rooms, while the fifth floor consisted of potion-making rooms. The sixth floor consisted of workshops for the remaining classes and a warehouse meant for the use of both NPCs and players. Meanwhile, the Starstreak trading firm's renovation had attracted the attention of many players. Due to the footage of Sherfong and Anna from before, plenty of players had arrived the trading firm to take a look out of curiosity. Yet, by the time they arrived, they discovered that the Starstreak trading firm was actually undergoing renovations. This situation made all the players grow even more curious. Just what was going on here? Your Excellency Yifeng, the matter you requested has been completed. Does Your Excellency have any other instructions? Anna spoke gently as she walked up to Sherfong, a tranquil smile on her face. Good. How many people did you manage to recruit? Sherfong asked. From the 8 cities, we've recruited 245 potion makers. Among them, 209 are basic potion makers, 29 are intermediate potion makers, and 7 are advanced potion makers. In addition, we also recruited 228 forgers. Among them, 188 are basic forgers, 31 are intermediate forgers, and 9 are advanced forgers. Anna took out a name list and placed it on the table. That's quite a lot. Sherfong was very satisfied as he looked at the number of NPCs on the list. If a first-rate guild's upper management saw such numbers, they would surely be shocked beyond recovery. After all, these were all genuine potion makers and forgers. They were not apprentices. With such a frightening force, one could instantly turn a third-rate guild into a super guild. This was the amazing aspect the Starstreak trading firm. If it were a player-established store, they could not recruit nearly this many high-level NPCs. The best NPCs they could recruit would only be apprentices. On the other hand, the Starstreak trading firm had easily recruited this many potion makers and forgers. These NPCs were far more capable than player apprentices. The only downside was their slightly lower efficiency, slow improvements, and much lower growth potential. Your Excellency, I feel that it isn't very appropriate to offer such a high salary. Since we are hiring so many people, we will also have to provide an equally large number of materials. We will take a huge loss through this transaction. If we continue down such a path, not to mention a month, the Starstreak trading firm will go bankrupt within 10 days, Anna said worriedly. In order to hire all these people, the Starstreak trading firm had offered 30% more than the market price. The trading firm also had to bear the failures of these crafters. This was simply madness. Moreover, whether it was potions or equipment, neither could earn them a lot of money. The sales of these items were similarly average. Only those master-level characters would earn a lot of money from their craft. Right now, they were simply taking a loss by recruiting so many people. Anna truly could not understand why Sherfong would invite all these people to work here. Wouldn't it be better to purchase the finished products from these crafters? That way, their trading firm would not have to suffer any losses. Unfortunately, Anna had no idea just how important these potion makers and forgers were to the current players of God's domain. You don't need to bother with this. The remaining thing we need is to convince the basic potion makers to continuously make the basic recovery potions and basic mana regeneration potions that they are adept at making. As for the intermediate and advanced potion makers, get them to make intermediate recovery potions and intermediate mana regeneration potions. For the forgers, get all of them to make only whetstones. Shifeng said with a smile. There were plenty of NPC potion makers and forgers in God's domain. Meanwhile, only players with their own shops had the right to hire these NPCs. Otherwise, even when players provided the materials, these NPCs would refuse to make anything for these players. However, there was a downside to getting these NPCs to make items. Simply put, they were slow. The number of items they could craft within a day was fixed. As for the advantage, NPCs had a much higher success rate, so they did not waste as many materials as players did. Meanwhile, during the later stages of God's domain, as player-made items grew in abundance, the usefulness of these NPCs would similarly start to wane. Right now, however, these forgers and potion makers were of great use to Shifeng. It was especially true for the intermediate recovery potion and intermediate mana regeneration potion. These two items were very useful to players, as they could save their lives during a crucial moment. Although these two items were common products, and their respective recipes were also available for sale at the Potion Making Association, the players at this stage of the game were simply incapable of crafting them. Meanwhile, these two potions were only available for purchase from hidden NPCs, and only a limited amount was sold each day. They were items that a majority of the players in God's domain had no chance of enjoying. If these NPC potion makers crafted these two potions, their success rate would be more than 70%. The materials needed to make an intermediate potion were only around 30 to 40 copper, yet, each completed bottle could sell for 5 to 6 silver coins. If Shifeng deducted the cost of hiring, he would still make a profit of 4 to 5 silver coins. So why wouldn't he carry out this transaction? Players needed these items the most right now. If the Starstreak trading firm sold these items, they would make a killing. There were also the whetstones. This was an item that all players lacked. Currently, each stack of hard stones sold for 13 silver coins, while a stack of whetstones sold for 40 silver coins. When comparing the success rate of forging apprentices and an official forger, how could the former even hope to win over the latter? The only problem was materials. As the Starstreak trading firm had previously only purchased finished products from forgers and potion makers, they did not have any materials of their own stored up. Now, they needed to provide the materials for these crafters. Although the trading firm could purchase the more common materials at low prices, Shifeng needed to be the one to gather the materials required to make intermediate recovery potions, intermediate mana regeneration potions, and whetstones. However, Shifeng was not afraid of this. The herbs needed to make the intermediate recovery potion and intermediate mana regeneration potion were not very expensive. After all, these herbs were utterly useless to players right now. The players in God's domain at the moment were still apprentice potion makers. Crafting basic recovery potions was already impressive. Why would they bother wasting materials to make unrewarding potions? As a result, the herbs required to craft intermediate recovery potions and intermediate mana regeneration potions were very cheap. As for hard stones, Shifeng wasn't worried. After all, he still had a humongous stock in his warehouse. He had enough for these NPC forgers for a long time. Moreover, he could also continue purchasing them from Aqua Rose. He would not lack hard stones at all. He would also sell these items in 8 different cities. With all of these advantages, it would be challenging not to make a profit. Moreover, Shifeng also revealed one of his trump cards. Advanced whetstones. Advanced whetstones were much stronger than a normal whetstones. Not only did they recover twice the amount of a weapon's durability, but they could also increase the weapon's damage. Shifeng had already intended to sell each for 7 silver coins, and one stack would sell for 1 gold, 40 silvers. As long as he placed the advanced whetstones on the second floor, a majority of the players would fight over it, especially the large guilds. Oftentimes, just a 1% difference in damage could decide the victory or defeat of a boss raid. Meanwhile, the advanced whetstone provided a 3% increase to a weapon's damage. So, how could the various guilds, who were currently in a rush to raid dungeons, miss out on this item? They would definitely be in a mad rush to purchase them. Previously, Shifeng had kept all the advanced whetstones for his personal use. Later on, he passed some of them to his teammates, leaving him with 800 or so for himself. With this amount, the Starstreak trading firm should be able to last a relatively long time. However, Shifeng's plans were not limited to this. Now that he had such a large market available to him, he should fully utilize it, as he would not have a similar chance like this in the future. Hence, Shifeng thought up this plan. He intended to fully manipulate the Starstreak trading firm to help him set up his own shop in the future. Afterwards, Shifeng left the follow-up work to Anna, while he departed the Starstreak trading firm alone. Inside a hotel in White River City. Along with God's domain's evolution, players understood the importance of rest. If they grinded monsters without rest, not only would their stamina decrease, but their concentration would also fall. Hence, after a day of battle, players would now rest at the hotel, having a drink and chatting with each other. Players discovered that places like restaurants, hotels, and bars allowed them to recover stamina and concentration more quickly. After relaxing for 2 or 3 hours, they would feel refreshed and filled with energy. Did you hear? The Starstreak trading firm seems to be undergoing renovations. I heard that they are going to release new products for sale. Who doesn't know about this? After I made some inquiries, I found out that the Starstreak trading firm has also recruited tons of potion makers and forgers. The trading firm is even hiring lifestyle players right now. However, no players have dared apply for a position yet, thinking that it wouldn't be a reliable job. I wonder what sort of new items they are going to sell. Aside from the common usage items, what else could an NPC-owned store sell? They can't possibly offer bronze equipment or rare potions, right? That sounds about right. While the players in the hotel conversed, a male player suddenly pushed open the saloon doors, panting. Big news! Starstreak trading firm has finished its renovations and has officially opened for business. The panting ranger exclaimed to his companions loudly. Why are you making a fuss? Aren't they just reopening their business? We don't lack basic potions or common equipment right now, so we don't need to replenish our stock. As the leader of the party, the shield warrior rolled his eyes as he watched this embarrassing companion of his. Others would make fun of them for the ranger's unsightly appearance. Indeed, just like the shield warrior had feared, the other players in the hotel sent belittling glances, mocking smiles on their faces. Leader, listen to me, that ranger excitedly said. I saw whetstones inside the shop. There are also intermediate recovery potions and intermediate mana regeneration potions. Moreover, the basic potions are cheaper than anywhere else. What did you say? There are whetstones. The shield warrior froze, stunned. The entire hotel fell silent. Let's go. Take us there immediately. We have to buy all of them now. The shield warrior abruptly stood up, casting charge and arriving at the ranger's side. Grabbing the ranger by the arm, he immediately rushed out of the hotel, running towards the Starstreak trading firm. The other players inside the hotel were dumbfounded by this scene. What? Crap! They're going to buy out the whetstones. We need to hurry as well. After entering White River City, players' need for whetstones had not decreased in the slightest. On the contrary, their need had grown. It was especially true when they faced high-level monsters, as the durability of their weapons reduced at a much faster rate. As a result, the popularity of whetstones had exploded. The available supply was far from meeting the demand. By the time everyone had arrived at the Starstreak trading firm, a sea of people had already obliterated the shop's doors. Aside from whetstones, the players present also fought to purchase the intermediate recovery and mana regeneration potions like madmen. Meanwhile, this information had quickly spread to the ears of the various guilds. Guild leader, I've already collected a large sum from all our members, and we've managed to purchase 30 stacks of hard stones. This amount should be enough to last us a long time. Stabbing Heart spoke through the system communicator. Good. The moment the money-making team sends over the latest batch of gold coins, immediately return all the money we borrowed from our members, Cruel Sword excitedly said. Aside from the Assassins' Alliance, other guilds also frantically gathered funds. Snow, just what is happening at that Starstreak trading firm? Why would they suddenly start selling these items? Zhao Yueru wrinkled her crescent brows when she looked at the latest news that she had just received. She then said helplessly, We've already spent a lot of money to purchase our previous stock of hard stones. We don't have any money to purchase any more right now. I've heard that the Starstreak trading firm is also selling limited edition advanced whetstones right now. Rumor has it the advanced whetstones effects are at least double that of normal whetstones. In addition, it also provides a 3% damage buff. Although it is slightly more expensive, costing 7 silver coins per piece, we would have a much easier time raiding the dungeon bosses with them. Gentle Snow shook her head, a helpless expression appearing on her beautiful face as she said, under normal circumstances, NPCs would never sell these items. However, there is something strange going on. A player has created a connection with the Starstreak trading firm. I'm just wondering who could possibly achieve such a feat. Also, who would possess enough funding to supply so many whetstones and intermediate potions. This is simply unbelievable. Send someone to investigate this matter immediately. Recently, she had managed to raise 20 gold coins and had purchased hard stones with that money. Yet, the Starstreak trading firm now sold whetstones. She had not received any information before this incident, causing her to suffer disaster. Currently, the issue of weapon durability had caused a roadblock in their dungeon raiding progress. Everything would be too late by the time their guild's forgers managed to turn those hard stones into whetstones. Other guilds would have long since surpassed them. They needed to obtain the whetstones right this instant, especially the advanced whetstones. Meanwhile, inside an intermediate forging room in the Forging Association, Feng currently crafted advanced whetstones. He did so to increase his forging proficiency and earn money. The present market was not the same as before. With the Starstreak trading firm around, he could now sell the advanced whetstones he made in 8 cities. Although the advanced whetstones were somewhat expensive, players from the 8 cities would still buy them. Even if Feng forged advanced whetstones 24 hours a day, he still wouldn't meet the demand of the 8 cities. Currently, gold coins poured into the Starstreak trading firm's accounts with every passing moment. Feng did not even dare open the money system notification. Only 1 short hour had passed since Starstreak trading firm reopened, yet already it had earned over 300 gold coins. However, this was only the beginning. Things would become more exciting later on. Aside from making money, Feng's goal in making advanced whetstones was to upgrade himself to an advanced forging apprentice. If he became an advanced forging apprentice, he could learn the advanced book of magic he had obtained from Stonehammer Town. Previously, he only had White River City as the sole market for his wares. Now, however, he had 8 markets. He also did not need to foot any of the high processing fees, so he could not waste this chance. Feng intended to gain an impressive reputation and prestige among the 8 cities. However, the advanced whetstones alone were not enough to achieve this result. Moreover, advanced whetstones could not increase his reputation, as these things did not carry his personal mark. Only the Starstreak trading firm would gain reputation from these advanced whetstones. Most importantly, after everyone had a taste of the benefits of the advanced whetstones, they would fervently investigate how they could obtain the recipe. After all, the recipe for the advanced whetstone was not unique. Players could obtain them from multiple team dungeons. By the time Feng opened his own shop, he would no longer possess the advantage he had right now. Thus, he needed to become an advanced forging apprentice and learn the advanced book of magic, creating the one and only mana armor kit. Once he thoroughly spread the Black Flame Forger's reputation with the mana armor kits that only he could create, tons of players would search him out. In the quiet and steamy forging room, a deep blue flame burned brilliantly as it refined one hard stone after the next. Originally, forging advanced whetstones had a low success rate. Yet, when Feng made them, the process was as smooth as flowing water. Whether regarding production speed or quality, both were equally amazing, and one couldn't help but give praise when witnessing this scene. Although the repetitive task was slightly cumbersome, when Feng's thoughts wandered to the fact that each advanced whetstone could sell for 7 silver coins, endless motivation flowed into him. After 3 hours had passed since Feng started this laborious work, he had made 180 advanced whetstones. His speed could practically rival the efficiency of 3 or 4 forgers combined. Also, without noticing it, Feng had also recovered his previously lost level. returning from level 14 to level 15. His current leveling speed was far more efficient than grinding normal monsters. Having decided to take a short rest, Shifeng examined his current forging proficiency. It was already at 1,253 points right now. He needed 3,000 proficiency points to be promoted from an intermediate forging apprentice to an advanced forging apprentice. As long as he continued to work hard for 2 or 3 more days, he could become an advanced forging apprentice. If other players knew of Shifeng's promotion speed, they might become stupefied. After all, throughout the entire White River City region, aside from Shifeng, there was not a single intermediate forging apprentice to be found. Shifeng's forging promotion speed was monstrously fast. Based on this speed, if I focus solely on forging, I can become an advanced forging apprentice in 2 days, just in time for the next transaction with Aqua Rose. I can rake in another large sum of money from Aqua Rose. Shifeng made a rough estimation, growing excited. He greatly profited every time he met with Aqua Rose. If he could make another large sum this time, he would have mostly dealt with the matter of setting up his workshop. Later on, he only needed to think of a way to recruit a large number of players that could serve as the backbone of the guild in the future. If he wished to establish a guild with tens of thousands of members, he needed at least several hundred players to serve as the backbone of the guild. Otherwise, he could not manage so many players properly. Hence, Shifeng had decisively bought the office building to establish his workshop. It would save him the trouble of having to move to a new workshop in the future, limiting such issues related to the guild's development. HM? Gentle Snow. When Shifeng heard the ringtone for his communicator, he discovered the caller was Gentle Snow. However, she was not looking for Yifeng, but Black Flame instead. It just so happened that Shifeng had reasons to look for Gentle Snow as well. Previously, he had intended to use the ID of Black Flame to establish the lifestyle guild, the Horizon Alliance. However, he never found the chance to do so. Now a chance had arrived. Currently, he was temporarily in charge of the Starstreak trading firm, which possessed shops in 8 different cities. Moreover, these shops were all located in the heart of each city. Regarding materials, workplace, or a place to sell items, Shifeng now had everything a lifestyle player would need in his possession. If he factored in Gentle Snow's advertising, establishing the Horizon Alliance was practically a done deal. If Horizon Alliance successfully developed, it would be worth a gold mine. He could obtain both funding and materials through this lifestyle guild. At that time, Shifeng would not have to worry about Zero Wings development. Black Flame, are you interested in making a deal? Gentle Snow immediately asked without any greeting. A deal? I wonder what sort of deal Miss Snow wishes to make. Shifeng asked, curious. I know that you are related to the matter of the Starstreak trading firm, so I wish to purchase some whetstones from you, especially the advanced whetstones. I'll pay credits and I'll buy as many as you have right now, Gentle Snow said. So you desire the whetstones. This should be simple. However, I need gold coins far more than credits right now. If Miss Snow has a lot of them, I can definitely sell you my entire stock. Shifeng did not refute Gentle Snow's claim. After all, it was not strange that she had discovered his relation to the Starstreak trading firm. Previously, he had used the appearance of Black Flame to stroll through the trading firm with Anna openly. Moreover, many players had recorded a video of that scene. Since Gentle Snow had seen Black Flame before, she could easily figure out the relationship between him and the Starstreak trading firm as long as she saw one of those videos. I'll pay you 3 times of the market price via credits. Gentle Snow did not want the other guilds to catch up to them. Hence, she did not mind spending some extra credits. Miss Snow, there is no need to continue. You and I both know how important gold coins are right now. If you do not have the sincerity to conduct this trade, let us just forget it altogether. I am sincere about this deal. However, I've recently purchased a large batch of hardstones, so I don't have any excess gold coins at the moment. How about 5 times the market price? Gentle Snow felt helpless right now. Black Flame certainly had a powerful backer supporting him, so he might not value credits as much as gold coins. However, she truly had nothing she could use to trade. She only had credits. Let's just forget about the credits. Don't you have a lot of hard stones right now? Shifeng revealed a faint, bitter smile. If he were not required to earn 30,000 gold coins within 20 days, he would have definitely agreed to 5 times the market price. However, gold coins were much more important to him right now. This matter affected his own future development, so he could not compromise. Hence, he suggested, let's exchange using hard stones, then. Exchange. Gentle Snow's beautiful face froze. Stunned, she asked, what will the ratio of exchange be? That will depend on you. For the normal whetstones, it will be a 1:4 ratio. As for the advanced whetstones, I require a 1:9 ratio, Shifeng stated calmly. Fine. However, I want only advanced whetstones. Moreover, I want to conduct the trade immediately. After giving the matter some thought, Gentle Snow felt that this exchange seemed reasonable. However, Gentle Snow inwardly cursed at Shifeng for being too hateful. It is as expected of the chief forger of Star Moon Kingdom. If she allowed the forgers in her guild to make whetstones right now, they could produce 1 whetstone with every 4 or 5 hard stones. Meanwhile, Shifeng had accurately suggested trading 1 whetstone for 4 hard stones. The result of this exchange was just slightly better than the result the forgers in her guild could produce. So, Gentle Snow agreed to trade the majority of their stock of hard stones for advanced whetstones, leaving the remainder for the forgers in her guild to increase their forging proficiency. Alright then, look for an NPC named Anna once you arrive at the Starstreak trading firm. She will conduct the exchange immediately, Shifeng instructed, chuckling. Soon after, Shifeng disconnected the call, resuming his production of advanced whetstones. Shifeng's trade with Gentle Snow was only a small interlude. After Gentle Snow had exchanged 4 stacks of advanced whetstones with Anna, under Shifeng's instructions, Anna made the exchange mechanism open to the public. The exchange ratio was the same as he previously mentioned to Gentle Snow. As a result, many players who lacked the money to purchase whetstones started frantically exchanging their hard stones. They no longer needed forging apprentices to rip them off. With this, not only could the Starstreak trading firm deal with its material supply issue, but it could also make a profit from this exchange. This scene caused many lifestyle players to have second thoughts about applying to work at the trading firm. 2 days later, System. Congratulations! You are the first player to be promoted to an advanced forging apprentice. Obtained 200,000 EXP. Rewarding 5 runic gold. Finally! Still, the system is really generous this time. To think it would even give me a rare item like runic gold. Shifeng involuntarily smiled when he saw the system rewards. Runic gold could increase the forging success rate of an item by 10%. Simultaneously, it would have a chance to upgrade the rank of the forged item by 1. Unlike runic steel, which could only upgrade an item's quality to a maximum of fine gold rank, runic gold could increase an item's quality up to dark gold rank. However, Shifeng's joy focused on the promotion to an advanced forging apprentice. Ever since his forging proficiency had reached 2,000 points, the advanced whetstones no longer rewarded 1 proficiency point 100% of the time. They only had a 70% chance to reward a proficiency point. Meanwhile, after he reached 2,500 points, there was only a 40% chance of obtaining 1 proficiency point, while at 2,800 points, that chance further decreased to 20%. After spending 2 days forging away, he finally managed to earn the promotion to an advanced forging apprentice. After becoming an advanced forging apprentice, Shifeng immediately retrieved the advanced book of magic from his bag, choosing to learn it without hesitation. Suddenly, a golden glow surrounded Shifeng's body, and within Shifeng's mind, the knowledge of producing the magic armor kit appeared. During these 2 days, aside from continuously producing advanced whetstones and raising his forging proficiency, Shifeng had also made sure to train his body during the day. Incidentally, he also bought that office building in the city center for his workshop. Shifeng had to pay a total of 60 million credits in installments. He first paid 20 million credits, while he would pay the remaining 40 million in full within 3 months. Shifeng had also earned over 10 million credits from selling the White River City guidebooks. He used 5 million or so to purchase various gaming facilities and other items to complete his workshop. That way, when it was time to attend the university's fellowship party, he would have 5 million credits and a luxurious workshop to back him up. He was no weaker than Shadow right now. Comparing workshop facilities and environments, Shifeng's workshop utterly destroyed Shadow's. While Shifeng had been stuck in the forging room for the past 2 days, many of the players that had just entered the city were amazed by the scene they witnessed. They never imagined that such benefits would be available in the city. Whetstones were no longer items solely monopolized by guilds. They could be purchased at the Starstreak trading firm along with the rare intermediate recovery and mana potions. Compared to other shops in White River City, the Starstreak trading firm stock was far more thorough. Most importantly, the Starstreak trading firm was the only location that sold advanced whetstones. This item had become the Starstreak trading firm's signature item and was only sold in limited numbers every day. With such an advantage, the Starstreak trading firm instantly obtained a strong foothold in the 8 cities it occupied, suppressing the other shops. During these 2 days, players no longer visited other shops to purchase their items, as they could simply purchase everything they needed at the Starstreak trading firm. As a result, business boomed for the trading firm. Meanwhile, a huge incident also happened in White River City, and even Shifeng, who was extremely knowledgeable about God's domain, was shocked. 10 guilds had suddenly grouped, forming an entirely new single guild. This matter sent shockwaves throughout the entire White River City region. Many of the second-rate and third-rate guilds started panicking at this news. They all increased the treatment they offered to their members and continuously tried to recruit new members into their guilds. Simultaneously, they also increased their speed of annexing smaller guilds. As for the unrated guilds, they started to form alliances to resist the annexation of these second-rate and third-rate guilds for self-preservation. White River City, which originally had hundreds of guilds contending with each other for supremacy, suddenly entered a new phase where only a handful of powers contended with each other. In reality, a dozen or so unrated guilds coming together to form one large guild would not greatly affect these second-rate and third-rate guilds. The main reason this merger frightened these powerful guilds was the guild at its core. It was none other than the top-tier, third-rate guild, Dark Star. Furthermore, Dark Star had a new guild leader. Lone Tyrant had suddenly become Dark Star's new guild leader, while the previous guild leader had been chased out of his own guild. Originally, Dark Star already had Lone Tyrant, who was ranked first on the ranking list. They also managed to obtain the first clear of several hard-mode team dungeons. Previously, they had even competed against the Assassins' Alliance over supremacy in White River City. However, due to lacking a powerful background, they could not grow any stronger within a short time. Now that Lone Tyrant had become the guild leader, not only had Dark Star annexed a large number of guilds, but they had also managed to recruit quite a few hidden experts. Just a short time after the merger, Dark Star had obtained the first clear of 2 hard-mode team dungeons, and one of them was even the first clear of a 20-man hard-mode team dungeon. As a result, Dark Star's fame soared once again. They were no longer beneath the Assassins' Alliance. They might have already surpassed the Assassins' Alliance. Currently, Dark Star's influence in White River City could rival that of a first-rate guild. They had become one of the tyrants of White River City. On another note, for reasons unknown, the first thing Lone Tyrant did after he unified those unrated guilds was place a bounty on Shifeng's head. Moreover, the bounty he set was rather generous. As long as someone could kill Shifeng to level 0, he would immediately reward the person responsible with 5 million credits and an elder position in Dark Star. Meanwhile, any player who killed Shifeng once could receive a reward of 200,000 credits. In a virtual reality game, such a high bounty was mind-blowing. Right now, major corporations in the real world were only offering an annual salary of 5 million credits or so when recruiting well-known top-tier experts. On the other hand, Shifeng was not even a great character from a first-rate guild. Such a high bounty on an unknown player was a first in the world of virtual reality. Even though they did not know what sort of enmity Lone Tyrant had with Shifeng, many players had expressed their sympathies for Shifeng. Meanwhile, Lone Tyrant's tyrannic actions had undeniably garnered the attention of many independent players, compelling them to join Dark Star to develop themselves further. However, from Shifeng's point of view, Lone Tyrant was simply a lunatic. He had snatched away only one first clear away from Lone Tyrant. Was there really a need to be so unforgiving? Moreover, Shi Feng was really confused as to when Darkstar had become such an amazing existence. They had actually managed to annex more than 10 unrated guilds within such a short amount of time. One should know that each guild would have at least 1 to 2,000 members. In the case of a larger guild, there might be even 5 to 6,000 members. Yet, Darkstar had actually devoured and incorporated them in a single go with room to spare. Even the Assassin's Alliance did not possess a background strong enough to carry out such a feat. Although Darkstar was very powerful right now, Shi Feng considered the bounty on his head no more than a joke. If Shi Feng were only a normal expert, he might have trembled in fear as he could not continue mingling in White River City. However, was Shi Feng a normal expert? No, he wasn't. In a situation where everyone else had yet to familiarize themselves with God's domain fully, Shi Feng already had 10 years' worth of experience playing in God's domain as an expert swordsman. As of this moment, Lone Tyrant, the current first-ranked player on the ranking list, was only level 14. However, during the time Shi Feng had spent cooped up inside an intermediate forging room producing advanced whetstones, he had already recovered to level 16. Shi Feng was leaps ahead of Lone Tyrant regarding EXP they had. Moreover, with his current level and equipment, Shi Feng had dared to face an absolute powerhouse head-on from his previous life. So why would he possibly be afraid of Darkstar? This time, however, Shi Feng could not use the same strategy he had with Martial Union within Red Leaf Town. There was nobody in White River City who dared provoke a tyrannic tiger like Darkstar. Moreover, Darkstar had too many members. Shi Feng would go bankrupt if he placed a bounty on all its members. Not to mention, whether it was gold coins or credits, Shi Feng was sorely in need of both right now. Hence, Shi Feng chose to ignore Darkstar and instead focus on his own matters, producing mana armor kits. Compared to normal armor kits, mana armor kits were far more powerful. Aside from providing additional defense, normal armor kits only provided a small bonus to attributes. On the other hand, mana armor kits provided a significant bonus. Moreover, mana armor kits could be equipped on both plate and cloth armor. The materials needed to produce them were also very basic. No expensive or rare materials were necessary at all. Basic mana armor kit, materials required: 10 copper ore, 3 bronze ore, 1 basic recovery potion or 1 basic mana regeneration potion, can be crafted into either physical or magical basic armor kit, bound to character after equipping. Basic physical armor kit, defense plus 80, strength plus 3, endurance plus 4, agility plus 3, maximum binding limit per character 3, can only be bound to level 10 equipment or above. Basic magical armor kit, defense plus 30, intelligence plus 3, endurance plus 4, vitality plus 3, maximum binding limit per character 3, can only be bound to level 10 equipment or above. Intermediate mana armor kit, materials required: 15 iron ore, 5 fine iron ore, 1 intermediate recovery potion or 1 intermediate mana regeneration potion. Can be crafted into either physical or magical intermediate armor kit, bound to character after equipping. Intermediate physical armor kit, defense plus 200, strength plus 10, endurance plus 12, agility plus 10, maximum binding limit per character 3, can only be bound to level 25 equipment or above. Intermediate magical armor kit, defense plus 60, intelligence plus 10, endurance plus 12, vitality plus 10, maximum binding limit per character 3, can only be bound to level 25 equipment or above. Advanced mana armor kit, materials required: 20 silver ore, 8 mithril ore, 2 advanced recovery potion or 2 advanced mana regeneration potion. Can be crafted into either physical or magical advanced armor kit, bound to character after equipping. Advanced physical armor kit, defense plus 400, strength plus 30, endurance plus 40, agility plus 30, maximum binding limit per character 3, can only be bound to level 50 equipment or above. Advanced magical armor kit, defense plus 150, intelligence plus 30, endurance plus 40, vitality plus 30, maximum binding limit per character 3, can only be bound to level 50 equipment or above. As long as a player bound 3 mana armor kits to their equipment, they would have the equivalent of an additional piece of precious equipment. Whether in a normal battle or dungeon raid, the mana armor kits would provide an immense improvement to a player. Who could resist such an enticing item? On a street located in the heart of the trade area, a man hiding himself under a hooded cloak hurriedly walked into the tall building, the Starstreak trading firm, by the roadside. Due to its raging popularity, there were plenty of players entering and leaving the Starstreak trading firm. Moreover, players who wore cloaks were common at the trading firm, so the hurried man did not attract the attention of other players. However, if one observed carefully, they would discover 2 exquisite long swords strapped to his back. Of the 2 swords, one released a faint glow that resembled a black flame, while the other released a green stream of light. One could easily tell that these 2 swords were extraordinary items. Moreover, the style of this man's equipment clearly indicated it was a set equipment and a high-quality set equipment at that. This person was none other than Shurfeng, currently disguised as Black Flame. Previously, after spending most of his day hiding in a forging room, Shurfeng had forged a total of 600 basic mana armor kits. 400 of them were physical armor kits, while the remaining 200 were magic armor kits. A large amount of copper or bronze or intermediate recovery potions and intermediate mana regeneration potions was required to make so many armor kits. Fortunately, Shurfeng had these materials in spades. With the Philosopher's Stone, Shurfeng could refine stones into ores. There was no need for him to purchase any at all. As for basic potions, he simply needed to spend some money to purchase a large stock of them. However, when compared to the value of the basic mana armor kits, the cost of these potions was practically negligible. Shurfeng had even resolved the issue of production success rate, which was the most troublesome factor when producing the basic mana armor kits. For starters, as an advanced forging apprentice, Shurfeng possessed a 20% success rate when forging the basic mana armor kits. After factoring in the Book of Forging and the various supporting tools he possessed, his success rate was further boosted to 66%. Although there was still the chance of failure, each try would only cost him 70 copper coins. With Shurfeng's current wealth, he would not feel even an itch from losing such a meager amount of money. After arriving at the 3rd floor of the Starstreak trading firm, Shurfeng quickly discovered a long line of people in the hallway. These people were currently queued up outside an office. A majority of these people consisted of NPCs, while the minority were players. Hey, do you know what first come, first served means? You mannerless brute. You actually dare break the rules that Lady Anna has set. Bro, you sure have guts, huh? Aren't you afraid of Goddess Anna kicking you out? Regardless if it were the NPCs or players queued up in the hallway, all of them sent fierce glares at Shurfeng. However, their anger did not stem from their hatred of meeting Shurfeng for the first time. Instead, they were afraid of Shurfeng's rudeness earning the ire of Lady Anna. They had been painstakingly waiting to meet Lady Anna for a long time now. If Lady Anna chased all of them away in a fit of rage, it would be a tragedy. What are you guys queuing for? Shurfeng asked curiously. Shurfeng casually glanced at the people queued up in the hallway. Just from a rough estimate, there should be over 200 people present. This was in no way a small number. Moreover, looking at how all of these people referred to Anna as Lady Anna or Goddess Anna, with both admiration and respect, Shurfeng couldn't help but grow astonished. You dare come here without even knowing this? Everyone immediately rolled their eyes at Shurfeng. They looked at Shurfeng as if he was a noob, their gazes filled with disdain. The Starstreak trading firm is currently hiring a large number of forgers and potion makers. If we're chosen and can work for Starstreak, we will enjoy a private workshop all to ourselves. Moreover, the trading firm will provide us with an endless supply of materials. If we perform well, the trading firm will even reward us with our very own private research room and provide us with all the materials we need to carry out our research. In other words, as long as we can become a forger or potion maker of Starstreak trading firm, both money and fame will be available for our picking. Speaking up to this point, everyone couldn't help but sigh incessantly. They felt great envy towards those who had already become forgers and potion makers of the Starstreak trading firm. However, when a female player suddenly walked out from the office with a disappointed look on her face. Everyone's mood immediately dampened. Due to Starstreak growing more and more famous, the number of NPCs and players who wished to join the trading firm had also grown explosively. Hence, the test's difficulty had also been increased. It was no longer as easy as the trading firm's initial recruitment. How many consecutive eliminations have that been already? I think this should be the 7th. The test is becoming more and more challenging. Previously, 1 of every 5 applicants would succeed. Now only 1 out of 8 succeed. I wonder what the chances will be when it is my turn. The people queued near the back started growing anxious. Anna sure is strict. Shifeng revealed a bitter smile. Although having such strict selection criteria wasn't a problem, players were still fundamentally different from NPCs. Especially for players who were timid and introverted, it was a little extreme to reject them after undergoing only a single test. Cream Coco, the female player who had just walked out from Anna's office, was one such example. In the past, Cream Coco was a genius forger who had the title as one of the 10 great master forgers of Starmoon Kingdom, and Shifeng was fully intent of recruiting her into his guild in this life. He did not think that, shortly after Cream Coco had left the Assassin's Alliance, she would immediately come to Starstreak, only to be rejected once more. Fortunately, Shifeng had made a trip to Starstreak trading firm. Otherwise, he would similarly be shedding tears of regret with cruel sword. Ha! Another failure. Where am I supposed to head to now? At this moment Cream Coco wore a dejected expression. Previously, she had been chased out of the Assassin's Alliance due to her production success rate being overly low. Now, Starstreak trading firm had also rejected her. After these consecutive failures, she no longer knew where she should head. Am I really not cut out for forging? Maybe I should go adventuring and fight like the other players. However, I am a sports idiot. How am I supposed to fight like the others? Hello. Are you here to apply for a job at Starstreak trading firm? Shifeng asked, blocking Cream Coco's path. Cream Coco nodded as she glanced at Shifeng. Currently, she did not have the mood at all to pay any attention to a stranger. Are you interested in taking another test? Shifeng asked with a smile. Shock flashed in Cream Coco's eyes. Immediately, she lifted her head and focused on Shifeng. For a moment, she had even thought that Shifeng was one of Starstreak's personnel. However, when she failed to find the Starstreak trading firm's emblem on Shifeng's clothing, she couldn't help but feel disappointed. Ha ha ha! Who do you think you are? Starstreak's president? Can you let someone who has already been rejected take the test again? If you wish to pretend, at least think of the time and place. Look at where you are at right now. At the very least, you should get a Starstreak emblem before putting up your act. A tall and beautiful cleric sneered as she sent a disdainful gaze at Shifeng. However, Shifeng did not get angry at this girl's provocation. Instead, he used observing eyes on this tall beauty. Melancholic smile. Level 10. Cleric. Seeing this name, Shifeng was shocked. Although not as famous as Cream Coco, Melancholic smile, the tall beauty of a cleric before him, was also one of Starmoon Kingdom's future master forgers. Shifeng truly did not think that the Starstreak trading firm could be so attractive as to lure 2 future master forgers. My bad. I forgot to introduce myself. I am... Just as Shifeng was about to introduce himself, Anna suddenly walked out from the office as she called for the next batch of interviewees. However, the moment her eyes spotted Shifeng, she hurriedly walked over to Shifeng in a panic. Meanwhile, everyone else revealed ridiculing smiles as they watched Shifeng. They fully intended to enjoy the show that was about to play out. You've humiliated yourself big time now. Shifeng actually dared pretend to be Starstreak trading firm personnel. Now that he had been caught in the act, he would definitely be shown the way out. Your Excellency, this subordinate is extremely sorry for this. I did not think that these people would disturb you. I will immediately send them away. Anna glared at Cream Coco and Melancholic smile, hurriedly apologizing to Shifeng. Ah! Everyone who wore a mocking smile a moment before was so shocked that their eyes nearly popped out of their sockets when they heard Lady Anna speak to Shifeng. Their jaws nearly hit the floor. They swallowed the ridiculing words they had prepared as their faces turned extraordinarily pale. Cream Cocoa was similarly shocked by this scene. However, she accepted this news relatively quickly. This is too great. I have another chance. Cream Cocoa's disappointed expression instantly shifted to excitement as she looked at Shurfeng. Seeing Lady Anna's humble attitude towards Shurfeng, even going as far as to refer to Shurfeng as Your Excellency. Cream Cocoa was sure that Shurfeng was no ordinary character. Since such a great character was willing to give her another chance, the flame of hope within her instantly ignited. On the other hand, Melancholic Smile's current mood was the exact opposite of Cream Cocoa's. At this moment, she looked at Shurfeng with a face filled with astonishment. She then shifted her gaze towards the beautiful Anna. Melancholic Smile discovered reverence in Anna's mesmerizing bright blue eyes as she gazed at Shurfeng. Clearly, Anna was not acting. Moreover, when Anna noticed Melancholic Smile's gaze on her, she glanced at Melancholic Smile, and the reverence in her eyes instantly transformed into rage. Melancholic Smile immediately panicked. It's over. It's over. Why is my luck so terrible? Previously, I got kicked out of the guild after offending one of its upper echelons. Now, before I have even set foot in the Starstreak trading firm, I have offended one of its great characters. Melancholic Smile's thoughts were chaotic, and her heart was distraught. She did not know how she should explain herself to Lady Anna to get out of this mess. Shurfeng couldn't help but smile when he noticed Anna's furious glare and Melancholic Smile's flustered expression. However, when Melancholic Smile noticed Shurfeng's smile, her delicate body couldn't help but tremble, dread filling her heart. It seems that I can no longer stay in the Starstreak trading firm, Melancholic Smile lamented. If she had known about this beforehand, she would not have attempted to speak out of turn, interrupting Shurfeng's happy occasion. In the end, she had dug her own grave. However, Shurfeng's following words shocked Melancholic Smile. Anna, don't mind me and continue your evaluations, Shurfeng instructed Anna. He then shifted his sights to Cream Cocoa and Melancholic Smile, softly saying, I will conduct both of your tests. Everyone else, continue as usual. Yes, Your Excellency, Anna respectfully replied. Compared to a few days ago, Anna's current loyalty had risen from 50 to 70 points. Although it wasn't a particularly high number, it was passable. At the very least, Anna would not cause him any trouble. Do I still have a chance? Melancholic Smile never thought Shurfeng would give her another chance. After all, she had spoiled Shurfeng's happy occasion. Logically speaking, he should have chased her out of Starstreak instead. Following which, Shurfeng led both Cream Cocoa and Melancholic Smile up to the 4th floor of the building. Just who is he? Isn't he too amazing? He had actually made Lady Anna bow before him. If I could achieve a similar feat, I could die without regrets. Some of the players watched Shurfeng's departing figure with admiration, inwardly guessing Shurfeng's identity. In the entire White River City, there had yet to be a single player-owned shop. Even Ouroboros, currently most famous guild, had not accomplished such a thing. Yet Shurfeng had succeeded in doing just that. Moreover, he was in the upper echelon of the Starstreak trading firm. His position was far above Anna's. So, how could this piece of news not be shocking? Just how powerful of a backer must Shurfeng have to cooperate with the Starstreak trading firm? Meanwhile, when some of the male players saw Shurfeng leading away both Cream Cocoa and Melancholic Smile, they inwardly cursed and called him an animal. One was not enough for him. He is practically abusing his authority. Inwardly, these male players felt both envy and disdain for Shurfeng. Inside a forging room on the 4th floor, Shurfeng prepared 5 sets of materials to craft whetstones for each of the 2 girls. Looking at the materials placed on the stone table, Melancholic Smile's thoughts slightly lagged. She never thought that Shurfeng would truly give them a test and not have any unscrupulous thoughts towards them. What is it? Have you not learned how to make whetstones yet? Shurfeng asked curiously when he noticed Melancholic Smile's dazed expression. The Forging Association sold the recipe for whetstones. Moreover, it was available for only 30 copper coins. Logically speaking, every player who aspired to become a forger should have learned the recipe. not to mention players who had managed to enter White River City. Ah, that's not it. I know how to make them. Melancholic Smile hurriedly shook her head, a faint blush appearing on her cheeks. She felt ashamed of herself for completely misunderstanding Shifeng's intentions. On the other hand, Cream Cocoa had a much purer mind than Melancholic Smile. She had not overthought things like the cleric had. However, she was still extremely nervous at the thought of having to make a whetstone in front of Shifeng. She felt deeply afraid that she would fail the test. Shifeng had given each of them 5 sets of materials, and his requirement was for them to achieve at least 2 successful attempts. However, during her time at the Assassin's Alliance, Cream Cocoa could only make 1 or 2 whetstones out of 10 sets of materials. Before you start, I'll give you 2 a demonstration. Shifeng retrieved a set of materials from his inventory. With a wave of his hand, he started producing the whetstone. You are a forger as well? Cream Cocoa and Melancholic Smile asked in astonishment. Ah, how forgetful of me. I still haven't introduced myself. As Shifeng had kept both his name and level hidden, others could not discover who he was. I am Black Flame, a forger. You are the chief forger of Star Moon Kingdom? You are Master Black Flame, the one that developed the Glimmer chestplate? Cream Cocoa and Melancholic Smile immediately grew flustered. They would never have believed that they would meet the legendary Master Black Flame. After all, he was the person responsible for elevating the status of forgers, turning it into the most popular lifestyle class in Star Moon Kingdom. Simultaneously, he had also given the various large guilds a reason to support and nurture their forgers. One could say that Master Black Flame had done every forger within Star Moon Kingdom a favor. What was even more unbelievable was the fact that Black Flame was actually the ordinary and detached-looking man before them. In their eyes, Black Flame should have either been a handsome young man or a strange old man. However, Black Flame did not match either description. Although Black Flame looked different from what they had imagined, that did not stop their growing excitement. If this man before them was the famous Black Flame, that would explain why Lady Anna showed so much respect. It also explained how the Starstreak trading firm could possess items such as the advanced whetstones. Noticing Cream Cocoa's and Melancholic Smile's excited and hungry gazes, cold sweat dripped down Shifeng's forehead. He coughed dryly and said sternly, I will only demonstrate this once. If you cannot complete 2 whetstones, you can show yourselves out. I won't accept you into the firm. The 2 girls instantly calmed after being admonished by Shifeng. Afraid that they would miss out on something, they both heightened their concentration as they watched Shifeng's hands. However, Shifeng's actions rendered them speechless. Shifeng's production speed was simply too fast. Moreover, his actions were as smooth and natural as flowing water. One would easily find themselves mesmerized. Before they could react, Shifeng had already finished producing a whetstone. All right, it is your turn now. Shifeng smiled calmly as he pointed the 2 towards the materials on the stone table. He was already an advanced forging apprentice. Even if he did not utilize the Book of Forging, he still had an 80% success rate when producing whetstones. However, even if he succeeded in making one, he would not receive any additional proficiency points. He had only done so to test the 2 girls' potential. After all, they were both future master forgers. If they could not gain any inspiration after watching him work, it proved that they had only become a master forger due to luck. As the level of technique Shifeng demonstrated was slightly high, in addition to his strict requirement, Cream Cocoa and Melancholic Smile immediately grew serious. Shifeng's forging techniques had clearly undergone refinement hundreds and thousands of times. It was not something inexperienced forgers like them could hope to compare to. However, they had, more or less, noticed the key points in Shifeng's demonstration. Soon after, the 2 girls stepped up to their separate forging tables. As if they had received some enlightenment, they held up the forging materials and fell into deep thought. As expected of future master forgers, Shifeng revealed a faint smile when he noticed their actions. At this point, it was impossible for the average player to possess sufficient materials to practice their forging with, not to mention the precious materials to produce items. However, Shifeng was different from these inexperienced forgers. During his 10 years of playing God's Domain, he had encountered plenty of master forgers. In their free time, these players would usually discuss forging. For players with their skill level, their conversations were no longer about simply playing a game, but instead counted as true research. Shi Feng had experienced many such conversations. Coupling that knowledge with an endless supply of materials to use as practice, he had naturally learned the craft fairly quickly. However, in terms of talent, Shi Feng was far from being a match of the girls currently before him. After all, at the end of the day, Shi Feng was still a player more suited to battle and adventure. The only thing he could do was combine the knowledge he had gained from listening to those masters with his own understanding of forging techniques and display it. Although it would not be of great help, it would be enough as long as they could realize their own deficiencies. At this stage of the game, a majority of the players had a relatively high success rate when producing whetstones. They should have at least a 40% success rate. They should be able to produce 2 whetstones out of 5 sets of materials. If they had passable techniques, it wouldn't be unusual if they could even produce 3. However, a majority of the players at this stage could only produce 1 whetstone out of 5 attempts. Although the forging rooms in the Starstreak trading firm were not comparable to the intermediate forging rooms in the Forging Association, they should still be much better than the basic forging rooms. When making a common item like the whetstone, the forging room should increase a player's success rate by at least 5%. Due to this, Shi Feng required the both of them to produce 2 whetstones out of 5 sets of materials. After a period of silence, the 2 girls finally started their first attempt at producing the whetstone. 3 minutes later, both had produced their first whetstones. They wore joyful expressions as they handed their products to Shi Feng for evaluation. A failure. The same goes for this one. Shi Feng shook his head after he checked the information on the 2 items. Both whetstones were of poor quality, and they yielded 0 effects when used. Cream Cocoa and Melancholic Smile were both disappointed by these results. They knew they did not have many chances remaining. If they did not produce 2 whetstones out of the remaining 4 sets of materials, without a doubt, they would be chased out of the trading firm. After experiencing failure on their first try, the 2 girls spent more time reflecting before their second attempt. After reflecting for more than 10 minutes, the next action the 2 girls took astonished Shi Feng. Within a single breath, the 2 had used up all 4 sets of materials. Moreover, their production speed was much faster than before. After producing all 4 whetstones, the 2 smiled at each other. They then placed their completed whetstones on the table, awaiting Shi Feng's evaluation. You 2 have really surprised me. Out of 4 pieces, both of you actually managed 3 successes. Shi Feng couldn't help his shock when he looked at the information displayed before him. Very good. From today onwards, you 2 are officially members of the Horizon Alliance. Here is the contract. If there aren't any problems, just sign it. Horizon Alliance? It isn't the Starstreak trading firm? Cream Cocoa and Melancholic Smile were confused when they took a look at the contract. After all, their goal in coming here had been to join the wealthy and powerful Starstreak trading firm. However, after they read the contract, they discovered that the benefits stated were abnormally good. Even Cream Cocoa, who had come from the Assassin's Alliance, found the offer quite attractive. After all, not only would they be provided with limitless materials and forging designs, but they would also obtain 15% of the profits once the item sold. They would also earn a minimum monthly salary of 2,000 credits. On the other hand, the other guilds only provided their forgers with 5% of the profits and a low monthly salary. The materials these guilds provided were also very limited. Under normal circumstances, the best materials would be given to the forgers with better techniques, leaving remaining forgers wanting. I can't reveal what kind of relationship the Horizon Alliance has with the Starstreak trading firm. However, I can tell you one thing, the Horizon Alliance is a lifestyle guild. It is not like your usual adventure and battle guild, and lifestyle players will be the core of this guild. Moreover, in the future, the Horizon Alliance will expand its market much further than the Starstreak trading firm. We won't only sell our products in 8 cities, but in every city throughout the entire Star Moon Kingdom. Moreover, you guys will not have to worry about materials. As long as you can produce items of sufficient quality, you won't need to worry about failing to sell the item. Shi Feng calmly smiled as he continued, Of course, if you don't want to. You can choose to join the Star Streak trading firm instead. It all depends on you. Cream Cocoa and Melancholic Smile considered their options carefully. At present, the Starstreak trading firm was undeniably the better choice if they wished to develop themselves further. Moreover, they had never even heard of the Horizon Alliance, not to mention a guild run by lifestyle players. I am willing to join the Horizon Alliance. However, Cream Cocoa signed the contract without hesitation. Melancholic Smile simply shook her head at this sight, thinking that Cream Cocoa was simply too naive. However, although she thought in such a way, she had similarly signed her name on the contract she received from Sherfong. The reason she had chosen was the man currently before her. Not only was he the chief forger of Starmoon Kingdom, but he also had deep ties with the Starstreak trading firm. One could also say that, without the advanced whetstone, the Starstreak trading firm would not be enjoying its current popularity. Most importantly, it was the Horizon Alliance's future potential. Good. Since you two have signed the contract, you are now official members of the Horizon Alliance. From this moment onwards, you two can use the forging rooms in the Starstreak trading firm anytime you want. If you lack materials, just notify Anna, and she will provide them for you. You two only need to focus on advancing into a true forger. Sherfong said, smiling. With two potential master forgers joining, Sherfong felt much more optimistic about Horizon Alliance's future. Sherfong also made Melancholic Smile the Horizon Alliance's temporary manager. While she managed the Horizon Alliance, she was also tasked with poaching some of the forgers and potion makers with potential from the Starstreak trading firm. After all, Sherfong was only an acting president of the trading firm. Starstreak trading firm's forgers and potion makers belonged to Starstreak only, not the Horizon Alliance. When Sherfong completed the second phase of the epic quest, he would no longer have any relation to the Starstreak trading firm. He would not be able to sell items through the Starstreak trading firm any longer. In other words, he and the Starstreak trading firm would draw a line between each other. So, he naturally had to recruit players with potential to his side. Soon after, Sherfong placed the basic mana armor kit for sale on the second floor of the Starstreak trading firm. He priced each basic mana armor kit at 20 silver coins. Although this price could rival that of a piece of level 10 bronze equipment, Sherfong did not mind. After all, he had no fear that this item would not sell. He only feared that it would sell too quickly. Thus, he had set such a high price. Sherfong then returned to his forging room and resumed forging basic mana armor kits. The 600 basic mana armor kits were just a drop in the bucket. He still needed to produce a lot more to meet demand. Not to mention, Sherfong still had a mountain in the form of 30,000 gold coins weighing down on him. Moreover, plenty of guilds had started growing greedy after seeing Sherfong make so much money from selling the advanced whetstones. They all started thinking up of plans to obtain the recipe for themselves. Hence, during the past few days, many guilds had started investigating the origins of the advanced whetstone. Sherfong couldn't help but admit that a guild was indeed far more powerful than an individual. Within a short amount of time, these guilds had discovered the origins of the advanced whetstone. They had even managed to obtain its recipe. The Moonlight Forest. Treasures filled this place. Aside from having plenty of treasure chests and field bosses, the drop rate for gemstones here was much higher than other maps. The various large guilds in White River City had long since regarded the Moonlight Forest as a cash machine. On the other hand, independent players had no share of these bountiful resources. Guild leader, the intermediate forging apprentices in our guild have successfully produced advanced whetstones. The intermediate apprentice potion makers have also managed to produce intermediate recovery potions and intermediate mana regeneration potions, a ranger reported. Very good. It just so happens that White River City's bazaar will be held tonight. We can use this chance to show off Dark Star's strength. Lone Tyrant smiled satisfactorily. He had long since grown impatient after witnessing the Starstreak trading firm rake in an ocean of wealth. Now that their guild could similarly produce and sell advanced whetstones and intermediate potions, he was one step closer to becoming the true tyrant of White River City. Starstreak trading firm, at the premium goods counter on the second floor, Due to the raging popularity of the advanced whetstones and the fact that only a limited amount was available for sale each day, many guilds and players could normally be seen queuing and waiting at the counter. Today, however, fewer people were present on the second floor of the trading firm. No one waited in line at the premium goods counter. Those present were only independent players just window shopping, and not a single guild player wandered the spacious hall. Nobody present even asked about the availability of the advanced whetstones, and such a situation had caused Anna, the manager of the trading firm, to grow anxious. Immediately, she started an investigation into the cause of this sudden lack of customers. She then forwarded her findings to Shifeng, letting him decide what to do with it. Although I have long since expected this, they certainly took action quickly. Is Dark Star trying to start a price war with us? Shifeng revealed a calm smile after he read the message Anna had sent him. The reason the Starstreak trading firm's business would suddenly grow cold was mainly due to Dark Star. Dark Star had managed to nurture forgers and potion makers capable of producing advanced whetstones and intermediate potions. Furthermore, they had widely trumpeted the fact that they offered their products for a much lower price. Originally, a stack of advanced whetstones sold for 1 gold, 40 silvers at the Starstreak trading firm. However, Dark Star sold them for only 1 gold per stack. As for the intermediate potions, both types sold at a price 1 silver coins cheaper. Although the prices were greatly reduced, the advanced whetstone and intermediate potions were originally products that sold at greatly inflated prices. Even if one reduced their selling price, they would still earn several times the base cost of the items. Hence, in order to solicit customers, Dark Star would naturally initiate a price reduction. As for the players looking to purchase these items, they would purchase these items for the lowest price. This was the natural law of human nature. Nobody would be so foolish as to purchase an item of equal quality for a higher price. However, a price reduction was only the beginning of Dark Star's strategy. To make matters worse, Dark Star had even made a decisive change to the exchange mechanism. Although the exchange rate they used for normal whetstones was similar to the Starstreak trading firms, they had reduced the advanced whetstones to hard stones ratio from a 1:9 ratio to a 1:7 ratio. This ratio was just slightly higher than the production requirements of intermediate forging apprentices. Compared to the Starstreak trading firm, Dark Star's exchange rates were far more lucrative. As a result, many players had turned to Dark Star to trade their hard stones. Now that the Starstreak trading firm had lost its main source of income for hard stones, even if they relied on the hard stones Shifeng had previously accumulated, they would, sooner or later, run out. Without the necessary basic materials, how were they supposed to produce anything? Moreover, Dark Star also possessed an advantage that Shifeng did not. They had more people producing the advanced whetstones. As more time passed, Dark Star would obtain more advanced whetstone recipes from raiding dungeons. They could endlessly increase the number of people capable of producing advanced whetstones in their guild. Meanwhile, the Starstreak trading firm only had Shifeng. However, Shifeng currently had neither the manpower nor the time to waste raiding a low-level dungeon for the recipes. If this situation persisted, Dark Star would surpass the Starstreak trading firm eventually. Soon after, Shifeng passed on his verdict to Anna. Since Dark Star wanted to start a price war, he would gladly engage. Hence, he adjusted the prices and exchange rates to equal Dark Star's. However, this change would only take effect in White River City. The prices and exchange rates would remain the same in the other 7 cities. Simultaneously, Shifeng also took this chance to reveal the basic mana armor kit. Anna was very efficient in her work. Shortly after Shifeng assigned her the tasks, she had completed all of them. Moreover, she had also added an additional counter on the second floor specifically for selling the basic mana armor kits. Visiting players quickly discovered the new addition. Huh? There's a new counter here. What's this basic mana armor kit? Won't we know once we take a look? Originally, one of the elite parties present on the second floor had only come to the Starstreak trading firm with the intention of purchasing some normal whetstones for future use. However, when they noticed the appearance of the new counter and a new product, curiosity got the better of them, and they decided to investigate. Crap! This is insane. Is this thing made of silver? They're actually charging 20 silver coins for a broken armor kit. I can get a piece of level 10 bronze equipment with that kind of money. They're even limiting the sales of this thing to 50 pieces a day. This is too expensive. Even though we are an elite party, our harvest from a single dungeon raid will, at best, amount to 2 to 3 pieces of bronze equipment. Moreover, not only do we risk losing experience, but we also need to spend money on potions and repairs after a raid. One armor kit already amounts to our party's total harvest in a single day. Wait a minute. Why are the attributes of this armor kit so high? We can bind a total of 3 pieces on per character. The total attributes of 3 pieces is even higher than a level 10 mysterious iron ranked breastplate. Look, every armor kit is marked with a black flame. Don't tell me this is something made by the Black Flame Forger. Originally, the members of the team had cursed the Starstreak trading firm for trying to rip them off. However, the moment they noticed the attributes on the mana armor kits and the Black Flame mark, they involuntarily shuddered. Who was Black Flame? He was someone every veteran player throughout Starmoon Kingdom knew. Although the Glimmer chestplate was outdated at this point, it was an undeniable fact that the item had once caused an uproar throughout Starmoon Kingdom. Moreover, due to its gallant appearance, many players still held onto their Glimmer chestplates. The ones that held the Black Flame mark looked even more awesome, and countless collectors wished to possess of one of these pieces. Unfortunately, such marked pieces were exceedingly rare, and right now each piece was already worth 50 silver coins on the black market. Yet, even at such an insane price, nobody would willingly sell theirs. Now, Black Flame had revealed himself once more. He was even selling such powerful mana armor kits. It was just like the saying that had circulated Starmoon Kingdom. Anything produced by Black Flame would definitely be a premium product. How much money do we have right now? Speaking softly, the leader of the elite party suddenly asked in the party chat. Brother Chin, we barely have 43 silver coins if all 6 of us pool our money together. We have only managed to collect this after much difficulty to repair our equipment and buy some potions. You can't be thinking to trade a portion of the hard stones we collected for normal whetstones, then sell the rest. Also, sell all of the gemstones we previously obtained. Before anybody discovers this armor kit, we need to buy as many as we can. As long as we can equip our MT and healer with 3 of these mana armor kits, we can easily clear normal mode party dungeons. Furthermore, by the time Starstreak sells out on these mana armor kits, we can resell our extras for a high price. We should be able to earn back most of what we have spent. When the other party members realized the logic behind their party leader's words, they immediately started pooling their money and sold all of their expendable items to buy as many basic mana armor kits as they could. If both their MT and healer could have an additional piece of mysterious iron equipment, they could greatly reduce the number of deaths when they raided a dungeon. With an additional 240 defense and 12 endurance, their MT strength would soar to the next level. Their MT could tank boss monsters with much greater ease. Not to mention, their healer would also receive an upgrade. Soon after, the elite party's MT and healer each bound 3 basic mana armor kits to their equipment. The party also bought an extra piece for future use. In reality, it wasn't just this particular elite party that had found out about the basic mana armor kits. Several other elite parties and independent players that had wandered into the Starstreak trading firm had secretly sold off their assets after discovering the armor kits. Some of the players who were wealthy in reality even went as far as to purchase coins at a high price to purchase the armor kits. As a result, 50 basic mana armor kits silently disappeared from the Starstreak trading firm. During the night, when the moon was bright and the stars were few, many players would come to the pub to relax and chat. Old Chin, why is your party so happy today? You guys even bought such expensive alcohol to drink. Don't tell me it's your birthday? A party leader of another elite party asked. Our 3-headed wolves party is very happy today. Here, I'll treat your 9-headed birds party to this bottle of ice blue spirit. Did you guys strike it rich? Why are you being so generous? This is a high-quality spirit that costs 3 silver coins. Of course. Today, our party managed to clear a hard mode party dungeon for the first time. We also managed to get a piece of mysterious iron equipment for our MT from that dungeon raid. Tomorrow, we plan to raid another hard mode party dungeon. The other players inside the bar were immediately shocked when they heard that someone had managed to clear a hard mode party dungeon. They all sent envious gazes at the player called Cheen. Throughout White River City, the number of independent parties that managed to clear a hard mode party dungeon could be counted on one's hands. Old Cheen, stop boasting. Did you think I don't know about your party's strength? Not to mention hard mode, you guys still have to struggle through life and death to even clear a normal mode party dungeon. The party leader of the nine-headed birds frowned in disbelief. Ha ha ha. If it were in the past, of course, it would be impossible. However, our party's MT has over 1,000 defense and 1,600 HP right now. Cheen gleefully boasted. The party leader of the nine-headed birds was greatly shocked by this information. After all, he and the other party leader had known each other for a long time now, so he knew Cheen from top to bottom. Previously, the three-headed wolf's MT had not been so powerful. He was even weaker than the nine-headed bird's MT by a small margin. After some probing, the nine-headed birds spent 20 silver coins to obtain the secret the three-headed wolves used to clear a hard mode party dungeon. The main reason for the three-headed wolf's success was the contribution of the basic mana armor kits. During the day, the three-headed wolves were one of the parties that had secretly bought the basic mana armor kits from the Starstreak trading firm. With their newly improved MT and healer, in addition to their familiarity with the dungeon they cleared, they finally managed to achieve the feat that all independent parties aimed for, clearing a hard mode party dungeon. The Night Bazaar of White River City had been organized to allow players to conduct business with each other. Due to Dark Star's incessant advertising, the bazaar today had grown lively. Many guilds had collected a large amount of hard stones and coins to purchase the advanced whetstones from Dark Star. Players busied themselves with setting up stalls throughout the plaza where the bazaar would occur. As one had to pay a steep processing fee to use the services of the auction house, many players had opted to sell their accumulated loot today instead. Meanwhile, of the many stalls set up at this plaza, the most attention-grabbing one belonged to Dark Star, as there were several hundred players currently lined up before Dark Star's stall. Seeing this, Lone Tyrant's heart fluttered with joy. By the time tomorrow arrived, Dark Star would become the wealthiest guild in White River City, and very soon they would even surpass the Starstreak trading firm. They would become the possessor of White River City's economic lifeline. At that time, even Ouroboros would not be a match for Dark Star. Half an hour after the bazaar started, something odd happened. This incident caused plenty of guilds to grow sluggish in their thoughts, and even Lone Tyrant was utterly dumbfounded. Can someone tell me just what has happened here? Lone Tyrant bellowed, pointing towards the empty plaza. Boss, I made some inquiries just now and found out that the Starstreak trading firm has similarly reduced the prices of their items. Aside from having the same prices as we do, they have also released a new product. I hear that the product is a basic mana armor kit made by Black Flame. As long as one binds this armor kit to their equipment, they will receive a great improvement to their attributes and defense. If a player binds 3 pieces to their equipment, then it would be the equivalent of having an additional top-tier Mysterious Iron ranked breastplate. However, Starstreak has limited the sales of the armor kit to 50 each day. So, everyone went to queue up for the item instead. Black Flame? Isn't that the chief forger of Starmoon Kingdom? Why would he work with the Starstreak trading firm? Lone Tyrant's brows wrinkled. He had also heard rumors about Black Flame. However, the man was simply too mysterious, so nobody had a concrete idea which major power stood behind him. The public only knew that there was a deeply hidden major power supporting Black Flame. So what if he is the chief forger? Lone Tyrant sneered. Since Black Flame can create such a good item, we only need to make it as well. Immediately investigate the basic mana armor kit. Find out where we can get the forging design. I truly wish to thank Black Flame for giving us this great business opportunity. Boss is the best. I'll investigate it immediately. Meanwhile, at the Starstreak trading firm, there was already a sea of people lining up outside the building, selling 1 stack of hard stones for a low price. Come over here if you are interested. Level 10 bronze axe for 30 silver coins. Buying silver coins for a high price. I'll take as much as you have. Unknowingly, a market had formed outside of the Starstreak trading firm. Although players could not set up stalls there, they could still do face-to-face trading. Albeit troublesome, nobody would mind such a small matter. After all, they were currently trying to make as much money as they could. By the time the Starstreak trading firm started selling the basic mana armor kits again, they would buy as many as possible. While everyone stood in line outside the building, many had struck up conversations with one another. They started to boast about the effects of the basic mana armor kit. What the Three-Headed Wolves party had accomplished had especially become the envy of many independent parties. Meanwhile, the more this news spread, the more it was blown out of proportion. Currently, the rumors mentioned that the Three-Headed Wolves had originally not been able to clear even a normal mode party dungeon. However, after their MT and healer had each bound 3 basic mana armor kits to their equipment, the party immediately succeeded in raiding a level 10 Hell mode party dungeon. They had even obtained a secret silver ranked shield and many other mysterious iron set equipment pieces from the raid, increasing their team's prowess to that of a party of experts. Some said that the Three-Headed Wolves were currently stronger than even the elite members of a first-rate guild. This rumor had caused many independent players to long for the basic mana armor kits. They wished to obtain the armor kits and achieve great success. Aside from independent players focusing on the basic mana armor kit, the various guilds had also started taking action. They tried to think of ways to contact Black Flame. They wanted to purchase a large number of the armor kits from him directly. After all, if they could equip every member of their elite team with 3 basic mana armor kits, their team strength would rise to an entirely different level. At that time, conquering the 20-man Hell mode team dungeon would no longer be a dream. Taking a step back, even if they could not clear the Hell mode, if they could manage to clear the hard mode, they could still reap a lot of benefits. Hence, it was a must for them to obtain the basic mana armor kits. Snow, is Big Brother Black Flame offline? Zhao Yueru asked, worried. Gentle Snow nodded her head, saying bitterly, I have truly underestimated Black Flame. Originally, I thought that he would suffer a small setback after Darkstar revealed the advanced whetstones and intermediate potions. However, I would never have imagined that he would reveal such a card, catching everyone by surprise. Gentle Snow had believed that she had a good understanding of the man called Black Flame. However, time and again, Black Flame continued to surpass her expectations. It was as if Black Flame had brought out 2 cards, one white and one black, forcing others to guess which card he would reveal. In the end, however, he had done the unpredictable by taking out a gray card, catching everyone by surprise. Night in God's domain was day in reality. At this moment, Feng had already logged off from the game and started training his body. Hence, he had absolutely no idea about the current goings-on in White River City. Ever since Feng had moved to his new apartment, the first thing he did after waking up every morning was drink a bottle of nutrient fluids. He would then complete 20 sets of muscle-strengthening exercises and a 10-kilometer morning run. The nutrient fluid is as extraordinary as expected. My current physique should be on the level of a normal member of the school's fighting society. After ending his morning run, Feng made a rough estimate of his body's current condition. However, if he wanted a more accurate estimate, he would need to test his abilities in an appropriate training room. After training and strengthening his body these past few days, Feng was no longer as frail and thin as he used to be. Currently, Feng's body had grown much sturdier, giving others a faint feeling that it was packed with vitality. As usual, after completing his daily workout routine, Feng paid a visit to the workshop to check on its current renovation progress. A gaming workshop occupied an entire office floor of such size. In the past, such a notion was simply inconceivable. However, along with God's domain's growing influence, it wouldn't be odd even if a gaming workshop took up an entire office building, not to mention a single floor. In the past, Shadow was one such example. However, the Shadow of that time possessed a lot of members. It had even established 10 great city-states under its name. It was only normal to have such a large workshop. Brother Feng, you're here. The workshop's renovation is complete. We are just waiting for the gaming facilities we ordered to arrive, and we'll set them up. After we finish that, our zero-wing workshop will finally take shape, Blackie excitedly said. At that time, those who we recruit to our guild might just join without hesitation after seeing our workshop. A few days ago, Feng had suddenly paid a visit to Blackie's dormitory. He notified Blackie that he had already purchased a workshop in the city center. In the future, Blackie would not need to live in the dormitory, disturbed by others. Blackie could simply live in the workshop and focus on playing God's domain. Moreover, there was a high-class restaurant situated a floor below the workshop. The well-known Big Dipper Training Center was also located on the street next to their building. Compared to living in the university's dormitory, it would be far more comfortable for Blackie to live in the workshop. In the beginning, Blackie had thought that the workshop Feng had mentioned would only be a house of 50 to 60 square meters. Even so, that would still be a relatively comfortable place to live. However, when Blackie arrived at the building floor and discovered that the entire floor was meant for their workshop, Blackie had nearly thrown out his back in shock. Shortly after, that shock had turned into immense joy. After all, this large workshop of theirs was far more amazing than Shadow's. With such an amazing workshop, would they even need to worry that they couldn't surpass Shadow in the future? Oh right, Blackie, how are things on your side? How much longer do you guys need before getting out of there? Feng asked. Blackie and the others had been trapped in the trial of God for several days now. If they remained inside, Feng didn't know when he could go to the demon's castle to obtain the demon's heart. Hence, Feng needed to know their current progress. If they were truly unable to leave the trial anytime soon, his only option was to seek Gentle Snow's help. However, he did not want Gentle Snow to know too much about him. Unless it was a desperate situation, he would not turn to Gentle Snow for help. Right? I totally forgot to tell you, since I was so excited about the workshop. Blackie lightly tapped his own head. The matter of the workshop was simply too shocking. He continued, Brother Feng, just where did you find such an expert little sister? She is just too awesome. Originally, we nearly despaired from the difficulty of the trial. However, thanks to her, we all made it through the trial with great ease. Right now, we're about to head to the highest floor to receive our reward. An expert? Little sister? Are you talking about Fire Dance? Haven't you already seen how amazing she is? Feng curiously asked. No, it's not Fire Dance, but Violet. We managed to clear the trial only thanks to her. But really, she is simply too strong, Blackie lamented. At the beginning of the trial, little sister Violet had only healed us from behind. As we progressed, her healing grew better and better, and she was able to grasp the timing of her heals perfectly. However, the monsters in the trial also grew stronger. After some time, we were barely surviving, even with little sister Violet's excellent healing. It was then that she took action. Although her combat standards in the beginning were very crude, as the battles continued one after another, her combat standards increased endlessly. Within just a day, she had already surpassed Fire Dance. I even felt that the Trial of God was created specifically for little sister Violet. Inside the Trial of God, for every trial we cleared, we would be given an evaluation and an appropriate reward. Meanwhile, ever since little sister Violet took action, she always obtained an evaluation of rank A or above. Her equipment and skills continuously upgraded, and regarding damage output, even though I had the Mavis's guard, I only won against her by a small margin. If little sister Violet also had an epic ranked staff, she would have long since left me in the dust. Little sister Violet is the most talented person I have ever met in God's domain. Brother Feng, if you saw her frightening growth rate, you, too, would be shocked. After having mentioned Violet Cloud, Blackie could not stop his mouth as he talked on and on about her. Blackie spoke as if Violet Cloud were the strongest expert in God's domain, and nobody was above her. Of course, Blackie was speaking about Violet Cloud's innate talent, and not her current strength. After all, Violet Cloud's rate of improvement was simply horrifying. With such an improvement rate, she would sooner or later become the strongest player in God's domain. It's good that you guys passed the trial. However, you shouldn't just pay attention to Violet. Don't forget that you are a cursemancer, while she is a cleric. You also hold an epic ranked staff in your hands. If your damage really does lose to hers, then you're going to have to hand over the Mavis's guard to Violet. Sure Feng joked. However, he was truly relieved. It was no wonder Violet Cloud had managed to become a cleric god in the past. Her innate talent was not a sham. However, maybe because Violet Cloud had played a cleric in the past, she had never revealed her true potential during the early stages of the game. However, after leaving Ouroboros, Violet Cloud could no longer depend on her healing to play God's domain, as she only had herself to rely on in battles. Hence, she started to display her frightening talent. Similar to the current situation in the Trial of God, healing alone was not enough. Hence, Violet Cloud had no choice but to engage in battle as well, inadvertently revealing her explosive talent. Maybe she is one of the legendary geniuses, Sure Feng sighed. In the past, although his techniques were good when compared to Violet Cloud, the difference between them was like heaven and earth. It was no wonder Violet Cloud had become a cleric god. However, Sure Feng would no longer waste his time in this life. He would not ignore training his body. Currently, the workshop could accommodate up to several hundred people. Moreover, there were also private rooms meant for upper management. Furniture of superior quality decorated these private rooms, and just the cost of a single set would have left Sure Feng's past self in awe. Aside from the private rooms, Sure Feng had also set up a workout room that allowed one to carry out some simple exercises. God's Domain was not just any random game where players could become a tyrant by pulling a few all-nighters. If one wanted to campaign in God's Domain, they needed to prepare for a long and arduous war. Hence, players in God's Domain needed to balance both work and rest, and most importantly, train their bodies if they wanted to succeed. Brother Feng, the university's fellowship party is the day after tomorrow. Should we buy a luxury car and drive there? At that time, I want to see just who would dare look down on our zero-wing workshop, Blackie said excitedly. I'll pass on the luxury car. I cannot afford such a thing right now. Sure Feng shook his head as he laughed. Although Sure Feng had similarly thought of buying a luxury car to keep up appearances, he was currently tight on money. He still owed a large sum of credits. It would be better to take a more pragmatic approach. Following which, Sure Feng and Blackie spent the entire day putting up the finishing touches to the workshop. The remaining problem they faced was the lack of members. They needed to recruit a large number of new members with potential. When night arrived in the real world, Sure Feng entered God's Domain once more. Shortly after leaving the forging room, a low ring sounded by Sure Feng's ears. It was the alert tone that signified the arrival of a system message. However, the alert did not end at just that once. The ringing persisted for a long time and only stopped after over 10 minutes had passed. With a headache, Sure Feng called up the message interface. Immediately, several thousand messages appeared on his display, and all of these messages had been sent to his alternate ID, Black Flame. Sure Feng then took a look at these messages. All of them were from people attempting to purchase the basic mana armor kits. Moreover, aside from the players in White River City, even the guilds from other cities were trying to contact him. However, Sure Feng simply revealed a smile at these messages, as he had already achieved his goal. Fame. Not Starstreak's fame, but Black Flames. Moreover, as long as he had the basic mana armor kit, Starstreak Trading Firm's business would not sour. According to Anna's latest report, the Starstreak Trading Firm had earned over 900 gold per day. However, this was only the beginning. As they increased the number of forgers and potion makers under their command, their daily production rate would also increase. As a result, the money they earned would similarly increase. It was only a matter of time before they managed to earn 30,000 gold. However, there was still a far more important matter that Sure Feng needed to deal with right now. Hence, Sure Feng immediately contacted Gentle Snow. Miss Snow, can I ask you for some help? I wish to buy a few advanced whetstone recipes from you, Sure Feng asked. The drop rate for the advanced whetstone recipe is extremely low, and even Ouroboros has only managed to procure several copies. Since we are old acquaintances, I can sell a few to you. However, I want to conduct the trade using basic mana armor kits. Gentle Snow revealed a smile. She rejoiced at the fact that Black Flame came to her for help. If so, she could just directly request to exchange for the basic mana armor kits. Ever since the basic mana armor kits were revealed to the public, she immediately had her subordinates conduct an investigation on the item. However, they promptly discovered something unusual. It did not drop from anywhere at all. It seemed to be a special forging design obtained through a quest, so there was no way for others to obtain it at all. Hence, if they wanted to obtain any mana armor kits, they could only obtain them from Black Flame himself. Alright, but I wonder how Miss Snow plans to exchange? 1 advanced whetstone recipe for 20 mana armor kits. I can trade 3 copies with you. Deal. You can send one of your subordinates to conduct the trade at the Starstreak trading firm. Feng did not hesitate to accept Gentle Snow's high price. After they agreed upon the transaction, Feng disconnected the call. He then took the mana armor kits he had just finished producing to the Starstreak trading firm. Feng intended for Cream Cocoa and Melancholic Smile to learn these advanced whetstone recipes. After all, he still had many matters of his own that he needed to deal with. He couldn't just forge items all day. In the future, the Horizon Alliance's main strength would still have to depend on them. Thus, he purchased those recipes. Brother Feng, we're out of the trials. When do we head to the Demon's Castle? Shortly after Feng had finished dealing with his own matters, Blackie's message arrived. At this moment, several figures suddenly appeared in the teleportation hall of White River City. Ha ha ha! We're finally out of that suffocating place. There are so many players in White River City. Of course. We've been stuck in that broken place for so many days now. The conversation of these new figures resounded throughout the teleportation hall, and these players were none other than Fire Dance and the others who had just returned from the Trial of Gods. The moment they set foot out of the teleportation hall, the group immediately attracted the attention of many players. The equipment Fire Dance and the others wore was simply too dazzling, nearly blinding all observers. Even the elite team members of first-rate guilds were not immune. After all, among the 8 members of the team, the poorest quality equipment they wore was mysterious iron rank. Meanwhile, out of everyone in the party, the cleric Violet Cloud had the best quality equipment. Although she did not have any set equipment, she still had 6 pieces of secret silver equipment and a fine gold ranked staff. No matter how one looked at it, Violet Cloud's equipment far surpassed that of any member of a guild's main force. Moreover, such magnificent equipment decorated Violet Cloud's slender and elegant body, making her look even more stunning than usual. She looked like an angel descending to the mortal realm, simply breathtaking. Aside from a beauty like Violet Cloud, there was another female member of the party who was equally beautiful. Garbed in a flame-red, tight-fitting leather shirt, the sexiness of Fire Dance's polished body was further accentuated. With 2 exquisite beauties present, the team of 8 would naturally attract a lot of attention. As a result, many of the teams present, who were originally about to set out to a dungeon, crowded around Fire Dance and the others. They sent Fire Dance invitations, one after another, requesting Fire Dance and her team to join them in raiding a 20-man team dungeon. Having a powerful cleric like Violet Cloud would significantly increase their chances of success. Moreover, aside from Violet Cloud, the Guardian Knight, Kola, also had superb equipment. If these experts were willing to do them a favor, they could easily gain a few pieces of top-tier equipment. Unfortunately, their beautiful dreams were doomed from the start as Fire Dance rejected them all without hesitation. We've fallen pretty far behind in levels. After we replenish our necessities, let's go level up, Fire Dance said, speaking in the team chat, completely ignoring the hungry gazes of the surrounding players. Nobody in the team opposed her suggestion. After getting along with each other for several days, Fire Dance had already become the core of the team. Everyone had especially acknowledged Fire Dance's ability to command. Simply put, if it were not for Fire Dance's leadership, they would not have survived the trial of God. Just when Fire Dance and the others were about to head to the Starstreak trading firm to purchase some recovery items, over a dozen players walked towards them. Although these players did not possess a guild emblem on their characters, They were clearly not a team to be underestimated. Even though the shield warrior leading this team was a man with an emaciated face and thin body, his appearance could not overshadow the keenness of his gaze. Moreover, this man currently wore a complete level 10 mysterious iron set equipment, in addition to a secret silver-ranked shield and one-handed sword. Possessing such items was a clear proof of his strength. While Fire Dance and the others were shocked by the equipment and strength of the team moving towards them, the team in question was similarly shocked by Fire Dance and the others. Crap! Who is that little sister? She actually has 6 pieces of secret silver equipment on her. I'm not seeing things, right? Smuggled goods. I look down upon you. You're actually only paying attention to the girl's body. Can't you see the weapon the cleric girl has? Also, look at that vulgar-looking Cursemancer's staff. It should be secret silver rank or stronger. Scram. I have no interests in flat chests. I am obviously talking about the hot little sister standing next to the cleric. Although the Guardian Knight of Fire Dance's team was lacking compared to their own MT, their cleric and Cursemancer were obviously much worse than the two before them. Moreover, the two teams were similar in that they both were independent teams and neither belonged to the main force of a guild. In White River City, where guilds occupied most of the important resource points, it was a rare sight for an independent team to possess such top-tier equipment. So, how could they not attract attention? Hello, I am Warwolf, team leader of the Holy Grail Knights. The emaciated man, Warwolf, took the initiative to introduce himself to Fire Dance. Zero Wings team leader, Fire Dance. Fire Dance replied, her interest to befriend this new team growing. Shurfeng had passed the management of the team to Fire Dance, and Fire Dance knew Shurfeng had done so due to his trust in her. She did not wish to betray that trust. Hence, taking their future guild into consideration, as the manager of the team, she naturally had to think of a way to expand and strengthen the team. Meanwhile, the foreign team before her was clearly a formidable independent team. She felt their leader, Warwolf, was more than he appeared. Although she had never fought with him before, she knew that he was one of the rarely seen Apex experts. If she had to PK against Warwolf, she would not have any advantage against him. If she could recruit such an expert and team into their guild, they would have no worries when raiding large-scale team dungeons in the future. Fire Dance. Warwolf was slightly surprised when he heard this name. He then said, so you're Fire Dance, the earliest player to get first place on White River City's ranking list? How fortunate to meet you. Warwolf's evaluation of Fire Dance rose even higher after learning the news. Aside from Gentle Snow and Zhao Yueru, Fire Dance's imposing aura was likely the most powerful of all the female players he had met. Moreover, Fire Dance was also an independent player. I was just lucky. Fire Dance smiled as she said, I see that Team Leader Wolf is about to go dungeon diving? That's right. We're currently about to raid the level 12 Frost Nest. Warwolf revealed. Is Miss Fire Dance interested in joining us? The Frost Nest was a level 12, 20-man team dungeon. Currently, aside from the main force of the major guilds, no other team possessed the strength to challenge such a dungeon. Thank you for your kind offer, but we still have our own matters to attend. We will definitely join you if we have the chance in the future. Fire Dance immediately rejected Warwolf's offer. Shurfeng had previously instructed them to raise their levels, as he still had some important matters to deal with. If they entered a dungeon right now, their leveling speed would suffer, and they might even lose some EXP. Hence, Fire Dance chose to reject the offer without a second thought. That's truly unfortunate. Let's add each other as friends, Miss Fire Dance. If we have a chance to raid a large-scale team dungeon together in the future, we can contact each other more conveniently. Warwolf sent Fire Dance a friend request. Since Fire Dance was also an expert of God's domain, common equipment would not satisfy her, yet to obtain high-quality equipment, aside from killing Lord-ranked field bosses and completing special quests, the only other option was raiding a team dungeon or a large-scale team dungeons. However, an independent team was different from guild members. The teams were loosely formed, and the strength of the members usually varied. If an independent team relied solely on themselves, they would have no way of clearing a large-scale team dungeon. Hence, independent teams needed to cooperate with one another. Only by combining the strength of multiple independent teams would they have a chance of raiding a 50-man or above large-scale team dungeon. Yet, not just any independent teams would be fit for the task. A sufficiently strong independent team was necessary. Otherwise, entering a large-scale team dungeon would be suicide. Hence, Warwolf planned to befriend powerful independent teams. If they had powerful allies, they would have a much easier time raiding large-scale team dungeons. Just as Fire Dance and Warwolf added each other as friends, Shurfeng had arrived at Blackwing City. He had come to conduct his third business transaction with Aqua Rose. This time, however, Shurfeng had not brought a lot of the level 10 equipment and weapons he had forged. Now that the majority of the players in God's domain were over level 10, these items were no longer as valuable as they were before. Hence, Shurfeng did not produce many of them. Instead, he prepared something better, something that could even attract the attention of first-rate guilds. In addition, the Blackwing auction house was holding an auction today. To any wealthy player, this was a chance that must not be missed, including Shurfeng, who currently possessed enormous wealth. However, after Shurfeng had arrived at the appointed restaurant, Aqua Rose did not show up, even after a long time had passed. Instead, a pot-bellied man resembling Mithraea walked over and quietly sat opposite of Shurfeng. With a gentle and elegant smile, he said, "Hello there, Master Black Flame. As Miss Aqua has some urgent matters to attend to today, she has sent me to represent her in this transaction. Miss Aqua expresses her sincerest apologies." "Miss Aqua has some urgent matters?" Shurfeng was slightly surprised. "That's right. Although I cannot reveal to your excellency what those matters are, I, Joking Scholar, can represent Miss Aqua in conducting the transaction with you." However, Shurfeng did not believe him. Every time he and Aqua Rose completed a transaction, both sides would gain massive profits. Logically speaking, there should be nothing more important than this matter. Even if Aqua Rose truly had an urgent matter, she should have at least notified him beforehand. However, Aqua Rose had not. Shurfeng carefully observed this Mithraea-like person. Although he appeared absolutely harmless, his body exuded a sense of shrewdness that spoke of vast experience in the business world. Virtual reality. In this realistic world, regarding a player's expressions or demeanor, both would be fully displayed on their characters. With over a decade of experience campaigning in God's domain, Shurfeng could immediately perceive the delight and panic hidden behind those beady little eyes. "Since Miss Aqua has some matters to deal with, let us postpone our business transaction till next time, then." Shurfeng smiled calmly before standing up, saying, "I still have some matters that I need to attend to, so I'll leave first." Hearing that Shurfeng had no intention to continue the trade and intended to leave, Mithraea's facial expression immediately changed. A hint of panic appeared in his friendly smile when Shurfeng stood. "Master Black Flame, don't be in such a rush. Although Miss Aqua is absent, Twilight Echo sincerely desires this trade's success. We are willing to pay 30% more than the previously mentioned price." Joking Scholar hurriedly stood and held back Shurfeng. 30%? It seems that you guys really are sincere about this. Shurfeng halted his steps, smiling. He then turned to face the panicked Mithraea, saying, "Since you've already made the offer, let us negotiate the price." Of course, of course." Joking Scholar hurriedly nodded his head, once more revealing his friendly smile, following which the two sat and resumed their business transaction. "Do you have what I asked of Miss Aqua the last time?" Shurfeng asked. "Master Black Flame, please have a look." Joking Scholar retrieved several ore bags. Hard stones and rare forging materials filled the majority of these bags. Moreover, aside from taking out 5 400-slot ore bags, which were the largest ore bags currently available to players, he had also taken out a black leather bag. There were many runes carved on the exterior of this bag, and one could tell that it was not an ordinary item with just a glance. It is as expected of Twilight Echo. They even have a runic ore bag. Shurfeng was inwardly shocked. The runic ore bag was a mysterious iron-grade ore bag. It had a massive capacity of 1,200 slots, 4 times that of a common grade ore bag. However, this item was not easy to obtain. Only Lord-ranked bosses in mines had a chance of dropping this item. Compared to the previous encounter, this transaction would be far larger. Joking Scholar had prepared over 2,000 stacks of hard stones, 300 stacks of fine iron ore, 400 stacks of silver ore, and 200 stacks of mithril ore. Furthermore, there were also 100 stacks of gold ore, which was currently unavailable in Starmoon Kingdom. Just how much manpower and resources had they spent in the process of gathering such a large amount of precious ores? This was precisely the strength of a first-rate guild. It was not something a normal guild could compare to. Good, everything that I requested is here. Deducting all these ores, if we factor in the 30% increase in price you previously mentioned, you just need to pay me an additional 120 million credits. Shi Feng took out a letter that had been encrypted by the system and placed it on the table. Only a specified person could open this letter, and outsiders had no way to discover its contents. When Joking Scholar heard the price of 120 million credits, his smiling expression immediately froze. He had nearly spat the black tea that was in his mouth, the teacup in his hand nearly falling to the ground due to his trembling. The 120 million credits is the price of this encrypted letter? Joking Scholar looked at the white envelope on the table, his facial expression turning extraordinarily ugly. His previously beady eyes abruptly widened as he sent a chilling glare at Shi Feng, coldly saying, "Master Black Flame, aren't you going a little too overboard? We of Twilight Echo have come here with the sincerest intentions to conduct business with you. Are you looking down on Twilight Echo? Or do you not take Miss Aqua seriously?" No matter how stupid Joking Scholar was, he knew that no transaction in God's domain could currently achieve such a frightening cost. That was 120 million credits, not 120 million hell money. Such an amount was sufficient for a normal person to live the rest of their life in luxury. Even Joking Scholar himself would not earn such an amount in this lifetime. The only possibility was that Shi Feng was toying with him, or that Shi Feng had already found out that he was a fake. However, as a preventive measure, he still used Aqua Rose's name to warn Shi Feng. Shi Feng calmly smiled at this Mithraya's reaction. He paid no mind to Joking Scholar's chilling and threatening gaze, unhurriedly saying, "How could you say such a thing? Weren't you the one that suggested for the 30% increase in price? I fully followed our previous agreement and have brought what that Miss Aqua requested. Could Miss Aqua have forgotten to tell you about it? Or is it because you are fake?" A chilling light suddenly flashed in Shi Feng's eyes as he loudly questioned, "You?" At this moment, Joking Scholar gnashed his teeth in anger. Shi Feng had clearly pretended to be the fool here, yet he could not just reveal Shi Feng's act. "Master Black Flame, of course. I was sent here by Miss Aqua. Please stop trying to probe me. Miss Rose never agreed to this." Joking Scholar was no fool. He thought that Shi Feng was currently trying to probe him, so he quickly cooled his temper. "Probe? What reason would I have to probe you?" Shi Feng smiled as he said, "I am very serious. If Aqua Rose didn't mention such an important agreement to you and you have no knowledge of it, then it seems you are indeed a fake. If that is so, then I am truly sorry. Our business transaction ends here." Saying so, Shi Feng stood and prepared to leave. Joking Scholar immediately panicked. He could no longer discern whether Shi Feng's words were true or not. In the beginning, he thought Shi Feng was trying to swindle him. Now, however, it would seem that his previous preconception might be wrong. Have I really guessed wrong? Was this letter actually what they intended to trade? Joking Scholar felt that his brain was no longer sufficient to process this matter. He could not see through Shi Feng at all. Previously, Shi Feng had expressed immense interest in continuing the trade. Now, however, Shi Feng was about to leave after scoffing. Just what was he supposed to do? Joking Scholar had personally witnessed the benefits Aqua Rose had obtained through her transactions with Shi Feng. If Twilight Echo could periodically conduct similar trades with Shi Feng and obtain such immense profits every time, the other first-rate guilds in their kingdom would have no chance to compete with them. They would become the tyrant of their kingdom. Just by becoming the lord of a city, the benefits that ensued were enough to attract the world-class corporation's investments. Not to mention receiving a few $100 million, They could even receive tens of billions of credits. If Twilight Echo could become the tyrant of a kingdom, they could receive investments from over 10 major corporations. The credits they could earn were unimaginable. In comparison, the 120 million credit transaction right now could be considered negligible. However, 120 million credits was not pocket change either. Moreover, their guild had only obtained the many ores before him through the painstaking work. If they gave them all to Shifeng, the losses would be mind-blowing. Of course, if such a powerful benefit were truly available, it could greatly assist Twilight Echo in elevating its current position, becoming the tyrant of the capital city. However, Joking Scholar could not see past Shifeng's thoughts at all. He did not know whether Shifeng had the sincerity to continue their current cooperation. With his status, he did not dare make this gamble. Master Black Flame, please wait a minute. Maybe Miss Aqua has forgotten to mention this to me. I'll have to ask Miss Aqua about this before making a decision. If there truly are no problems, then the 120 million credits and these materials will all be yours. Joking Scholar decided to hold Shifeng back for now. He needed to report this matter to his superiors and let them decide what to do. That way, he won't have to take responsibility for this matter. Naturally, Shifeng could not just walk away after hearing Joking Scholar's words. Although he did not know what had happened to Aqua Rose, if he could swindle so many materials and credits, he would make a huge profit. Fine. I'll give you 1 minute. I'm in a hurry. Shifeng swept a glance at the clock displayed on the system interface. There were still 2 hours before the auction started at the Blackwing City auction house. If he missed this chance, he would have to wait for several more days before the next. Since a lot was at stake, Joking Scholar dared not waste any more time. He immediately sent a message to his superior, awaiting the decision. After waiting for half a minute or so, Joking Scholar received a reply. Joking Scholar immediately felt his mood refresh when he read the reply. Master Black Flame, Miss Aqua has said that, due to the transaction being of such magnitude, if we are to conduct this trade, we need to verify the item that you have provided. Of course, I will preside over this verification. If there truly are no problems, we will immediately transfer the money to you. Joking Scholar confidently informed Shifeng. That won't do. If you guys get a look at the contents of this letter, then the information inside will no longer have any value. What if you decide not to pay me? Wouldn't I take a huge loss instead? Unless you give me the money first, I will not let you look at the contents. Shifeng sneered. Since Twilight Echo doesn't have any sincerity in continuing this trade, so be it. Contrary to Joking Scholar's belief, the information inside the encrypted letter was the real deal. It could instantly promote a large guild to the next level. The information was especially useful to a first-rate guild. Of course, this information would not actually sell for an astronomical price of 120 million credits. Since he had cooperated with Aqua Rose in the past, he would not betray her and cooperate with someone else. Hence, he had only mentioned such an astronomical price to play with Joking Scholar. Master Black Flame, we are very sincere in this matter. If you continue responding to our sincerity in such a way, we can only take it as you toying with Twilight Echo. None who attempt to make fools of Twilight Echo find a good ending. If Master Black Flame doesn't want a misunderstanding, please let me take a look at the information contained in the letter. As long as there are no problems, then based on Twilight Echo's credibility, we certainly will not go back on our word and ruin our own reputation. Although Joking Scholar spoke with an amicable tone, he did not try to hide the cold glint in his eyes in the least. Are you threatening me? Shifeng's tone turned cold as he said, although Twilight Echo is a first-rate guild, don't think that I, Black Flame, am someone you can easily mess around with. Since this matter has reached this point, our cooperation ends right here and now. Shifeng immediately left the restaurant, leaving behind a dumbfounded Joking Scholar. Joking Scholar never thought Shifeng would react so decisively. In his opinion, Black Flame was only a forger. How could he possibly dare call shots with a first-rate guild like Twilight Echo? Hence, Joking Scholar decided to threaten him. Yet, Shifeng had not reacted as he had expected at all, so much so that his threat had yielded the exact opposite effect he had wanted. The higher-ups of the guild had tasked him with maintaining the current business relationship they had with Black Flame. If there were a possibility, the best-case scenario would be to recruit Black Flame into Twilight Echo. How abominable! This Black Flame is simply impervious to reason. Joking Scholar had originally intended to hold Shifeng back once more. However, doing so was simply too humiliating. After speaking those decisive words, if he had to suddenly change his tone and try to ingratiate himself with Shifeng, he simply could not do it. He is definitely toying with me. That's the only plausible reason why he isn't willing to show me the contents of that letter. Immediately after, Joking Scholar contacted his superior. "Scholar, how did it go?" A dignified tone came through the communicator. "Boss, that Black Flame rejected our proposal. He refused to let me take a look at the letter's contents. However, I am very sure that he is trying to play us for fools. There is nothing important in the letter," Scholar confidently assured. "I understand. Although it is slightly unfortunate, Black Flame has also given us some enlightenment. Since Black Flame is unwilling to do business with us, we can just look for someone else. I hear that Starmoon Kingdom, where Black Flame is from, should be in dire need of ores. Look for a powerful guild from Starmoon Kingdom at Blackwing City. I believe that they should be very willing to cooperate with us." "Yes, boss." Currently, Joking Scholar felt exhilarated. "Black Flame, did you really think that you are so amazing? Once I sell these ores to some other guild in Starmoon Kingdom, we'll see if you can still survive there." Soon after, Joking Scholar had departed from the restaurant as well. He started looking for a new business partner from Starmoon Kingdom. Meanwhile, after Shifeng left the restaurant, he immediately changed his appearance using the demon mask. He had long since waited for Joking Scholar's departure. Although Shifeng did not intend to do business with Joking Scholar, that would not stop him from swindling the man. After all, it was not easy for him to obtain so many ores. Moreover, it was not his style to just let Joking Scholar escape. Previously, he had used the appearance of Black Flame, so he could not swindle those ores from him. However, now that he had changed his appearance, even if he swindled Joking Scholar, he would be fine as long as he immediately donned a new appearance. Twilight Echo had spent a lot of wealth and manpower to procure the ores. If they failed to sell them, keeping those ores for their own use instead, they would need over 10 days to exhaust such a large supply fully. Twilight Echo could not bear such a heavy cost. After all, these ores could not increase their guild's battle prowess. They could only do so by turning these materials into currency. However, if they wished to turn these ores into money, they had to sell them to a guild that was in dire need of ores. As for independent players, they simply had no way to deplete such a stock. No. Unless they paid with credits, even a first-rate guild could not afford so many ores. However, would Twilight Echo lack credits? That's right. They didn't lack credits. If they could spend credits to purchase a large amount of gold coins, they would have spent several 100 million credits without hesitation. However, the main god system had not activated an exchange system for coins. As for the virtual trade center, there was simply not enough gold coins to satisfy their demands. Most importantly, if they purchased gold coins in bulk, their actions would inflate the prices of gold coins endlessly, and doing so was not a worthwhile investment. This was also one of the reasons why large guilds normally would not purchase gold coins in bulk. If Twilight Echo could not sell these ores quickly, it would wound the guild's development. However, it would not be an easy task to find a business partner willing to purchase so many ores. The only possibility they had was to look for a guild from Starmoon Kingdom. As long as Twilight Echo investigated, they would immediately discover that Black Flame was from Starmoon Kingdom. Meanwhile, the fact that Black Flame purchased so many forging materials proved that Starmoon Kingdom was in dire need. As long as the upper echelon of Twilight Echo had brains, they would naturally look for someone from Starmoon Kingdom to cooperate with. Unfortunately, Twilight Echo had miscalculated one point. It was not easy to obtain the pass required to enter Blackwing City. Even for a large guild, they would need to spend a lot of time and effort to obtain one. Not to mention, the majority of the guilds and players in Starmoon Kingdom didn't even know about the existence of Blackwing City. Quite some time had passed since the launch of God's Domain. However, the players from Starmoon Kingdom who could enter Blackwing City were among the extreme minority. It went without saying there were even fewer players who could afford so many ores. An hour quickly passed with Sure Feng trailing Joking Scholar. Sure enough, Joking Scholar failed to find even a single player from Starmoon Kingdom. The majority of the players he met were independent players from other kingdoms and empires. Even when he met players belonging to guilds, these players were not part of their guild's backbone. Most importantly, none of these players had any interest in Twilight Echo's ores. This situation depressed Joking Scholar. He wondered just why he could not meet any players from Starmoon Kingdom. It would be fine even if it were even an independent player. At this moment, Sure Feng took on Lone Tyrant's appearance using the demon mask, and he walked towards Joking Scholar casually. Sure Feng's disguise looked extremely similar to the real deal. Moreover, the equipment he wore had also changed appearance. He now wore a complete secret silver set equipment. On his back, he carried the fine gold-ranked blood-red longsword and blood-red cross shield. Not to mention the guild leader of a second-rate guild, even the guild leader of a first-rate guild would find it difficult to obtain equipment as dazzling as Sure Feng's. In addition, Sure Feng had completely replicated Lone Tyrant's arrogant air, creating a vivid image of the guild leader. Right now, even if someone familiar with Lone Tyrant stood before Sure Feng, they could not tell whether he was the real Lone Tyrant or not. The players that walked past Sure Feng involuntarily found their heads turning towards him. Both envy and admiration filled the gazes they sent his way. The glowing effect of a fine gold weapon had nearly blinded their eyes. At this moment, Joking Scholar was still blindly searching the streets for his target. A gloomy expression portrayed on his face. However, when his eyes landed on Lone Tyrant, who was Sure Feng in disguise, his eyes flashed with a glint of excitement. His equipment. Not even our guild leader compares to him. The guild he belongs to must be very powerful. I hope he is a player from Starmoon Kingdom. Joking Scholar made a silent prayer as he walked towards Sure Feng. Hello. I am Joking Scholar of Twilight Echo. May I ask if your excellency comes from Starmoon Kingdom? Joking Scholar asked in anticipation. Are your eyes a decoration? Of course. I am from Starmoon Kingdom. If you don't even know who I am, why are you even playing God's domain? Sure Feng arrogantly scoffed. Contrary to expectations, not only did Sure Feng's scolding fail to anger Joking Scholar, but it had also made him rejoice. Immediately, Joking Scholar used an identification skill on Sure Feng. Lone Tyrant, affiliated guild, Dark Star. After reading Sure Feng's basic information, Joking Scholarly immediately started a search through the official forums for information. Very quickly, Joking Scholar uncovered most of the information available about Lone Tyrant, and his mood instantly lifted higher than before. How careless of me! I did not expect to meet the well-renowned guild leader Lone Tyrant of Starmoon Kingdom. I wonder if your excellency would be interested in purchasing some ores. Joking Scholar spoke unhurriedly. However, Sure Feng inwardly smiled at Joking Scholar's words. Just as he had guessed, Joking Scholar was in a hurry to get rid of the ores in his hands. Ores? Are you looking down on our guild? Sure Feng angrily demanded. Guild leader Tyrant has misunderstood me. Of course, I know that your excellency does not lack materials. Joking Scholar calmly said. However, what about the other guilds in Starmoon Kingdom? If guild leader Tyrant can sell a large number of ores to those guilds at a low price, wouldn't your excellency make a huge profit? At this moment, Sure Feng faked an interested expression. Guild leader Tyrant, after the recent update of God's domain, fighting monsters places a huge toll on a weapon's durability. Hence, I believe that every guild would be very interested in whetstones. Meanwhile, the main material needed to produce whetstones is hard stones. I just happen to have plenty of hard stones with me right now, and I can sell all of them to your excellency at a very low price, Joking Scholar hurriedly said. Cheap hard stones. Sure Feng appeared even more interested now, saying, Speak then. I can sell these hard stones to your excellency at a price of 10 silver coins a stack. Similarly, I can also sell the other ores I have with me for much cheaper than those found in Starmoon Kingdom, Joking Scholar offered confidently. You call 10 silver coins per stack cheap? Are you trying to toy with me? Do you think I have so much time to waste on you? Sherfeng growled. I will pay, at most, 5 silver coins a stack. Otherwise, we do not need to continue this conversation. Your Excellency, I know how much hardstones sell for in Star Moon Kingdom. Normally, each stack can sell for 11 to 12 silver coins. By reselling the hardstones Your Excellency buys from me, Your Excellency can still make an effortless 1 to 2 silver coins. Moreover, the amount of hardstones I have with me is by no means small. They can allow Your Excellency to make an immense profit. Joking Scholar had done his homework, thoroughly researching the prices of ores in Star Moon Kingdom. Hence, Joking Scholar felt confident that Lone Tyrant was interested in buying the hardstones. Lone Tyrant was simply trying to lower the prices to maximize his profits. 12 silver coins? Sherfeng disdainfully said. That was the price 2 days ago. Now that everyone's level is higher, the available locations they can farm hardstones from has also increased. It is absolutely impossible to sell them at such a high price anymore. I'll repeat myself one more time. 5 silver coins a stack. If you don't want to sell, then so be it. Immediately, Joking Scholar grew flustered at Sherfeng's words. Indeed, he had investigated the ore prices in Star Moon Kingdom 2 days ago. Moreover, just as Sherfeng had said, players' levels rose constantly. Not only would the drop rate of hardstones from monsters increase, but players could also obtain quite a number from mining ores. Take the hardstones Twilight Echo had gathered, for example. Twilight Echo had previously paid around 3 to 4 silver coins per stack while gathering the hardstones. If they sold them for only 5 silver coins a stack to Sherfeng, they wouldn't make a huge profit. Your Excellency drives a hard bargain. How about this? What do you think about 8 silver coins a stack? Joking Scholar probed. Scram. If you're not going to sell them, then forget it. Sherfeng pretended to grow angry. Although Sherfeng stated that the prices of hardstones had fallen, the prices in White River City had not decreased by much. Each stack could still sell for around 11 silver coins right now. However, Sherfeng was in no hurry. He knew that Twilight Echo was deeply afraid of keeping the hardstones and having their value depreciate as time passed. Such a loss could greatly hamper Twilight Echo's growth, letting the other guilds surpass them. Your Excellency, please wait a moment. How about 7 silver coins per stack? Joking Scholar hurriedly bargained when he noticed Sherfeng about to walk away. However, his offer failed to halt Sherfeng's steps. All right, 6 silver coins. I can't lower the price any further than that. Joking Scholar felt helpless at Sherfeng's unyielding attitude. However, it was simply too difficult to find players from Star Moon Kingdom in Blackwing City. It was especially true for a guild leader like Lone Tyrant. If Joking Scholar could not sell these hardstones as quickly as possible, their value would continue to depreciate. However, reality was cruel. Sherfeng did not halt his steps at all. Joking Scholar started to panic now. He hurriedly ran to stop Sherfeng, saying in an urgent tone, Your Excellency, are you really not going to consider it? 6 silver coins is already a very low price. You can't find such an offer anywhere else. Can't find. Sherfeng smiled. Although Star Moon Kingdom ranked above average among kingdoms that produced herbs, regarding mineral production, Star Moon Kingdom ranked below average. Thus, the mineral supply in Star Moon Kingdom lacked constantly. However, not every kingdom and empire was in a similar situation to the Star Moon Kingdom. Immediately, Sherfeng loudly yelled, Selling hardstones for 6 silver coins a stack. You definitely can't find a price lower than this. Sherfeng's actions dumbfounded Joking Scholar. However, many players on the street sent gazes of contempt towards Sherfeng. Stop joking around. You call 6 silver coins a stack cheap. Even 5 silver 30 coppers is expensive where I come from. If you want to purchase in bulk, I can sell them to you at 5 silver coins a stack. Ah, I nearly died from laughter just now. Many players on the street started laughing at Sherfeng. However, the one who was truly embarrassed was Joking Scholar. At this moment, he felt so ashamed that he could not even raise his head to face Sherfeng. His absolute confidence from before had returned to slap him in the face. Moreover, someone had already made an offer of 5 silver coins per stack. Nothing could have a more powerful impact than this. How about it? Didn't you say that your hard stones were the cheapest? Didn't you say that I absolutely couldn't find a lower price than yours? Shifeng snorted as he asked, "Why is everyone offering me a lower price? Then, did you really think that I am a fool? This is a misunderstanding." "Really?" Joking Scholar hurriedly said, "Just like your excellency suggested before. How about 5 silver coins a stack?" "Too late. I'll offer at best 2 silver coins now. Before, I had only casually asked around on the street, and already, someone has offered me a price of 5 silver coins. If I ask even more people, I might even find a cheaper offer than that. There are plenty of kingdoms rich in ores." Shifeng smiled contemptuously. Shifeng's offer this time truly shocked Joking Scholar. However, Joking Scholar knew that it was no longer possible for him to sell the forging materials for a good price. At this moment, Joking Scholar had finally realized that making money in Blackwing City was not an easy task. Although Blackwing City provided players with various opportunities, the competition here was more intense than any other city in God's domain. The players in Blackwing City came from various kingdoms and empires, and each one of these kingdoms and empires had their own specialties. Although Twilight Echo was a first-rate guild, they held no advantage whatsoever in this city. Even the forging materials they were so proud of held no advantage in this city. Joking Scholar honestly wondered how Aqua Rose had managed to make so much money from her trips to Blackwing City. "Your Excellency, can you give me some time? After all, the price you offered is simply too low. I need to consult with my superiors before making a decision." Joking Scholar persuaded Shifeng. "Fine. It just so happens that I need to purchase some items. We'll meet up in this plaza in 30 minutes. Shifeng nodded. The two promptly added each other as friends. After parting, Shifeng immediately walked into an empty alley. The reason he had offered an extremely low price of 2 silver coins was to force Joking Scholar to contact his superiors. More importantly, he had done so to part with Joking Scholar. Otherwise, he would have no way of realizing his plan. After walking into the alley, Shifeng immediately used the 7 Luminaries crystal and returned to White River City. He then rushed to the bank, retrieving several hundred stacks of hard stones and other ores, before using the 7 Luminaries crystal again to travel to Blackwing City. Afterward, Shifeng looked for a dark, narrow alley. Glancing at his surroundings and making sure that he had not been followed, Shifeng changed into a new appearance again. This time, he disguised himself as an old man with white hair. He then donned a black hooded cloak and changed his name to Carlos. Aside from his name, he had concealed his information. That should be about it. Shifeng examined his disguise. Regarding outward appearance or temperament, both looked extremely mysterious. Moreover, his body also exuded a frightening aura. He did not look like a player at all. After confirming that there were no problems with his disguise, Shifeng walked towards a relatively populated street. On the street, he discovered a relatively well-equipped guardian knight, and without hesitation, he walked towards this guardian knight. While he walked past this man, Shifeng pretended to accidentally bump into him, knocking the man down to the ground. Originally, the guardian knight was enraged from being knocked down. However, just before he started cursing, he noticed that the old man before him had a shockingly powerful aura, so much so that he could feel his own body trembling slightly before this elder. Immediately, he used an identification skill on this old man and found out that the old man was called Carlos. Meanwhile, any remaining information about the old man displayed as unknown. In God's domain, there were only 2 scenarios that resulted in an unknown return from an identification skill. One was when the targeted player used a special item to conceal their information, while the other was due to a large gap in strength. In both cases, a normal identification skill would not suffice to determine the target's information. Meanwhile, the old man before him was clearly not a player, but an NPC. Hence, the Guardian Knight determined that the old man named Carlos was very powerful. Afraid that he would earn the ire of this mysterious NPC and get himself killed, the Guardian Knight immediately swallowed his words. "Young man, are you all right?" Shi Feng spoke in a dignified tone, casting an overlooking gaze at the Guardian Knight. "No, there are no problems at all," the Guardian Knight hurriedly said. "It's good that you're all right. However, it is still my fault for bumping into you. As compensation, you can come to my place to purchase items in the future. I will sell them to you at a discount," Shi Feng said. Immediately, he started walking towards a nearby alleyway. "Could my luck have come?" The Guardian Knight reacted quickly as he immediately followed Shi Feng into the alleyway. Shi Feng was shrouded in mystery, and the aura he exuded was extremely frightening. Coupling that with the fact that he had bumped into a player, he would naturally attract the attention of many players on the street. Although Shi Feng's words had not been loud, many of the surrounding players had clearly heard him. There were countless fortuitous encounters in God's domain. It was especially so for a place like Blackwing City. It was not strange for players to purchase some rare items from a hidden NPC. The elderly man before them was such a powerful NPC. It would not be odd for him to sell some powerful, rare item. So, how could they possibly miss out on such a good opportunity? Hence, every player on the street followed Shi Feng and the Guardian Knight. "Damn, why are there so many people following us?" The Guardian Knight felt depressed when he noticed the crowd of players trailing behind him and the old man. However, his feet did not stop as he continued after Shi Feng. Meanwhile, when Shi Feng noticed the large number of players following him, his lips curled into a smile. He had already achieved his goal. Soon after, Shi Feng led the crowd of players past the street where Joking Scholar was. As Joking Scholar had only needed to notify his superiors about the current situation, he had not wandered too far from his original location. Naturally, he also noticed the strange sight of a crowd of players following a mysterious old man. Hence, he hurried after one of the players trailing Shi Feng. After making a short inquiry, Joking Scholar learned the reason for this strange situation. His face lit up with joy as he, too, joined this army of players. Seeing that Joking Scholar had taken the bait, Shi Feng located an unoccupied gazebo and took a seat there. His expression remained indifferent as he gazed at the players following him. The Guardian Knight from before immediately walked up to Shi Feng without hesitation. He intended to find out what items he could purchase from the old man. In response to the Guardian Knight's actions, Shi Feng revealed a faint smile as he retrieved hard stones and many other types of rare ores. He then quoted extremely low prices for all these ores. Shi Feng quoted 1 stack of hard stones for 40 copper coins, a stack of 200 iron ore for 4 silver coins, a stack of 200 fine iron ore for 6 silver coins, 200 silver ore for 10 silver coins, and 200 mithril ore for 12 silver coins. The Guardian Knight was immediately dumbfounded when he heard these prices. The prices Shi Feng quoted were far lower than the current market prices. It was especially true for the hard stones that were currently in high demand. "Your Excellency Carlos, I wish to purchase 30 stacks of hard stones," the Guardian Knight said, excitement clear in his voice. After all, if he returned to his own country and resold these hard stones at 5 silver coins, he would make an immense profit. Anyone would grow excited over such a situation. Hence, the Guardian Knight spent all of the money he had on him to purchase hard stones from Shi Feng. Meanwhile, the players that arrived a tad bit later were immediately stunned by the Guardian Knight's transaction. Immediately, they rushed forward to purchase hard stones from Shi Feng. A majority of the players currently in Blackwing City were independent players. The money they carried did not amount to much, so the number of hard stones they could buy was limited. Most of the players only bought a dozen or so stacks of hard stones from Shi Feng. In the blink of an eye, Shi Feng had already sold over 200 stacks. The players who managed to purchase hard stones from Shi Feng left with wide smiles. Some had even purchased gold coins using credits, shouting their offer on the streets. If they were to purchase coins through the virtual trade center, the coins would need at least 2 hours to arrive in their accounts. If it were a private transaction between players, however, they could immediately pay and receive the coins. Hence, these players immediately started yelling on the streets, going so far as to offer double the market price. Joking Scholar immediately panicked. This mysterious NPC was actually selling these items and at such a low price. There were even so many players purchasing coins on the streets. If news of this matter reached Darkstar's guild leader, Lone Tyrant's ears, if that happened, he would never get rid of the forging materials in his hands. Immediately, Joking Scholar sent this information back to his superior, and just as quickly he received a reply. They ordered him to sell as many of the materials as he could at a low price. Following which, Joking Scholar immediately rushed towards the meeting location he had agreed upon with Shurfeng. He then sent Shurfeng a message, stating that they could conduct their trade immediately. Joking Scholar was deeply afraid of Shurfeng discovering the matter with the mysterious NPC. If Shurfeng found out about it, he wouldn't even be able to sell his hard stones for 2 silver coins a stack. Shurfeng revealed a faint smile after receiving Joking Scholar's message. Immediately, he told the players that he had sold out for the day and that he would return tomorrow. Many of the new arrivals were gravely disappointed. They lamented over the fact that they had been so slow, and they had no choice but to return tomorrow. Soon after, Shurfeng vanished from the players' sight. He searched for a secluded location and donned the appearance of Lone Tyrant once more, before hurrying over to the meeting location. In the central plaza of Blackwing City, many players wandered, sightseeing. Blackwing City was a must-see destination as it had been built atop the peak of a mountain. Meanwhile, the stargazing tower loomed in the central plaza of the city. Through the usage of a floating platform, players could arrive at the top of the tower and witness the full beauty of Blackwing City. Beneath the stargazing tower, Shurfeng located Joking Scholar. At this moment, panic painted Joking Scholar's face. His eyes were like searchlights as they scanned the plaza. When he finally spotted Shurfeng, he hurried over. Guild Leader Tyrant, the higher-ups have given me my instructions. To maintain long-term cooperations with Guild Leader Tyrant, we agree to sell the hard stones to you at 2 silver coins a stack. As long as you take these forging materials back to Star Moon Kingdom, you can earn back at least 3 to 4 times the cost, Joking Scholar said as he walked up to Shurfeng, a smile filling his face. Twilight Echo had spent a lot of time to obtain these forging materials. They had even spent an impressive sum of coins and credits in the process. Meanwhile, their main goal was to turn these forging materials into coins. If luck would have it, they could even make a small profit from the trade. By the looks of it, however, that would not happen. After all, not only were the forging materials of other kingdoms and empires similarly cheap, but there was also a mysterious NPC in Blackwing City selling these materials far below bottom-line prices now. The only thing Joking Scholar could do now was turn all these forging materials into coins, even at the cost of taking a small loss. He could then head to the Blackwing City auction and purchase some items that would benefit the guild's development. However, although ideals were wonderful, reality was very cruel. It was clearly impossible for Shurfeng to spend hundreds of gold to purchase these materials. Even if he had over 3,000 gold coins, he still wouldn't spend it in such a way. Not to mention, Shurfeng had spent so much effort in swindling Joking Scholar. He naturally wouldn't stop at just 2 silver coins. 2 silver coins a stack, now that's what I call sincere. However, just before I came here, someone mentioned to me that they are willing to sell a large amount of hard stones for 1 silver coin a stack. Moreover, if I am willing to purchase over 1,000 stacks, they will lower that price even further. Shurfeng shook his head, feigning disinterest. What? 1 silver coin a stack? Who said that? Joking Scholar was already on the brink of insanity. He had only found a large transaction after much difficulty. Now, however, someone was trying to undersell him. Moreover, that person clearly knew about the mysterious NPC selling forging materials. If he had to sell each stack of hard stones for only 1 silver coin, he might as well take them back to his own empire and sell them there. Yet, the various guilds in Storm Empire, the empire Twilight Echo belonged to, was far from lacking forging materials. As for the independent players there, most were self-sufficient. As a result, the players purchasing hard stones were very few. On the contrary, there were plenty of players selling them. However, due to Twilight Echo's recent mass purchase, the prices of hard stones in the Storm Empire had increased. Originally, 2 silver coins would be more than enough to purchase 1 stack of hard stones. If these hard stones were forged into whetstones, though, the demand would slightly increase. You will have to investigate this person yourself. If there aren't any more matters here, I'll be going. I still have to discuss the exact pricing with that person. If I buy several thousand stacks, I wonder if he will sell at an even lower price. Shifeng laughed. Guild leader tyrant, please wait a moment. Joking Scholar hurriedly said, if you are willing to purchase a large amount, Twilight Echo is willing to offer the same price as that person. If you are willing to buy more than 20,000 stacks, I can offer you a price of 60 copper coins a stack. Take it as a sign of friendship. Currently, Joking Scholar no longer cared about price. The only fortunate matter to him right now was the fact that Lone Tyrant had yet to discover the mysterious NPC. Although Twilight Echo would incur an astronomical loss by selling the 2,000 stacks of hard stones they currently had at a price of 60 copper, they could simply purchase more hard stones at a price of 40 coppers from the mysterious NPC. If they resold those hard stones at 60 coppers, they would make a clean profit of 20 coppers per stack. If they resold 18,000 stacks, they could easily recoup their losses. Hence, Joking Scholar needed to take action quickly. If Lone Tyrant found out about this matter, he might not even be able to sell the hard stones he had for 40 coppers a stack. 60 copper coins a stack? Moreover, you guys actually have over 20,000 stacks. Shifeng feigned astonishment as he spoke. Of course, this is our way of showing sincerity. However, you have to buy 20,000 stacks to get such a low price. Joking Scholar nodded his head, smiling. Hold on a minute. I'll ask that person what price he is willing to offer if I buy 20,000 stacks, Shifeng said. Hearing that Shifeng was about to contact the person who knew about the mysterious NPC, Joking Scholar's panic grew. Anyone aware of this information only needed to spend as much effort as flipping a hand over in this transaction. Even if they made a profit of 1 copper coin per stack, they could still earn 2 gold coins from selling 20,000 stacks. However, Joking Scholar's situation was different. Hence, he hurriedly shouted, Guild leader tyrant, please wait a minute. I don't wish to waste time competing with those people, so I'll offer you a cost price of 50 copper coins. Take it as me trying to befriend you. However, you have to purchase 50,000 stacks. I'll even gift you 300 stacks of iron or 400 stacks of silver or 200 stacks of mithril or 100 stacks of gold or, and also a mysterious iron ranked runic or bag. Nobody can offer you a lower price than me. You're offering 50 copper coins a stack, and they come with a gift of rare ores as well? There are even 100 stacks of gold or a high quality or that I have never seen before. It seems that you are indeed sincere. I doubt that the other side can offer a price lower than this. Alright then. I'll buy 50,000 stacks of hard stones from you. Shifeng smiled contently. He was already quite satisfied that he could purchase 2,000 stacks of hard stones for only 50 copper coins a stack. At the expense of selling over 200 stacks of hard stones at a price of 40 copper coins a stack, he could purchase over 2,000 stacks at a price of 50 copper coins in return. He had made a huge profit out of this transaction. As for the remaining 48,000 stacks of hard stones, if Joking Scholar uncovered the truth, he would never sell him hard stones for such a low price again. Basically, there wouldn't be another business transaction between him and Twilight Echo. However, Shifeng paid no mind to this. With this batch of forging materials, he would not run out of hard stones anytime soon. Let's sign a contract then, Guild leader tyrant. Joking Scholar took out an electronic contract. With the main god system bearing testimony to this contract, neither party involved was allowed to violate the conditions set. What is the meaning of this? Shifeng wrinkled his brows slightly. Guild leader tyrant, this is a large transaction that involves 50,000 stacks of hard stones. If Guild leader tyrant suddenly decides not to buy the hard stones, wouldn't I suffer the loss? Of course, I am not trying to question Guild leader tyrant's credibility. However, to avoid any future disputes, let us be villains before nobles, Joking Scholar explained. Still, isn't there a problem with this agreement? I don't mind that the trade has to be done within 10 days, but why do I have to compensate you 5,000 gold coins or 50 million credits, with gold coins as priority, if I renege on the contract, while you guys don't have to pay anything if you renege on your commitment. Shi Feng angrily said, "You call this not questioning my reputation? From the way I see it, maybe we should forget about this business transaction altogether." Although Shi Feng appeared angry, inwardly, he couldn't be any happier. Originally, he had no hopes of getting the remaining 48,000 stacks of hard stones. He would never have thought that Joking Scholar would take such an action. Contrary to being furious, Shi Feng couldn't help but eagerly agree to this contract. The evil one brought upon themselves truly was the hardest to bear. "Please wait, Guild Leader Tyrant. I simply forgot to write it in. If Twilight Echo reneges on the agreement, we will similarly compensate you with 5,000 gold coins or 50 million credits. Moreover, Guild Leader Tyrant can rest assured about the validity of this contract, as our Guild Leader has personally signed. The only thing remaining is Guild Leader Tyrant's signature." Joking Scholar hurriedly amended the agreement. He had indeed forgotten about this matter out of panic. After all, he was deeply afraid of Shi Feng discovering the mysterious NPC who sold forging materials. However, as long as both parties signed this agreement, even if Lone Tyrant discovered this mysterious NPC, Joking Scholar had nothing to fear. "Now, that's more like it," Shi Feng said with satisfaction after finding no problems with the agreement. Shi Feng was nearly unable to suppress the excitement in his heart. After calming his excited mood down, he signed the contract. However, Joking Scholar was far more excited than Shi Feng. His heart was about to break out of his chest. As he watched Shi Feng finally sign the agreement, the contract receiving the recognition of the main god system, he simultaneously revealed a cold smile. "Let's first trade the 2,000 stacks that I have with me, then." Joking Scholar felt fully relieved now. "Sure." Shi Feng revealed a faint smile, nodding. Joking Scholar then called up the trade interface, initiating the trade. With the agreement in effect now, even if Lone Tyrant discovered the secret, he would not dare renege on the deal. If he did so, he had to pay 5,000 gold coins or 50 million credits, with gold coins set the priority. Hence, he could only gnash his teeth as he purchased 50,000 stacks of hard stones for 50 copper coins a stack. The full transaction would total to 250 gold coins. Meanwhile, by reselling the 48,000 stacks of hard stones he would obtain from the mysterious NPC, Joking Scholar could make a clean profit of 48 gold. In addition to the 10 gold he just obtained, he would have a total profit of 58 gold. Such an amount could allow him to purchase quite a lot of items at the Blackwing City auction. He could also use the leftovers to increase the guild's fluid funds. Joking Scholar nearly roared with excitement. This feeling is great. However, Joking Scholar suppressed his excitement. He still needed to maintain a proper outward appearance. Now that Twilight Echo had such fluid funds, they could develop at a much faster rate. Also, since his contribution in this matter was so great, Joking Scholar wondered just what sort of reward the guild leader would give him. Currently, Shi Feng also felt exhilarated at the sight of so many forging materials. Most importantly, he had only spent 10 gold coins for all of them. Nothing could feel better than this. As long as he resold them in White River City, he could earn 200 gold coins from the 2,000 stacks of hard stones alone. If he forged all of them into whetstones, he could make 800 gold. If he turned them into advanced whetstones, that would be a 2,000 gold profit. Although he could not make whetstones and advanced whetstones at a 100% success rate, after deducting costs, he could still easily earn over 1,000 gold. Moreover, this was only in the case for 2,000 stacks. If he received the full 50,000 stacks of hard stones from Twilight Echo, he could easily achieve the 30,000 gold needed for his epic quest. "Guild Leader Tyrant, please hold on a moment. I'll go and retrieve the remaining hard stones." Joking Scholar was satisfied after receiving the money. He would immediately use this money to purchase even more hard stones from that mysterious NPC. "Fine. Let's meet up at the bank, then." Shi Feng couldn't help but smile as well when he saw Joking Scholar's smile. Although players could not retrieve their personal belongings from the Bank of Blackwing City, they were still allowed to store items. Right now, Shi Feng's bag was full to the brim. It would be inconvenient for him to attend the Blackwing City auction in such a state. Hence, he planned to store his items first. As for the remaining forging materials he had been promised, Feng no longer held any hopes of receiving them. After all, he could already envision the end result. Feng wondered just what sort of expression Joking Scholar would make when he found out that not only was the NPC that sold the forging materials no longer there, but the NPC would also never return. Very quickly, Joking Scholar ran over to the gazebo the mysterious NPC had previously occupied. Where is he? Joking Scholar looked at the scarcely populated alley. Aside from a few players, the mysterious NPC was nowhere to be found. Are you referring to that NPC that sold the forging materials? You came late. That NPC sold out of materials a while ago. He said he would only return tomorrow after restocking. You guys are gullible. Did you really think such things will happen every day? I bet this was a one-time event triggered by some sort of quest. I highly doubt that old man will return. Otherwise, if the old man sold so many hard stones every single day, wouldn't it break the market? The main god system shouldn't make such a mistake. Two kind-hearted players passing by suddenly started chatting about this incident. How could this be? Hearing the words of the two kind-hearted players, Joking Scholar's face instantly turned ashen. Words could no longer describe his current mood. God! Just what have I done? Whether the mysterious NPC sold the hard stones in limited amounts every day or stopped selling altogether, to Joking Scholar, there was no difference between the two. No matter which scenario occurred, it was impossible for him to put together 48,000 stacks of hard stones within 10 days. If he failed to do so, then he would break the terms of the contract. If so, he would have to compensate Feng with 5,000 gold coins, or 50 million credits. Faced with such a heavy price, Joking Scholar had instantly fallen from heaven directly into hell. Moreover, he had fallen to the most horrifying 18th layer of hell, Avicii. If he had known such a situation would occur, he absolutely would not have sold those forging materials he had for such a low price. In the end, he had only gained 10 gold coins for all those precious materials. Moreover, he had even dug his own grave and bought his own coffin by signing that 50,000 stack contract with Lone Tyrant. What was he supposed to do now? This won't do. I need to contact Lone Tyrant immediately. I have to think of a way to scrap that contract. At the end of the day, Joking Scholar was still a veteran businessman. Now that he knew what he should do, he hurriedly ran towards the bank of Blackwing City. If he had only lost this batch of forging materials, Twilight Echo could still bear such a loss. It would not greatly hamper the guild's overall development. Furthermore, he had at least received 10 gold coins for those materials. However, the remaining 48,000 stacks of hard stones would take Twilight Echo's life. If he took Twilight Echo's life, the guild leader would take his. Just after Feng stored all the materials in the bank, he noticed Joking Scholar running over to him in a flurry. Although Joking Scholar tried to feign calmness, with the immense pressure and fear bearing down on him, he failed. Brother Scholar is fast. It must be exhausting for you to transport the stones back and forth. I wonder how many stacks you have brought this time. Feng poked fun at Joking Scholar. Your Excellency Tyrant, I need to discuss a certain matter with you. Joking Scholar no longer had the confidence from before. He even started using honorifics in his speech. However, he had no choice as his life was now in Feng's hands. We are already business partners. If you have anything to say, just say it. Feng nodded. Your Excellency Tyrant is right. We at Twilight Echo have always been villains before gentlemen. Since we are business partners, we have to consider each other. If we trade 50,000 stacks of hard stones in a single go, I'm assuming that your Excellency Tyrant won't have enough gold coins. Even if given 10 days, that should not be possible. Hence, after careful consideration, we have decided to alter the contract, loosening the conditions stated on it. How do you feel about this, your Excellency Tyrant? Joking Scholar slowly explained, his words sounding very logical. If Feng hadn't known that Joking Scholar was trying to renege on the contract, he might have been moved to tears by Joking Scholar's words. As expected of a veteran businessman, he can still wear a straight face when tricking someone. For a moment there, I even believed he was thinking of my own good. Feng inwardly sneered. Unfortunately, Such words could not move his heart or trick him, especially since he had long since known Joking Scholar's true colors. Many thanks for Brother Scholar's worries. However, Brother Scholar can rest assured that, as long as I return to my kingdom with these materials and resell them, I can earn the money back very quickly. I guarantee that I can clear the debt within 10 days. So there is no need for the extra trouble of altering the contract. Shi Feng faintly smiled, saying, "Let's hurry and finish the trade, then. The auction is about to start." Following which, Joking Scholar gave a dozen more reasons to cancel the agreement, such as lowering the price even further or increasing the trade amount and so on. Unfortunately, Shi Feng had rejected each and every one of them. This situation had pushed Joking Scholar to the brink of insanity. However, Joking Scholar didn't wish to reveal his intentions accidentally, so even though he was close to the point of vomiting blood out of anger, he chose to hold it in. "Brother Scholar, you don't have to waste any more words in trying to change the agreement. I will not change it no matter what. After all, I can purchase 50,000 stacks of hard stones at a price of 50 coppers a stack. That is a rare opportunity that I won't find even if I try. Even if I bought them from an NPC, I definitely couldn't buy so many. You knew all along. Of course. Who wouldn't know about such a huge incident? Is there something wrong with your head? You wanted to resell the hard stones you bought from that NPC and make a huge profit off of me? Keep that in your dreams. I already felt that the NPC was unreliable. Thus, I agreed to your offer. Seeing your frustration, as expected, that NPC really was unreliable. I eagerly anticipate the arrival of the remaining 48,000 hard stones. You swindled me. I am representing Twilight Echo. Aren't you afraid of angering Twilight Echo with your actions? We can extinguish a third-rate guild like Dark Star at any given minute. Oh, Twilight Echo is a first-rate guild. I'm so scared. Unfortunately for you, Twilight Echo is based in the distant Storm Empire. You guys are simply too far away from Star Moon Kingdom. So what if you are amazing? Can you do anything to me? What can you do to Dark Star? If you have the ability, then come to Star Moon Kingdom. I'll gladly exterminate Twilight Echo and remove its name from God's domain permanently. However, for now, you guys best think of a plan to deal with the compensation. Ha ha ha. Saying so, Shi Feng departed from Blackwing City's bank, laughing loudly and leaving behind an utterly dazed Joking Scholar. Joking Scholar was completely unable to accept the reality that he had been swindled. However, compared to being swindled, he felt more humiliated over the fact that Shi Feng had been toying with him from the beginning. Moreover, he had gladly jumped for joy like a monkey. When Joking Scholar thought about this, he felt utterly humiliated. After a good while had passed, Joking Scholar bellowed, "Lone Tyrant, just you wait. Twilight Echo's power far exceeds your imagination. We will definitely destroy you and Dark Star." After Joking Scholar recovered from his shock, he immediately called up the system communication interface and reported to Twilight Echo's guild leader, Glorious Echo. "Guild leader, that Lone Tyrant clearly looks down on Twilight Echo. He has already resolved to swindle 5,000 gold coins from us." Joking Scholar reported everything that happened to Glorious Echo, trembling as he spoke. Although he was one of the core members of Twilight Echo, he had caused a huge loss to the guild this time. Who knew what the guild leader would do to him? I understand. However, a mere third-rate guild is not yet worthy of me taking action personally. I'll send Brilliant War God to deal with the corporation standing behind Dark Star in reality. If Lone Tyrant is sensible, he should know what to do. If he thinks he can easily take 5,000 gold coins from me, he should think again. However, Scholar, your performance this time has disappointed me. After you're done with the auction, return and hand over your duties to Green Wave. Yes, guild leader. I will meet with Green Wave once I return. Although Glorious Echo had not scolded Joking Scholar, he had made his intentions clear. Instantly, Joking Scholar's outward appearance seemed to age by over a decade. Even if he inwardly felt reluctant, he could only accept this conclusion. At this moment, hatred of Lone Tyrant filled Joking Scholar's very soul. If it weren't for Lone Tyrant, he would not have fallen to such a fate. Unless he could perform astonishingly, bringing a huge benefit to the guild. The guild would no longer regard him with any importance. No, I can't just give up. As long as I can buy an item at the Blackwing auction that will surprise the guild leader, he might even decide to rescind my punishment. A final trace of hope ignited in Joking Scholar. With the 8 gold he had brought from the guild, in addition to the 10 gold he previously obtained, he currently had 18 gold on him. With so much money, not even a first-rate guild could contest him in the auction. Elsewhere, Shifeng had already arrived at the Blackwing auction house under the guise of Black Flame. Shifeng's plan had succeeded magnificently. Not only had he earned a large sum of coins and credits, but he also helped Darkstar make a powerful enemy. Twilight Echo was a first-rate guild. Meanwhile, as the guild leader of this first-rate guild, Glorious Echo possessed over 20 years of experience playing virtual reality games. Furthermore, he had led Twilight Echo in campaigns in the virtual world for over a decade, so he had a wealth of experience, and his strength and techniques were also extremely powerful. Aside from such an impressive guild leader, Twilight Echo also possessed tens of top-tier experts. In the past, every one of these experts had become Tier 4 or above powerhouses. In addition, Twilight Echo also had 3 members who had achieved a Tier 6 class in the past, becoming God-ranked powerhouses. Among those 3, one was none other than Twilight Echo's guild leader, Glorious Echo himself. Meanwhile, Aqua Rose and one of her good friends took up the other 2 spots. This was the reason Twilight Echo stood out amongst the many tyrants surrounding them, becoming one of the few super guilds in God's domain. In the past, Twilight Echo had far surpassed Ouroboros in every aspect, and they had even established a gigantic virtual empire for themselves. Back then, Twilight Echo was an existence that Shifeng could only admire from afar. Of course, Shifeng could not take the current Twilight Echo lightly. After all, Twilight Echo was still a first-rate guild. It had an extraordinary background, and there were countless corporations supporting them financially. They similarly had a large influence in the real world. To deal with a third-rate guild like Darkstar, they could simply put some pressure on Darkstar economically in reality, and Darkstar would suffer. Hence the reason Shifeng had chosen to disguise himself as Lone Tyrant when toying with Twilight Echo. Right now, Shifeng still did not know who supported Darkstar from behind the scenes. However, with a first-rate guild like Twilight Echo placing financial pressure on them in the real world, Shifeng could, at least, glimpse the powerful organization standing behind Darkstar. That way, Shifeng could take appropriate measures to deal with them in the future. Just as Shifeng was about to take a seat in the auction hall, Shifeng's system communicator rang out. The person contacting him was none other than Aqua Rose, who had been out of reach all this time. Miss Aqua, you sure are a busy person. You actually sent a representative for such an important business transaction. Shifeng teased. Shifeng was very clear that Aqua Rose's absence had something to do with Glorious Echo. After all, Aqua Rose's recent performance had been too impressive. The nail that stuck out would be hammered down. Glorious Echo must have felt Aqua Rose was a threat to his position. Master Black Flame, you must be joking. I've only managed to log into God's domain after much difficulty. However, it seems that I am still too late. Aqua Rose's tone was helpless as she spoke. What happened? Shifeng asked curiously. Based on Aqua Rose's tone, Shifeng could tell that this matter was not as simple as it seemed. Otherwise, why would a strong woman like Aqua Rose reveal a trace of depression and helplessness? At the end of the day, Aqua Rose was still an honorary elder of Twilight Echo. Her position in the guild was extremely high. Moreover, Aqua Rose's family in the real world had a powerful background. Her family was also one of the corporations supporting Twilight Echo financially, so they possessed significant shares of the guild. Thus, unless Glorious Echo had gone insane, he should not have taken any vicious actions against Aqua Rose. The current situation was merely a business competition, and both were still doing it to develop Twilight Echo. At worst, both parties would only feel dissatisfied with each other. They would not break off all relations with and start an all-out war. It's nothing much. I only left Twilight Echo. That's all, Aqua Rose casually replied. What? You left Twilight Echo? Did your family not say anything about this? Sure Feng nearly thought his ears had played a trick on him. Although Aqua Rose sounded relaxed, Sure Feng could feel the aggrieved feelings hidden behind her words. After all, he had personally experienced a similar situation in the past. Still, the corporation behind Aqua Rose possesses a significant number of the Twilight Echo shares. That glorious Echo must have gone insane to expel Aqua Rose from the guild. My family tried to force me to do something that I didn't want to do. I refused, so I was expelled from Twilight Echo as a result. In a fit of rage, I also ran away from home. I am penniless now after buying a new virtual reality helmet. I wonder if Master Black Flame would be willing to shelter me. Aqua Rose giggled as she joked. She had only been joking about her current financial state. After all, it was a fact that she was the princess of a major corporation. It was inevitable that she would have some money saved up. Even if she ran away from home and did not rely on her parents, the money she had in her bank account could allow her to live the rest of her life in peace without working. Sure, I would gladly welcome a powerful helper like Miss Rose. How does an annual salary of 1 million credits, in addition to 5% of my workshop's shares, sound to you? Sure Feng naturally knew Aqua Rose only joked with him. However, Sure Feng did not wish to miss such a fortuitous opportunity now that it had landed in his lap. Who knew how long he would have to wait to encounter such an opportunity again? Aqua Rose was immediately dumbfounded by Sure Feng's offer. Normally, it was already impressive for a guild to offer an annual salary in the millions. Yet, Sure Feng went as far as to offer her 5% of his guild's shares willingly. This was an unimaginable offer, and it clearly showed how highly Sure Feng viewed her. Aqua Rose suddenly felt bewildered. Originally, she had intended to start up her own workshop from scratch. After all, some of her loyal subordinates had left Twilight Echo with her after learning of her expulsion. With this group of people under her command, she could still establish a relatively strong workshop. In the future, she intended to build a guild powerful enough to rival Twilight Echo. She wanted to teach her family that their decision was a mistake. The only problem remaining would be Twilight Echo's oppression. It was also why she currently had a massive headache. If she wished to continue developing herself and her workshop in the Storm Empire, they would have to face the full brunt of Twilight Echo. Meanwhile, Aqua Rose was very clear on just how amazing Twilight Echo was as a guild. But now that Sure Feng had invited her with such sincerity, she was at a loss on what to do. If that is still not enough, you can become the vice leader of the guild. You can also form your own elite team and maintain independence. How about it? Sure Feng added. Twilight Echo's abandonment of a future Tier 6 God-ranked powerhouse was the same as crippling both of their arms. The reason Sure Feng thought both, and not just one of their arms, was because, without Aqua Rose, her Tier 6 friend would not join Twilight Echo. Hence, Twilight Echo's decision to expel Aqua Rose was the equivalent of expelling two future God-ranked powerhouses. Meanwhile, Sure Feng had single-handedly caused this tragedy of Twilight Echoes, albeit unintentionally. If he could recruit Aqua Rose into his guild, he very much looked forward to the guild's future. Even if I agreed to your offer, I still have a group of subordinates in the Storm Empire. I might be able to afford the expensive teleportation fee for myself, but they won't be able to. Moreover, for my sake, they chose to leave Twilight Echo and abandon their bright futures there. I can't just abandon them for my own selfish reasons. I am truly sorry about this. Although Sure Feng's offer was very attractive, Aqua Rose was not willing to abandon her subordinates. Are there a lot of them? Sure Feng asked. There should be over 100 people. Master Black Flame, you should just give up. Not even Twilight Echo can afford the teleportation fee for so many people. Aqua Rose naturally understood Sure Feng's intentions behind the question. Teleportation across countries was costly. Moreover, the Storm Empire was very far away from Star Moon Kingdom, so the teleportation fee involved would be far more expensive. A rough estimate for a single player was 2 to 3 gold coins, while the total for 100 players would be at least 200 to 300 gold coins. Not to mention just one first-rate guild, even 10 first-rate guilds combined couldn't afford such a price. It was impossible that Sure Feng would possess so many gold coins. So it's only 100 or so. Fortunately, there aren't too many. Sure Feng sighed in relief. If there were over 1,000 players, then he would truly feel heartache from the teleportation fees. Come to Star Moon Kingdom, then. I'll pay the teleportation fees. He had earned a ton from Twilight Echo before, and right now it just so happened that he could return some of it to Aqua Rose. This could be considered as a type of fate as well. However, if Glorious Echo found out about this, he would most likely vomit blood out of anger. Master Black Flame, that's 300 gold coins, not 3 gold coins. Aqua Rose reminded Sure Feng. Yes, I know that. I'll send 300 gold to you in a moment. After you arrive in White River City, head to the Starstreak trading firm to look for me. As the Blackwing auction had already started, Sure Feng disconnected the call after saying so. Sure Feng's words left Aqua Rose utterly shocked. Just what kind of power is behind Master Black Flame? How could he have such astonishing wealth? To casually hand over 300 gold coins, could it be one of those super guilds? Sure Feng's tone when he spoke had been very casual, as if the 300 gold coins he mentioned were merely 3 gold coins. Aqua Rose shook her head. No, even those super guilds can't spend 300 gold coins with such ease. This is interesting. Anyway, I'll get my answers as long as I arrive at White River City. Aqua Rose revealed a faint smile, anticipation filling her heart. Meanwhile, the venue of today's Blackwing auction was already packed with players. Among all these players, a majority consisted of the upper echelons of large guilds. These guilds had scraped up every single coin they could for today's auction. From their inquiries, they learned that the auction house sold many astonishing items. Even if it was only in the normal auction, items such as fine gold equipment and materials required to forge dark gold equipment would be available. There was also a small possibility for items such as dark gold weapons and epic ranked items to appear in the auction. One only needed sufficient coins to purchase these precious items. After going through several warm-up auctions, the fiery atmosphere in the auction venue reached its zenith. From the start, players desired every item that had been up for auction. However, none of these items piqued Sure Feng's interest, as all of them were only mysterious iron rank. Although such items were useful to a guild's elite members, they were not of much use to him. Meanwhile, the following item that appeared on stage instantly caused the eyes of every player present to shine. They all expressed great interest in this item. This item was a fine gold rank dagger. Ice Thorn Dagger, fine gold rank, level 15, attack plus 134, strength plus 18, agility plus 24, endurance plus 15, additional passive skill dash, power of frost. Deals 50% frost damage to the target, reducing target's movement speed and attack speed by 50% for 4 seconds. If an assassin equipped this dagger, they would be like a tiger that had grown wings. Even if the assassin failed to kill the enemy with a single hit, with the speed reduction in effect, they could continue linking skills to destroy their enemy. Aside from the Ice Thorn, there was also a dagger called Raging Flames Dagger. Raging Flames Dagger, fine gold rank, level 15, attack plus 134, strength plus 18, agility plus 24, endurance plus 15, additional skill dash, power of flames. Deals 50% flame damage to the target, reducing the target's defense by 10% for 20 seconds. Effect stacks up to a maximum of 5 times. All assassins in the auction venue grew excited at the appearance of these 2 daggers. They practically drooled, wishing they could equip these blades. Regarding the speed reduction, the armor break effect, or the additional 50% magic damage, they were all precious to assassins. One could say that these 2 daggers were the best weapons for assassins at this stage of the game, and they were second to none. However, the minimum bid also caused the players to feel helpless and frustrated. The bidding started at 5 gold coins. Moreover, the minimum increment for each bid was 10 silver coins. If they were to compete for this item, the price would still increase by a lot. If one of the large guilds present bid on these daggers, that guild would lose the ability to compete for the following items to show up in the auction. Unless they had a particular need for these daggers, none of the guilds present would insist on buying them. Not bad. They are indeed top-tier weapons for a level 15 assassin. It just so happens that I can gift them to Fire Dance, Shifeng said in satisfaction after examining the attributes of the daggers. Great! Heaven has yet to forsake me. If I can present these daggers to the guild leader, he would definitely be very happy. He might even decide to my repeal punishment. Sitting at the forefront of the auction hall, Joking Scholar's eyes turned crimson as he looked at the Ice Thorn and Raging Flames dagger displayed on the stage. If level 200 guards were not present, he might have rushed onto the stage to snatch the weapons. After the auctioneer announced the start of the bidding, the entire auction hall exploded. 5 gold, 5 gold, 50 silvers, 6 gold. Before a minute had passed, the price of the daggers had reached 7 gold 20 silvers. When the majority of the guilds saw such a price, they quickly gave up on the daggers. Ha ha ha! You all can compete with each other all you want, but don't even think that you can win against me. Joking Scholar was completely confident at the moment. He was not afraid that someone could bid higher than he could. Moreover, this was only the start of the auction. Many more items would appear later on, and no one knew how powerful the following items would be. Everyone would hold back their bids. Hence, Joking Scholar was not afraid of someone competing with him over the daggers. Seeing that the bids had stopped, Shifeng opened his mouth and said, 10 gold coins. The auction venue instantly fell silent. Although these daggers were top-tier weapons for an assassin, that price was simply too high. However, that was not to say that these daggers were worth such a price tag. Rather, not many players currently present could afford such a price. They had not brought that many coins with them to the auction. If the auction were conducted using credits, many players would be more than willing to spend 500,000 credits to buy these daggers. Black Flame? Shit. He is actually trying to compete with me. How could he have so much money? Joking Scholar was on the brink of insanity. If he offered an even higher price for the daggers, then he could not afford to bid on later items. Yet, if he did not buy these daggers, his future would be bleak. In the end, Joking Scholar made a decision, loudly shouting, 10 gold 20 silvers. In response, Shifeng merely smiled as he casually said, 12 gold. 12 gold 10 silvers. Joking Scholar gripped his chest in pain as he shouted, his hatred for Shifeng growing intensely. Annoying little pest. 20 gold. Shifeng did not wish to waste his time with Joking Scholar, so he abruptly raised the bid by a huge margin. He did not mind spending such a small amount of money. After all, he had made a huge profit off Twilight Echo today. Black Flame. Joking Scholar glared at Shifeng, a hint of despair hidden within his eyes. He only had 18 gold on him right now, so he had no way to compete for the daggers at all. He never imagined that, in the very end, the black flame he had looked down on would give him the final blow, sending him into the abyss of despair. On the other hand, Shifeng felt it troublesome to pay attention to Joking Scholar. He did not even glance at the Mithraea as he focused on the next auctioned item. Purgatory's Shadow. This was one of the 3 treasures one could only find in the Blackwing auction house.